Chapter 1. 3 Years of Blindness, the Chosen One descends. Yi Chu, let's break up. I'm doing this for your own good. Now that I've awakened my S-rank talent. 5 elements limits, we're from 2 different worlds. If this continues, I'm afraid others will target you. After school, Yi Chu was called to a secluded corner by his girlfriend, Nandong Shui, who then broke up with him. Yi Chu remained calm with a smile, seemingly unsurprised by the result, and simply nodded. Thank you, even at a time like this, for still thinking of me. Don't worry, even if we break up, we'll still be good friends. If there's anything you need, I'll do my best to help you. Nandong Shui's voice was very sincere. Xiao Shui, you're such a kind person. You're sure to achieve great things in the future. I won't take up any more of your time. I'll head back now. Yi Chu smiled, turned and left. He walked with great clumsiness, leaning on a black cane. He is blind. Yi Chu hadn't gone far when a man walked over from the side. Shui, why are you being so polite to this good-for-nothing? A cold glint flashed across Nandong Shui's exquisite face as she said indifferently, although Yi Chu is a good-for-nothing, his parents are both professors at the academy. I'll need their help sooner or later. A few kind words and he'll be eternally grateful to me. Why not? The man suddenly realized what was happening, and casually put his arm around the girl, grinning wickedly, as expected of Shui, you're much more thoughtful than me. Yi Chu, don't blame me. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind. Nandong Shui's eyes hardened and turned cold as she and the man turned and left. What she didn't notice was that Yi Chu stopped in his tracks as the two of them left. Ah, the human heart. Yi Chu's lips curled up into a mocking smile. 4 years ago, he traveled to this parallel world, where everyone can awaken their talent at the age of 18 and possess all sorts of incredible supernatural abilities. His parents are senior professors at the Celestial Academy, and both possess A-level talent. It can be said that Yi Chu comes from a prestigious family. Generally, if parents possess exceptional talent, their offspring will also possess exceptional talent. 4 years ago, Yi Chu inexplicably went blind. In this situation, even if one awakens their talent, they are destined to be blind and unable to unleash their full power. Yi Chu was originally considered the most promising young man in the academy, but his status plummeted as a result, and he was ridiculed by many people. Only Yi Chu knew in his heart that he was not blind. Upon transmigrating to this world, a system called ability synchronization was created, and the Rinnegan ability from the Naruto world was extracted. After activating the Rinnegan, Yi Chu became blind. In fact, this is a system synchronization process. Only when the progress reaches 100% will vision be restored and the ability of the Rinnegan be gained. 4 years have passed, and the synchronization rate of the Rinnegan has reached 99%. Just one step away from perfect success. But at this very moment, Nandong Shui broke up with him. Although Yi Chu had lost his sight, his hearing had been enhanced, and he heard the conversation between the two clearly. It seems that no matter where you go, without strength, you have no status or position, and you'll be looked down upon. So-called feelings are so fragile and laughable in the face of reality. Luckily, I'll recover soon. Even if the Rinnegan isn't the best, it's still an S-rank talent, right? Yi Chu chuckled softly, pondering what kind of life he should lead after recovering. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended from the sky and enveloped his body. Meanwhile, the cold, mechanical sound of electronics reverberated to every corner of the world. Ding! The Chosen One game is about to start again. In this game, outstanding geniuses will be randomly selected from around the world to participate in a survival competition in a bizarre world. Survivors will receive a large amount of resources to send back to their home countries, while the losers will perish. If the entire team is wiped out, millions of their nation will lose their lives. A bizarre world. A world teeming with zombies, undead, banshees, werewolves, vampires, puppets, demons, and monsters. Every night, these demons run rampant, and your task is to survive by any means necessary. Participants in the game competition will receive a faith bonus from their nation's people, the higher the faith value, the faster their strength will increase. Yi Chu was somewhat bewildered. The Chosen One game is a special kind of competition in this parallel world. Every so often, it will randomly open, selecting contestants from various countries to enter an alternate dimension for competition or battle. In the real world, facing the crisis of alien beast invasion, humanity's living space and resources are decreasing day by day. The outcome of the Chosen One game can directly impact the real world. No one knows where the Chosen One game came from. But without a doubt, every survivor who returns alive from the game will become a hero of their country, possessing a lofty status and power that can only be looked up to. Damn, I'm about to achieve perfect enlightenment and regain my eyesight, becoming a normal person again. And now you want to drag me into a competition. Before Yi Chu could even utter a few words of complaint, his figure vanished into thin air the next second. Everything went black, and the world spun around me. It is unknown how much time passed before the turmoil gradually subsided. As Yi Chu gradually regained consciousness, the first thing he felt was an icy chill. The air was cold and damp, and it was pitch black all around, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. In the distance, piercing screams could be heard intermittently, the source of which was unknown. At the same time that the Chosen One game started. In the present world, a special image appears on everyone's mobile phone or television screen. Look! The Chosen One game has started again. This time it's a bizarre world, it's terrifying, everything is deathly still. I'm most afraid of zombies and the like, they eat people without even spitting out the bones. Look, our great Shah's contestants have already been teleported to the celestial chosen space. Through the live stream, everyone could see that there were a total of 3 participants in this year's Great Shah competition, 2 men and 1 woman. Isn't that Nangong Shui, the new school beauty of Tianwei Academy? She just awakened the 5 elements limit, which is an S-rank talent. She can control the power of the 5 elements. And then there's Du Ruifang. He also has an S-rank talent, the spirit of the beast, which allows him to transform into various ferocious beasts, making him extremely formidable in both survival and combat. Great. This time, our great Shah is in the bag. Double S-rank talent, 1 in a million. Even if we don't get first place, top 3 or 5 would be great. Just as the audience was secretly delighted, someone finally noticed Yi Chu's presence. Wait, there's a blind man in here. Chapter 2. Weakest Talent. A bizarre world, the Great Shah Kingdom's camp. 2 men and 1 woman, 3 figures stood there. The woman was dressed in white, her black hair flowing like a waterfall, and her cool, aloof face was adorned with an unparalleled beauty. It was Nangong Shui, who had just broken up with him. The other man, named Du Ruifang, was also a young genius from the Heavenly Academy and Nangong Shui's new love interest. In the eyes of the world, the two were a perfect match, a man of great talent and a woman of great beauty. As for the last person, he was dressed in black satin, unremarkable, and leaning on a white cane. I recognize him, isn't that Yi Chu? He was once hailed as one of the most promising young people, but 4 years ago, he inexplicably went blind. Since then, he has given up on himself, and now that he's over 18, he still hasn't awakened his talent. My God, how could I be so unlucky as to choose a piece of trash to enter the Chosen One space? This sparked heated discussions online. The once ambitious people of Daxia suddenly looked like wilted eggplants, somewhat deflated. But soon, they discovered an even more unexpected situation. Wait a minute. Why is there only 3 people in our Great Shah team? Other countries have at least a dozen, or even more, chosen ones. If the entire army is wiped out, millions of our people will lose their lives. What's more, there's a blind man in the ranks who's completely incapable of fighting. This isn't fair. Countless people of the Great Shah dynasty roared in resentment. However, all they received in response was the chilling wind of the eerie world. At the same time, Nangong Shui also noticed Yi Chu's presence and tentatively spoke up. Yi Chu. Yi Chu's eyesight had not yet recovered, but he was very familiar with Nangong Shui's voice and responded immediately. Minor Snow. Upon hearing Yi Chu's voice, Nangong Shui's expression changed, and she couldn't help but gasp. It really is you. Upon hearing this, Du Ruifeng immediately frowned. What's going on? Even a piece of trash like you can enter the Chosen One space. Isn't this just making things harder for us? Although he couldn't see, Yi Chu immediately recognized Du Ruifeng's voice. It was the same person who had been whispering with Nangong Shui. A slight smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Tisk, what a cruel twist of fate. They just had to put the three of us in this bizarre world. While he was thinking, a cold, electronic voice echoed throughout the eerie world. The Chosen One contest has officially begun. First mission, 7 Nights of Twilight. Mission Introduction. The entire eerie world is shrouded in mist and darkness. Every night, countless bizarre creatures invade the camps of various nations. The surviving nation that endures 7 nights will advance to the second round. Based on the principles of fairness and impartiality, the combat power of each country has been automatically distributed equally, achieving a state of absolute balance. Use all the resources you can find to survive. The electronic sound ended. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the Great Shah dynasty looked at each other in bewilderment. Did I hear that right? The Chosen One said that the strength of all countries has been evenly distributed. This doesn't make sense. But there are clearly only 3 people in my Great Shah. Does this mean that the fighting power of these 3 people is equivalent to that of a dozen, or even dozens, of people from other countries? It must be because Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng are too talented that they had to bring in Yi Chu, this good-for-nothing, to balance the fighting strength. The audience had a glimpse of this possibility, and their enthusiasm was reignited. Go for it, Nangong Shui, Du Ruifeng. You two will definitely be heroes of our Great Shah. As for Yi Chu, it's good that he's alive. Better to live a wretched life than to die a good death. We deeply sympathize with his blindness, but the game of destiny concerns the fate of all humanity, forcing him to sacrifice his own interests for the greater good. After hearing the Chosen One's hint, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng were also somewhat bewildered. They exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Are we really that strong? Nangong Shui frowned, somewhat disagreeing. Although they are S-level talents, they are all newly awakened talents. Moreover, there must be S-level geniuses from other countries who have entered the chosen space. Ha, Xiaoshui, don't belittle yourself. Geniuses like us are naturally superior, and standing at the top of the world is perfectly normal. Du Ruifeng, a proud smile on his lips, turned around and said in a condescending tone, Yi Chu, you should be glad you're on our team. That way you can win without lifting a finger. Stay close, don't get lost. Since you can't be of much help, try not to cause any trouble. Yi Chu did not answer, but suddenly covered his eyes in pain. Ah! A muffled groan of pain escaped his lips. Then, a system notification sounded in my ear. Congratulations, host. The synchronization progress of the Rinnegan has reached 100%, officially unlocked. Talent level, SSS. Talent type, special. Level of mastery, 10%. Unlocked skills, 6 paths avatar heavenly path, shared vision, X-ray vision. The next second, the black satin covering Yi Chu's eyes fell off on its own. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were gleaming, and there were new black lines on his eyeballs. It's the Rinnegan. This is a phenomenon of talent awakening. This good-for-nothing has awakened a talent. At a time like this. Look at his eyes. Judging from this, his talent seems to be related to his eyes. It's probably the weakest of the special types, the spirit eye talent. Noticing Yi Chu's change, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng frowned simultaneously. Talents come in all shapes and sizes, but can generally be categorized into 3 main types: elemental, variable, and special. Elemental type refers to the ability to control various attributes and powers that exist in the world, such as storm control, fire constitution, and ocean power. The transformative type involves a strange change occurring within oneself. For example, the beast spirit talent allows one to transform into various beasts. The scope of special type is all-encompassing and chaotic. For example, The A-level sonic blast sounds powerful, but its actual combat effectiveness is very weak. The reason is simple. Whether it's an elemental or change-type talent, it can cause damage in the most direct way. As for special talents, most of them are useless. Yi Chu, can you see now? Nangong Shui stepped forward and waved her hand in front of Yi Chu's eyes. Yi Chu didn't hide anything and nodded. So, what special abilities do you have? I don't feel anything yet, except that my vision has returned. HMPH, the Spirit Eye talent is a notoriously useless talent. It's already incredibly lucky that it restored your eyesight, it doesn't change the fact that you're a waste. Du Ruifeng scoffed from the side. I just finished speaking. Suddenly, a sharp arrow shot out from afar, its target Yi Chu. Chapter 3. The Celestial Dao Avatar. Almost immediately, Du Ruifeng noticed the direction from which the cold arrow was coming. His innate beastly spirit endowed him with eyesight comparable to an eagle, hearing like a wolf, speed like a leopard, and strength like a bear. If he wanted to, he could easily have blocked that arrow with a simple gesture. However, Du Ruifeng did not do that. He stood still, letting the arrows whiz by, coldly watching the scene unfold. Yi Chu, die. That way, Shui will belong to me alone. Du Ruifeng's lips curled into a slight smile. The arrow was about to pierce Yi Chu's heart. At this moment, Yi Chu made a move. He bent down slightly, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Yi Chu, your reaction time is so fast. Du Ruifeng asked, her eyes wide with surprise and doubt. Yi Chu shook his head with a wry smile. No, I just have good hearing. I heard the sound of a bow being drawn and instinctively flinched. Is that really the case? Du Ruifeng frowned, staring intently at Yi Chu. Enough. Now is not the time to worry about this. Something is attacking. Nangong Shui interrupted their conversation, glancing warily around. With a flick of her wrist, her body radiated a dazzling 5-colored light, containing the power of 5 distinct attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. S-rank talent, the ultimate in the 5 elements. Xiaoshui, I'll attack, you cover our rear. Du Ruifeng roared to the sky, his body growing larger and larger, sprouting fur, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant wolf, pouncing towards the direction from which the arrow had been shot. Not long after, it returned carrying a skeleton in its mouth. Pa, just a low-level skeleton archer. I thought it was some powerful, eerie creature. Du Ruifeng looked disdainful and transformed back into human form. Congratulations on defeating the level 3 skeleton archer. Your team has gained 30 experience points and 3 bones. A burst of white light descended from the sky, and bathed in its glow, the 3's attributes and levels were boosted. It seems our experience points are shared by the team. Whoever kills the strange monster will receive the corresponding experience points. As for the items, they will go into the killer's inventory. Nangong Shui immediately made an analysis. After defeating the skeleton archer, Du Ruifeng was overjoyed and exclaimed enthusiastically, "TCH, I thought the so-called Chosen One competition and the strange world would be some kind of terrifying place. It's nothing special, just like the training puppets we fight in the real world. I'm already level 5, so I can practically walk around here. Ruifeng, don't be too careless. After all, this is our first time participating in the Heavenly Chosen competition, and there are many things we don't understand. It's better to be careful," Nangong Shui said thoughtfully. Okay, whatever you say is right. Our most important task right now is to divide the work, gather resources, and establish a camp. After all, we have to hold out for 7 nights, and nobody knows what dangers await us. Upon hearing this, Du Ruifeng narrowed his eyes and smiled, looking at Yi Chu with ill intent. Since we're going to divide the work, we should assign roles according to abilities. I'm good at combat, so I'll be responsible for daily patrols and guard duties. As for Xiaoshui, she's a girl, we can't expect her to do those dirty and tiring manual labor jobs, can we? It seems you'll have to work hard, Yi Chu. Although you're blind, I believe that with your hearing and perseverance, you're no worse than a normal person, right? Du Ruifeng revealed a meaningful smile. Anyone could see that this was a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for Yi Chu. Yi Chu took in all these details. He nodded calmly and without showing any emotion. You're right. I can't hold everyone back. Even a useless person like me can contribute my meager strength to the country and the people. That's enough to make my life worthwhile. Yi Chu didn't speak. He took a few steps forward, opened his arms, and silently circulated the power of his Rinnegan. What he awakened first was the power of the heavenly Tao among the 6 paths. The way of heaven possesses the power to control gravity at will. Universal guidance. With Yi Chu's low shout, all the nearby timber, stone, and other basic resources seemed to be drawn towards him, quickly converging on him. Soon, a stone house was built. The onlookers were astonished by this scene. What's going on? When did Yi Chu acquire this ability? Nangong Shui was also quite curious and went forward to ask. Yi Chu, is this your innate power? It seems like it can control the movement of objects within its field of vision. Yi Chu nodded. Du Ruifeng scoffed, laughing dismissively, controlling objects. What kind of talent is that? Ha 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 ha, it's laughable. Picking up trash is picking up trash, why be so euphemistic? In the end, you have absolutely no combat ability. I've done my best. Yi Chu sighed, without refuting. What a spineless coward. He can tolerate this. What a spoilsport. Du Ruifeng frowned. His intention was to provoke Yi Chu, and then take the opportunity to teach Yi Chu a lesson. To everyone's surprise, Yi Chu was so gentle, accepting such humiliation with equanimity. HMPH, a piece of trash is a piece of trash, he has no backbone at all. With nowhere to vent his anger, Du Ruifeng cursed under his breath and transformed into a hawk. Xiaoshui, I'm going to scout out the surroundings. You stay here and don't wander off. Having said that, it flapped its wings, soared into the sky, and disappeared. Inside the Great Sha camp, only Yi Chu and Nangong Shui remained. Yi Chu was like a ruthless work machine. In no time at all, he had built another stone house. Although he didn't demonstrate any combat ability, even Nangong Shui had to admit that Yi Chu played a very important role. In the early stages, buildings were the foundation of survival. Without Yi Chu's abilities, relying on them to build it manually would not only consume a lot of physical strength, but also waste a lot of time. Yi Chu, thank you for your trouble. I need to go inside and cultivate for a while. It's not very convenient for us, a man and a woman, to be alone in a room together. I'll trouble you to keep watch outside for me. Nangong Shui was somewhat displeased, but on the surface, she maintained a feigned gentle smile. Good. Quote. Yi Chu nodded, and his expression instantly turned cold after the girl entered the stone house. In reality, the power of the heavenly Tao that he possesses is far more than this. But in front of this despicable couple, they chose to keep a low profile and conceal their strength. As the old saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. In addition, given that this strange world is full of unknown dangers, it's best to be cautious. After confirming that Nangong Shui had rested, Yi Chu opened his eyes and attempted to activate the power of the heavenly Tao. As a flash of white light appeared, a figure materialized in front of him. Heavenly Tao Avatar. Level 5. Skills: Shinra Tensai, Bansho Tenon, Shibaku Tensai, Geto Mazo, Rain Tiger Freedom Technique, Elephant Transformation Technique, Illusionary Body Technique, Illusionary Dragon 9 Seals, Super Shinra Tensai. Description: An incarnation bearing part of the Rinnegan's abilities, its body has undergone special modifications, possessing formidable combat power and unbelievable attack methods, and can share vision with the original body. Looking at the clone in front of him that looked exactly like him, Yi Chu was extremely excited. Great. From now on, I'm no longer a useless person. But they quickly calmed down. With identical appearances, he would be easily recognized, and he didn't want to become the target of everyone's criticism right from the start. After some thought, the heavenly Tao clone donned a black robe, its face hidden beneath a black hood. This is my trump card. I absolutely must not reveal it unless it's absolutely necessary. Yi Chu issued a command, sending his heavenly Tao clone out to explore on its own, while he remained at the camp to await Du Ruifang's return. Chapter 4. The Undead Attack. The Rinnegan is weak. Have you ever heard of pain, the 6 paths of pain? Fiction Zone. Fiction Zone. Not long after, Du Ruifang, who had transformed into a hawk, flew back to the camp. Seeing that the fortified village had been built, he couldn't help but squint. You piece of trash, you're not entirely useless, but don't get too cocky. These little tricks are nothing. Du Ruifang snorted coldly, held his head high, and walked into the stone house to rest. As for Yi Chu, he was left alone to guard the outside. This scene also sparked a huge reaction from the outside world. Even if Yi Chu is a good-for-nothing, he shouldn't be treated like this, right? He doesn't even have a private room, it's inhumane. What kind of time is this to be so sentimental? If they are all wiped out, millions of our people will die. Weakness is the original sin, it is incompetence. If Yi Chu truly has ambition, then he shouldn't hold us back. You must understand, this concerns the very survival of our nation. Some people believe that such differential treatment is too cruel. However, many others believe that the weak should have the awareness of being weak and do not sympathize with Yi Chu. The reason is simple. They did not see the existence of the Heavenly Tao's avatar. After activating the Rinnegan, Yi Chu also gained the ability to distort vision, altering the live stream footage. As a result, in the eyes of outsiders, he was still the useless person with the weakest talent. With no one around, Yi Chu's mind stirred, and he immediately sensed the location of the Heavenly Tao clone. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao clone had already explored a range of 10 miles outwards, encountering some relatively weak and strange creatures along the way, which were all easily dealt with. Congratulations, host, your Heavenly Tao clone has killed a level 3 bizarre creature, the Skeleton Warrior, gaining 30 experience points and 3 bones. Congratulations, host, your Heavenly Tao clone has killed a level 5 Eerie Vampire, gaining 50 experience points and 1 set of vampire fangs. Congratulations, host, your Heavenly Tao clone has killed a level 1 strange creature, the Sandworm, gaining 10 experience points. After slaying countless bizarre creatures, a beam of white light descended from the sky, and the Heavenly Tao avatar's level increased to level 6. At the same time, Yi Chu's physical body also advanced to level 6, and his 6 senses became more acute. Every gesture he made seemed to be full of power. It seems that by simply creating a clone, the main body can still gain experience. In the cycle of reincarnation, all prosper together, and all suffer together. Currently, he has only unlocked the Heavenly Tao avatar, yet his strength is enough to crush any other strange creature at the same realm, comparable to a chosen one with S-rank talent. If all 6 avatars were awakened simultaneously, wouldn't that be equivalent to 6 powerful beings? Including the main body and the outer path, that would be 7 top-tier experts. Yi Chogong was excited just thinking about it and was planning to continue controlling his Heavenly Tao clone to sweep away the strange creatures. At that moment, a voice echoed throughout the eerie world. The first night is coming soon. Tonight, the first boss-level bizarre creature will attack the camps of various countries. The nation that successfully defeats the boss will receive resource rewards, and the rewards will be doubled based on the ranking. Boss information. Undead Lord. Level 8. Quality. Commander level. Description. A knight riding a skeletal warhorse, wearing a helmet of dominion, and wielding a chilling longsword, possessing the power to command the undead. Legend says he was once a prince of a certain kingdom, and wherever he goes, he brings undead calamities and apocalypse. As the sound rang out, a teleportation portal appeared out of thin air around the perimeter of each national camp. The next second, a tall, armored death knight emerged from the door, exuding a chilling aura. Wherever it goes, not a blade of grass grows, and all things wither. After the undead knight descended, he raised his longsword and swung it lightly. In an instant, countless spirits crawled out of the soil, wailing mournfully, and launched an attack on the camps of various nations. Looking around, there were at least several hundred of them. You're here so soon. Upon receiving the news, Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui immediately stepped out of the stone house and saw swarms of undead creatures charging forward. Hiss! So many! Nangong Shui gasped. What's the use of having a lot? To us, they're just experience points. Du Ruifeng's eyes were sharp and she was very proud. Instantly activate your talent, transform into a giant bear, and charge ahead. Brother Feng, I'm here to help you. Nangong Shui reacted extremely quickly, releasing her 5 elements talent, which turned the surrounding terrain into a swamp. All the weaker undead creatures were directly buried by the swamp, successfully restraining most of the undead's offensive. In front of the screen, the audience in Daxia cheered excitedly. As expected of an S-rank talent, the first move was an AoE attack with such a wide range impact that it's comparable to the players from the United States. Thank goodness Nangong Shui was here. Du Ruifeng is no slouch either. His beast spirit talent excels in one-on-one combat. He charges ahead, taking down opponents with a single claw. As for Yi Chu, let's not mention him. As long as he's alive, that's enough. Everyone saw that while Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui were bravely resisting the attack of the undead, Yi Chu was huddled in the back, making no move. So they despised him even more. With a formidable enemy at hand, even if your talent is weak, at least take a move. But Yi Chu's current state makes it seem like he's just giving up. Forget it, let him be. After all, he's blind, he can't change anything. As long as he doesn't hold us back, that's fine. In the end, many people sighed and placed all their hopes on the wind and snow duo. In just 10 minutes, most of the undead creatures were wiped out, achieving a great victory. Ha ha ha, what kind of undead scourge is this? It's nothing special. Du Ruifeng let out a wild laugh, transformed into a giant wolf, and attacked the undead lord. As for Nangong Shui, she stood at a distance, constantly changing elements to launch long-range attacks and restrictions. The two, one at a distance and the other close, one using physical force and the other magical force, unleashed 2 completely different extreme powers, completely suppressing the undead's offensive. Soon, the undead lord let out a mournful howl, his body turning into wisps of green smoke and disappearing into the world. Ding! Congratulations to Great Shah for becoming the first nation to defeat the undead lord boss, earning 1,000 points and significantly advancing the nation's chip technology. The notification sounded. At the same time, a beam of white light descended from the sky, enveloping the research institute located in Longcheng, the capital of the Great Shah dynasty. This is... I see. The problem that has plagued us for so long has finally been solved. From now on, we'll never have to be at the mercy of others again. Several professors were deeply moved, their eyes brimming with tears. The news quickly spread throughout the country. Countless people of the Great Shah dynasty erupted in enthusiastic cheers. That's fantastic. Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng are truly our heroes. With them, the Great Shah dynasty is truly remarkable. This time, in the Chosen One's competition, our Great Shah is determined to win. What kind of undead lord is he? Nothing special. A cold smile appeared on Du Ruifeng's lips. After saying that, he turned around, pointed at the battlefield, and said to Yi Chu rather rudely, Yi Chu, go and clean up the battlefield. Be careful, these are all useful materials, you can't afford to pay for them if they're damaged. His tone was condescending and commanding, treating Yi Chu as a servant, ordering him around and behaving as he pleased. Hearing Du Ruifeng's belittling remarks, Yi Chu remained silent, only sneering inwardly. Just you wait, soon you won't be laughing anymore. Unbeknownst to anyone, at this very moment, the Heavenly Dao clone was continuing its activities in the wilderness, frantically reaping the bogus creatures. Chapter 5. Fortune Lies in Peril. Just after Da Shah successfully defeated the Lord Boss. Congratulations to the second person from the Lighthouse Nation to slay the Lord Boss, earning 90 points and 100,000 tons of cobalt resources. Congratulations to the third member of the Western Continent Alliance to defeat the Lord Boss, earning 80 points and a slight upgrade to their space technology. Congratulations to the fourth person from the Great Mao Kingdom to defeat the Lord Boss, gaining 70 points and 90,000 tons of gold. Congratulations to the 5th person from the Gaul Kingdom to defeat the Lord Boss, gaining 60 points and 50,000 tons of tungsten resources. Congratulations to the 6th player from Turkey to defeat the Lord Boss, earning 50 points and 1 million tons of steel resources. Congratulations to the 7th person from Yingzhou Kingdom to slay the Lord Boss, gaining 40 points. This will increase the country's harvest by 10% this year. Countries around the world also completed their kills, successfully passing the first night and receiving various rewards. However, none of them can compare to the Great Shah. The award for the breakthrough in chip technology received by Daxia has had an impact on various high-tech fields, and the benefits are immeasurable. Most importantly, it has completely broken free from the technological blockade imposed by the United States and achieved independent research and development. This was undoubtedly a shot in the arm, invigorating the hearts of every citizen of the Great Shah. Of course, joy is accompanied by sorrow. Some weaker nations failed to defeat the boss, resulting in the deaths of their contestants and the annihilation of millions of their citizens, who then became dust in the annals of history. At this moment, the whole world clearly realized that the Chosen One game was no joke. We must survive, no matter the cost or the means. I don't want to end up like those small countries, being wiped out. That despicable Great Shah is ranked first, even above my beacon of light, Daddy. I, Yingzhou, refuse to accept this. However, don't get too cocky. You only have 3 contestants, and there are still 6 nights to go. Let's see how you get through them. Online, the debate continues. Especially Yingzhou and South Korea. These 2 small countries, due to their geographical proximity to the Great Shah dynasty and their historical experience of being conquered and subjugated by it, harbor a deep resentment towards the Great Shah. After the dawn of the new era, these 2 small countries threw themselves into the arms of the United States, recognizing it as their father, which is utterly disgusting. End of the first night. Current points ranking. First place, Da Shah. Second place, the Beacon of Light. Third place, Western Continent Alliance. Fourth place, Mauritius. Fifth place, Gaul. Current number of countries remaining, 179. A cold voice rang out, announcing the official end of the first night. In this eerie world, under a dim sky, a glimmer of dawn is gradually breaking. Daylight is approaching, lasting for 6 hours. During this time, all dark and eerie creatures will be weakened by 50%. Please make the most of your time. After daylight ends, the second night begins. Upon hearing the announcement from the Chosen One's game, Du Ruifeng immediately became excited. Excellent, now it's our turn to shine. After last night's defensive battle, his confidence was now at its peak, and he couldn't wait to go out and hunt strange creatures to gain experience. That's right, the most important thing right now is to seize the opportunity and gain the upper hand. Nangong Shui nodded in agreement. Yi Chu, Xiao Shui and I are going hunting. You stay here to prepare food for us, understand? After all, you don't have much fighting ability, and in a competition, experience is distributed evenly, so you're just getting an unfair advantage. However, we're all working for Great Shah, so Xiao Shui and I won't hold grudges. We're all on the same side, right, Xiao Shui? Du Ruifeng spoke at length. But anyone could tell that the implication was that Yi Chu was being treated like a maid, only there to do laundry and cook. Okay, you can go without worry. Yi Chu nodded as always. What a coward. A mocking smile appeared on Du Ruifeng's lips. In front of Yi Chu, he directly took Nangong Shui's hand and walked out. However, when he stepped out of the camp, he was dumbfounded. Looking around, all I saw was a vast, deserted wilderness. Where were the strange creatures? There was nothing there but bare branches and parched land. It must be because we defeated the undead lord yesterday, scaring away the strange creatures nearby. This was the only explanation Du Ruifeng could think of. Maybe. Nangong Shui nodded with some doubt, but something still felt off. The two traveled together and continued to explore. They walked for more than 2 hours, covering dozens of miles, but did not find any strange creatures. Something's not right. Even if we have a deterrent force, it shouldn't be this powerful, right? Finally, Du Ruifeng couldn't hold back any longer. I'll fly up and take a look. After saying that, it transformed into a hawk once more, soaring into the sky to survey the surroundings. When he landed again, his brow was furrowed and his expression was gloomy. Nangong Shui also noticed something was wrong and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "I don't know how it happened, but all the strange creatures within 100 miles were wiped out, nothing was left." "Doesn't that mean we won't gain any experience or resources at all?" Nangong Shui frowned, finally understanding why Du Ruifeng's expression was so unpleasant. "Without strange creatures, you can't gain experience and materials, and you can't level up. So what should we do now? If we can't gain experience successfully, how will we get through the rest of the night?" Nangong Shui frowned, fully realizing the seriousness of the situation. "Never mind, since there are no strange creatures within our territory, let's hunt them in other countries' territories." Du Ruifeng gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. "I just observed strange creatures existing within the territories of other countries. The locations of these territories may be influenced by the real world. The closest to us are South Korea and Japan. These two countries are targeting us at every turn, it's time to collect some interest. Isn't doing this too risky?" Nangong Shui hesitated. "There are still 4 hours until the end of daylight. We can't afford to waste any more time. Fortune favors the bold. If we succeed, we'll be heroes of Great Sha, and when we return to the real world, we'll gain unprecedented fame and status. Conversely, if we fail, we'll be scorned by the world. You don't want to end up like Yi Chu, do you?" After hearing Du Ruifeng's words, Nangong Shui's eyes wavered slightly. After a brief hesitation, she bit her red lips. "Okay, I'll go with you." True to their word, the two immediately locked onto the direction of Yingzhou Kingdom's territory and rushed there. However, unbeknownst to them, not far behind them, a dark figure was coldly watching their retreating backs. It is an avatar of the heavenly Tao. Tisk, how foolish. Are they willing to gamble the future of the entire nation for power and fame? Yi Chu sighed. Yesterday, while clearing out the strange creatures, he unexpectedly discovered that the experience points from the monsters killed by his heavenly Tao clone were not evenly distributed. Originally, I thought that if Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui could admit their mistakes and correct them, I could be merciful and leave them some monsters. However, these two individuals remained completely obstinate, repeatedly provoking and suppressing the other party. So he spent the whole night killing all the monsters on the outer edge of the area, gaining a lot of experience and leveling up to level 10, leaving everyone else far behind. Now, those two are risking their lives to enter foreign territory and plunder experience for their own selfish gain. They're completely beyond saving. However, considering that their deaths would be detrimental to the Great Sha dynasty, Yi Chu still controlled his heavenly Tao clone and followed them. Chapter 6. First Glimpse of Talent. In the darkness, two figures moved swiftly through the territory of South Korea, taking advantage of the cover of night. The situation in South Korea was completely different from what Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng had seen in Daxia. At this moment, the 10 contestants from South Korea are facing an attack by tens of thousands of zombies, and there are signs that they will be overwhelmed by the horde at any time. HMPH, as expected, our Great Sha Kingdom is the strongest on average among all the participating countries. 10 of our participants couldn't withstand the zombie horde's attack. Let us help them. Du Ruifeng glanced at Nangong Shui beside him with a mocking smile. Shui, if we join forces and wipe out this wave of zombies, our strength will definitely increase even further. Nangong Shui nodded. This huge wave of zombies is a real test of experience. More importantly, he could represent the Great Sha Kingdom in repelling the zombie horde in front of the people of the Great Sha Kingdom, thus establishing his authority in front of the Southern Bang Kingdom. Who told South Korea to be so subservient to the United States for so long, willingly serving as its lackey and targeting the Great Sha Kingdom at every turn? Now is the perfect opportunity to get revenge. Without any further hesitation, the two charged into the horde of zombies. Du Ruifeng transformed into a grizzly bear, unstoppable like a tank. With a casual slap, More than a dozen zombies were instantly reduced to mincemeat. Nangong Shui's 5 elements talent is equally powerful. Earth burrowing, flooding, burning, and entanglement by a sea of trees. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in, and hordes of zombies were reduced to ashes. Of the 10 contestants from South Korea, only 5 were still capable of fighting, and they were all stunned by what they saw before them. In an instant, tens of thousands of zombies were slaughtered by the 2 men from the Great Sha Kingdom, while their own side was almost wiped out. The difference in strength is like heaven and earth. The South Korean contestants, who had always targeted the Great Sha Kingdom, were now filled with mixed feelings and didn't know what to say for a moment. In the real world, the citizens of the Great Sha Kingdom, who were all preparing to go to sleep, suddenly saw Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng sneaking into the territory of the South Korean kingdom under the cover of night. Not only did they annihilate countless zombies and gain a wealth of experience, but they also gave those South Korean lackeys a resounding slap in the face. This instantly caused an uproar among all the citizens of the Great Sha Kingdom. Well done. Truly a prodigy of our Great Sha Kingdom. Let South Korea see what real strength is. Ha ha ha, seeing this in the middle of the night instantly woke me up. Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng are truly young and promising, both intelligent and brave. If they hadn't arrived in time, South Korea would probably be wiped out by now. Ha ha ha, serves them right. Who told them to be our lackeys, targeting us at every turn? They deserve to die, and adding another 10 million isn't much. Look at their expressions, it's absolutely hilarious. They never dreamed that the contestants from our Great Sha Kingdom would be so terrifyingly strong, except, of course, for that good-for-nothing Yi Chu. Next, I'd like to see how Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui will deal with these remnants of the South Korean army. At this moment, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng swiftly and decisively ended the battle. Nearly 10,000 zombies were all killed. As a result, the two gained a great deal of experience, and their levels both rose to level 8, further enhancing their strength. Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui, beaming with smiles, appeared before the South Koreans as victors, surveying their camp with disdainful eyes. On behalf of South Korea, I thank you both for your timely rescue. Without you, we would never have survived the zombie horde. On behalf of the 10 million civilians of South Korea, I would also like to thank both of you. Even the usually arrogant South Korean competitors had to lower their heads at this moment. It wasn't just the contestants from the Great Sha Kingdom who saved their lives, more importantly, it was their strength. In this brutal game of destiny, strength is everything. If you want to survive but are not as skilled as others, you can only try to please them. South Korea has always been very good at this kind of thing. Nangong Shui was of course aware of the other party's intentions, and she looked at the South Korean group with an arrogant expression. At this moment, the 10 contestants, some injured and some dead, all adopted a humble attitude of resignation to their fate. We have always been very friendly to neighboring countries, and we only helped you this time because we saw you were in danger. However, everything comes at a price. We saved your lives and the lives of millions in South Korea. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Upon hearing this, the people of South Korea immediately understood. Good heavens, this is taking advantage of someone's misfortune. But circumstances are beyond our control. Leaving aside Nangong Shui, Du Ruifeng alone, who can transform into a wild beast, is not someone that the South Korean contestants can handle at this moment. To survive, they had no other choice. This is all we've gained over the past few days. To express our gratitude for saving our lives, we are willing to offer it all to you without reservation. The South Korean captain was carrying a bag. This is a specially designed storage bag for convenient transactions. It looks tiny, but it can store a ton of items. Seeing this, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng couldn't help but reveal smug smiles. Not only did they teach the South Korean competitors a lesson, they also took the opportunity to rob their supplies. What's even more interesting is that the other party not only wasn't angry, but also pretended to be extremely grateful. This is the benefit of prioritizing strength. At this time, in the Great Sha Kingdom, Countless people who were fast asleep were awakened by the deafening cheers. The contestants from the Great Shah Kingdom displayed their extraordinary prowess upon first entering another country's territory, forcing the other side to humbly offer up the supplies they had obtained. This stirred the hearts and ignited the passion of all Huxia people. Keep in mind, this is just the beginning. With their talent and potential, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifang are destined for a bright future. Nangong Shui smiled and reached out to take the storage bag. Suddenly, a terrifying and chilling roar resounded throughout the entire world, deafeningly loud. Everyone turned to look in astonishment. A gigantic, super-mutated zombie, a fusion of countless other zombies, was charging madly toward the group. The ground beneath its feet could not bear its weight and caved in. The South Korean captain's face drained of color instantly, and he cried out in terror, "Oh no! It's the Butcher Zombie! A super boss-level monster among zombies!" Chapter 7. The Mutant Boss, Butcher. Butcher Zombie. Level: 15. Quality: Mutant. Synopsis. As the number 2 general in the zombie camp, a butcher second only to the leader, possessing extremely high attack power and among the lowest intelligence, this one is a little different. The Butcher Zombie is one of the most terrifying types of zombies. Its huge, obese body can withstand most attacks. It is incredibly tough and resilient. However, if you are injured by its attacks, you will either die or be maimed. And this one is actually a mutated Butcher Zombie. Just how strong is it? Nobody can say for sure. The moment they saw the Butcher, a look of fear flashed in both Nangong Shui's and Du Ruifang's eyes. Is this the boss that South Korea will face tonight? This guy looks much more troublesome than the undead knights we killed before. The slightest mistake could result in a gruesome death. Brother Feng, what should we do? Although Nangong Shui was slightly stronger than Du Ruifang, she was still a woman, and in this critical moment, she could only turn to her boyfriend, the only person she could rely on. Although Du Ruifang was panicking inside, he still forced himself to remain calm and said, "With our strength, we can definitely kill this big guy if we go all out. But there's no need. Preserving strength is the key to survival. This is South Korean territory, let them handle it themselves." Nangong Shui was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. What does unnecessary mean? This is a strategic retreat. She spoke so casually and confidently, no wonder he's the man she's chosen. After speaking, the two exchanged a glance and prepared to return the way they came. This time, the two not only gained a lot of experience and reached level 8, but also extorted a considerable amount of resources. This trip was definitely worthwhile. As for South Korea, they can only hope for the best and leave the rest to fate. The South Koreans panicked when they saw Nangong Shui and Du Ruifang turn to leave. The captain immediately knelt before the two men, sobbing and pleading, as the old saying goes, if you're going to help someone, help them all the way. Please, you two, stay and help us kill this Butcher Zombie. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if we die, but tens of thousands of our country's people will be buried with us. We will die with our eyes open in disgrace. This scene deeply touched everyone in the real world. The true nature of humanity is often only fully revealed when death approaches. With most of the 10 South Korean contestants dead or injured, it's virtually impossible for them to compete for the final victory. But they would rather live on than have countless people in their country wiped out because of them. Upon witnessing this scene, the people of South Korea's previous complaints about the contestants' incompetence and their humiliation towards the contestants from Great Shah Kingdom vanished. Even the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Shah Kingdom fell silent at this moment. But reality is so cruel. This game not only represents the honor and survival of each country, but also relates to the vital interests of every individual. Moreover, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifang had already saved them once, and they had no obligation to risk their lives for them. Ignore them. These guys are hopeless, there's no point in taking any risks. They've done very well. The Butcher Zombie is tough and resilient, it must have cost those two prodigies dearly to kill it. Now that they're exhausted, what if they encounter danger? Wouldn't that be a net loss? Exactly, leave now. Handle your own affairs. Sustainable development is the key. You've already proven yourselves. Know when to quit while you're ahead. Nangong Shui's face was grim, and a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Brother Feng, let's go quickly, don't pay them any attention. Du Ruifang nodded. Just as the two were about to retreat, suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. Turning their heads, they saw that the butcher zombie had already rushed up to them and punched out a huge crater in the ground. Caught off guard, Du Ruifang and Nangong Shui lost their footing and tumbled into the giant pit one after the other. All of this was observed by Yi Chudian's Dao clone, which was hidden in the darkness not far away. Those two idiots, they don't know their own limitations, daring to mess with even a mutated butcher zombie. But if they die like this, it will be a huge headache for me. The Great Sha Kingdom only has 3 participants. If 2 are eliminated, their total points will inevitably be surpassed by participants from other countries. Yi Chu sighed. Let you live a few more days. In the next instant, Yi Chu's figure pierced the night like a black lightning bolt, rushing towards the behemoth in the center of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifang, who had fallen into the giant pit, were covered in mud and looked utterly disheveled. Before they could react, the butcher's fists, each the size of a truck cab, slammed down on their heads. The two were immediately terrified, their bodies went limp, and a chill ran through them. Surprisingly, this seemingly stupid, clumsy, and ferocious butcher boss actually has some brains. First, he used brute force to smash a huge crater in the ground, and then used the sinkhole to trap the two people. Immediately afterwards, a pair of iron fists slammed down, giving the two no chance to catch their breath. When faced with a life or death situation, Nangong Shui quickly regained her composure from the initial panic. Rock wall. With a sharp cry, a wall made of solid rock appeared above their heads. This is the strongest defensive move among the 5 elemental talents, specifically the earth element. Unfortunately, it was completely ineffective against the butcher boss's terrifying strength. Bang! The rock wall was easily shattered by the butcher's punch. Nangong Shui's eyes were filled with astonishment. The butcher's power far exceeded her expectations. He was on a completely different level from the ordinary zombies she had killed before. Du Ruifang gritted his teeth, looked at Nangong Shui with a complicated expression, and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Shui." Nangong Shui was slightly taken aback, then suddenly seemed to realize something, and her expression changed abruptly. "Brother Feng, are you really going to abandon me?" Du Ruifang remained silent. The butcher was completely berserk at this moment, his eyes bloodshot, and his iron fists slammed down, tearing through the air and even creating a sonic boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Du Ruifang transformed into a falcon, escaping the butcher's attack range at the last second. Boom! The butcher pounded the ground frantically, causing the entire earth to tremble. Everyone was so shocked by the scene before them that they couldn't utter a word. "I'm sorry, I can't die. If I die, the Great Sha Kingdom will be finished. On my shoulders rest the hopes of hundreds of millions of people in the Great Sha Kingdom." Du Ruifang, in the form of an eagle, circled in the air. Although he was heartbroken by Nangong Shui's death, he was thankful that he was still alive. As long as you're alive, there's always hope. At this moment, countless people in the Great Sha Kingdom and the South Korean Kingdom finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nangong Shui's unexpected death was completely unexpected by everyone. Unexpectedly, the butcher zombie is not only powerful, but also possesses a certain degree of intelligence. Clearly, no enemy should be underestimated. Fortunately, Du Ruifang survived, preserving a glimmer of hope for the Great Sha Kingdom. Meanwhile, the South Koreans took the opportunity to escape the butcher's attack range. It's a pity that Nangong Shui died at the hands of the butcher. She had such a bright future ahead of her, but now, the Great Sha Kingdom has lost one of its members, making it very difficult for them to compete for first place again. Fortunately, Du Ruifang escaped. Otherwise, the Great Sha Kingdom would truly have no hope. We can't rely on that good-for-nothing Yi Chu, can we? Although Du Ruifang escaped, it's already a miracle he could survive in such a dangerous environment on his own. The Great Shah Kingdom will only ever lag behind others, it can forget about surpassing them. On the battlefield, just when everyone was thankful to have survived and wished they could escape as far away as possible, never wanting to see the butcher zombie again. Suddenly, a calm yet firm voice resounded through the sky. Chapter 8. The Heavenly Tao Avatar, overwhelming the entire field. Before anyone could think, the gigantic, hill-like butcher zombie was suddenly flung away by an incredibly powerful force. Bang! The butcher zombie boss crashed heavily to the ground, but it couldn't stop rolling around until its massive body slammed into a rock wall. On the ground, a gruesome trench, several meters deep, plowed out by the butcher's zombie body, stood out starkly. Everyone's heartbeat paused for a moment. What kind of power is this, that it could blast back a butcher zombie as large as a hill hundreds of meters away? Is this a dream? Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Du Ruifeng, who was hovering in the air, was also taken aback and transformed into human form to observe the changes in the arena from afar. Holy crap! Did you guys see that? The butcher zombie was blasted hundreds of meters away. What kind of power could do that? Incredible! I can't believe such a terrifyingly powerful being exists in this world. Even a butcher boss as strong as the god of slaughter is like a rag doll in front of him, to be manipulated at will. Judging from the voice just now, the owner seemed to be from the Great Shah Kingdom. Could he be the fourth contestant? That's incredibly strong. Stop dreaming. The rules of the Chosen One game have been clearly stated. The Great Shah Kingdom only has 3 participants. This person is definitely not from our Great Shah Kingdom, they might be a native of this alternate dimension. If that's really the case, then we absolutely have to latch onto his coattails. With that kind of power, wouldn't we be able to do whatever we want in this other dimension? Just as everyone was stunned and amazed by the power of the voice's owner, 2 figures in the giant pit gradually became clear. It's Nangong Shui, she's not dead. After awakening his beast spirit, Du Ruifeng gained keen eyesight and immediately spotted the person in the giant pit. Nangong Shui. As for the other figure, his entire body was covered by a black cloak, and even with Du Ruifeng's eagle-like gaze, he could not make out the person's appearance. Nangong Shui isn't dead. She's not dead. Thank God. I thought she'd been blasted to smithereens by the zombie butcher. Was she saved by a mysterious powerful figure? In that critical moment, only he possessed such strength. That's great. It seems the mysterious expert is on our Great Shah Kingdom's side. It would be even better if we could gain their favor and win them over. The turmoil, the great sorrows and joys of the real world are neither seen nor heard by those in the alternate dimension of the chosen game. But at this moment, everyone felt the same way. A mysterious and powerful figure suddenly appeared, possessing unimaginable strength. He easily neutralized the attacks of the boss-level butcher zombie and even blasted it away. In the early stages of the Chosen One game, such a powerful individual was practically a godlike figure to the novice participants from various countries. At this moment, Nangong Shui, standing beside Yi Chudian's Dao clone, still felt incredulous. The person beside her saved her life with a method so powerful it was almost suffocating. Although she couldn't see the person's face clearly, a sense of familiarity lingered in Nangong Shui's mind. The person's name seemed to come to mind, yet she was still somewhat uncertain. Especially just now, this mysterious powerful figure suddenly appeared and easily neutralized all of the butcher zombie's attacks with a mere gesture, ultimately even knocking the butcher zombie back. Yi Chu, that good-for-nothing, could never possibly have such strength. Thank you for saving my life. May I know your name? Nangong Shui flashed her signature smile, bright and radiant, captivating all who beheld her. Unfortunately, this approach had absolutely no effect on Yi Chu, who already knew her character well. Seeing that the mysterious expert was ignoring her, Nangong Shui immediately lost face. She was extremely confident in her looks, and to this day, no man has been able to remain calm under her seductive charm. But the person in front of her was someone she couldn't understand. Not far away, the butcher zombie staggered to his feet. His massive body trembled a few times, and his head, which had been dizzy from the impact, finally regained some of its senses. It looked at Yi Chu, seemingly unable to believe that the one who had just sent it flying was merely a human. The butcher, who had always treated humans as mere food, finally erupted in fury. A furious roar shook the heavens and the earth. Everyone's expression changed. Suddenly, Yi Chu's hoarse voice rang out again. Planetary devastation. A ball of black energy flew out from his palm. The next second, an irresistible force, like a force devouring the heavens and the earth, sucked everything around it into the black energy sphere. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Is this even human? Even Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng, who had awakened S-level talents, were so shocked that they couldn't utter a word. Such power was completely beyond their imagination. Even if Nangong Shui mastered the ultimate power of the 5 elements, she absolutely could not unleash such terrifying power. The hundreds of millions of people in the Great Sha Kingdom held their breath at this moment. In that instant, everyone was convinced that they had witnessed a miracle. The powerful gravity, like a black hole, swallowed everything around it. The butcher zombie closest to the black sphere was the first to be affected. No matter how much it struggled, it could not escape the sphere's gravity. In the blink of an eye, the butcher zombie's enormous body was lifted off the ground and crashed into the rock sphere formed by the black ball with a thud. Before the butcher zombie boss could be torn apart by gravity, countless rocks instantly covered it. In the blink of an eye, a miniature satellite appeared in the void. The poor butcher zombie boss became part of the satellite. Looking down at the ground, a sinkhole hundreds of times larger than the one created by the butcher zombie suddenly appeared in everyone's view. Even mountain peaks were leveled by the immense gravitational pull. The map for the newly launched, Chosen 1. Another dimension, game, which has only been open for less than a week, has already been modified. Shocking. This is absolutely shocking. Everyone who witnessed this scene gaped in disbelief. Even a monster as powerful as the butcher zombie was utterly helpless against the mysterious powerful figure, and was completely tortured to death. So, who is the monster? Standing next to Yi Chu, Nangong Shui was still somewhat annoyed by his attitude. Having witnessed Yi Chu's methods, they dared not utter a single complaint. He's so powerful that even if he ignored her, or even whipped her, she would accept it willingly. Congratulations on defeating the level 15 boss butcher zombie. You have gained 300 experience points, 10 meteorite iron items, and 1 camp upgrade blueprint. Congratulations on earning 100 personal points. These points can be converted into team points or used to redeem items in the Chosen 1 shop after it is unlocked. The synthesized electronic voice echoed in Yi Chu's ears. A radiant smile spread across his face. The 300 experience points instantly leveled him up to level 12, making him the undisputed number 1 among all the contestants worldwide. More importantly, he earned 100 personal points, which do not count towards the team score and can be used entirely at his discretion. Now, it's gotten much stronger. Yi Chu turned around. At this moment, as an avatar of the heavenly Tao, he exuded a majestic and vast aura due to the increase in his level and strength. The South Koreans were so intimidated by this aura that they couldn't lift their heads. After a long while, the captain of South Korea finally made up his mind, raised his head, and respectfully presented the storage bag that he had originally intended to offer to Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng to Yi Chu. Please accept these supplies, they are our way of showing respect to the strong. Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng both frowned slightly. Damn, these guys are really good at changing their tune depending on the situation. Chapter 9. Camp Upgrade, Beyond Imagination. How despicable. They actually gave the supplies originally intended for our Great Sha Kingdom to this mysterious expert. The South Korean contestants are too cunning. This is such a clever way to use someone else's talent to curry favor. The appearance of the mysterious powerful figure left everyone speechless, and South Korea, going to great lengths to curry favor, immediately turned around and pledged allegiance to an even more powerful mysterious person. It was unexpected, yet perfectly logical. That won't do. If we get won over by South Korea, they'll have a powerful backer in the alternate dimension. Knowing their nature, they'll definitely act like dogs relying on their master's power. Nangong Shui, Du Ruifeng, what are you standing there for? Why don't you take this opportunity to get closer to the mysterious expert? At the very least, you should show some sincerity. Besides, he saved Nangong Shui's life, there's nothing shameful about that. It's no wonder everyone is so eager to curry favor. The power displayed by Yi Chu's heavenly Tao clone is simply too terrifying, inspiring awe in everyone who sees it. To everyone's surprise, Yi Chu simply put the storage bag presented by the South Korean captain into his pocket without a second glance, and disappeared into the night in a flash. He just left like that. Staring at Yi Chu's retreating figure, everyone was dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Shui, this is not a safe place to stay. Let's go back. Du Ruifeng was still planning to flatter the mysterious man in hopes of gaining some benefits, but seeing that the man didn't bother to waste words with them, he could only reluctantly pull Nangong Shui back to the camp. Just now, Du Ruifeng abandoned Nangong Shui under the attack of the butcher zombie, and she still held a grudge against him. She snorted coldly and didn't want to pay him any attention. Seeing this, Du Ruifeng had no choice but to try his best to appease him and explain the situation at the time, saying that with his strength, he would only have been sent to his death in vain. He resorted to this desperate measure in order to prevent the Great Sha Kingdom from being eliminated. Nangong Shui no longer felt the same affection she had for Du Ruifeng. However, the reason she broke up with Yi Chu and chose Du Ruifeng was because she valued his awakened S-level talent. Currently, the Great Sha Kingdom only has these 3 participants. Yi Chu is a useless piece of trash who can only survive by relying on Du Ruifeng and become the winner of the Chosen One game representing the Great Sha Kingdom. For the sake of her future honor and status, she had no choice but to forgive Du Ruifeng. Du Ruifeng transformed into a falcon once again, and Nangong Shui rode the falcon back to the camp. Meanwhile, inside the camp, Yi Chu was devising a plan to expand the camp. He gained a lot from slaying the mutated boss, including upgrade blueprints for the camp. Combined with the supplies presented by South Korea, it was more than enough to upgrade the camp to level 2. In other dimensions, a camp is equivalent to a shelter or base. The higher the camp's level, the more complete its defenses and functions. To date, of the remaining participants from over 100 countries, only a few have decent campsites, let alone secondary campsites. Ding! A participant has been detected to possess camp construction blueprints. Would you like to upgrade your camp? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Yi Chu was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening. It turned out that the Heavenly Tao system had detected that he had enough resources to upgrade his camp, and thus automatically prompted him. Ding! Camp upgrade successful. This camp upgrade consumed the following resources: 500 wood, 10 meteorite iron, 100 animal hide, and 1 camp construction blueprint. Congratulations to the participants from the Great Sha Kingdom for being the first to upgrade their camp to level 2, receiving the following camp upgrade rewards: 10% increase in all resource acquisition, 50% increase in territory area, and 20% increase in monster kill experience. Congratulations to the Great Sha Kingdom for being the first to upgrade its camp. The Great Sha Kingdom's national fortune increases by 100, fishery production increases by 10%, high-quality water resources increase by 10%, natural disasters decrease by 5%, spiritual energy concentration increases by 10%, and the lifespan of every citizen of the Great Sha Kingdom increases by 1 year. The final proclamation was broadcast directly to all participants in the real world via the system voice of the Dominator Chosen game. Immediately, the whole world was in an uproar. Holy crap, that's incredible. They actually upgraded the camp to level 2. Who would believe the rewards for upgrading the camp are so outrageous? It's a pity we could never gather all the resources needed to upgrade the camp. Just surviving is already a miracle. What the heck? Those guys from the Great Sha Kingdom have already upgraded their camp. We haven't even dealt with the second wave of strange creatures yet. You're envious, you idiot. We also want to upgrade our camp, but we haven't even had time to build it yet. What kind of monsters are the contestants from the Great Sha Kingdom? Not only did they withstand the attack of those dark and eerie creatures, but they also upgraded their camps. Unforgivable. Our great Sakura kingdom will definitely surpass them. Wait a minute, what's the point of a camp? Our Gallic contestants are still sleeping in trees, being attacked by strange creatures for 2 nights in a row. Who has the energy to build a camp? Upon hearing the prompt from the voice of heaven, both Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng were astonished. Did I hear that right? Our camp got upgraded. The two couldn't wait to return to camp. What comes into view is a magnificent steel fortress, constructed with sturdy and durable meteorite iron on the outside and solid wood on the inside. It is spacious and comfortable while offering excellent defense, making it much safer than the previous rock camp. Did you do this? Nangong Shui looked at the steel fortress in front of her with surprise and doubt. This isn't a camp, it's practically a doomsday shelter, a complete disaster zone. With this level 2 camp, even if attacked by dark and eerie creatures that are difficult to deal with, it will not be destroyed in a short time. In an instant, the citizens of Great Sha, who had previously had doubts about the camp upgrade, were in an uproar. The rewards from the Heavenly Tao system clearly demonstrate what the appearance of a level 2 camp signifies. A safe haven, plus various buffs, leads to an explosive increase in benefits. I wouldn't dare say I'm absolutely number 1, but barring any unforeseen circumstances, I'm definitely in the top 3. That's it. The Great Sha Kingdom, in particular, was the first participating country to upgrade its camp, and immediately received generous rewards of various resources. Even everyone's lifespan was extended by 1 year. This is the real, tangible benefit. Countless people have witnessed firsthand that cattle and sheep given birth to twins, and triplets are not uncommon among livestock farmers. Even in bad weather, fishing trips at sea can yield a bountiful catch, with the hold overflowing with seafood. Even more astonishingly, the terminally ill person, seemingly experiencing a final burst of energy before death, actually got up from his hospital bed and shouted that he wanted to watch the live stream of the game, Chosen 1, to cheer on the players from the Great Sha Kingdom. Good news kept coming in, and the rise of the Great Sha Kingdom was just around the corner. How is that possible? Although I don't know what resources are needed to upgrade a camp, judging from the current situation, no country can upgrade its camp yet. How could a mere piece of trash like you possibly do it? Chapter 10. The third night arrives. Du Ruifeng was very unhappy that Yi Chu had stolen the spotlight from her. In his view, although Yi Chu had the ability to control objects within a certain range, he was absolutely incapable of completing the task of upgrading the camp by himself. Even if it were true, he wouldn't want to admit it deep down. Hee, you guys were gone for quite a while, so I was thinking of taking the opportunity to fortify and improve the camp. Just then, a few clueless zombies came along, and I took care of them. Luckily, they dropped some materials to upgrade the camp. Yi Chu spoke calmly, as if he were recounting a trivial matter. The benefits of the camp upgrade far exceeded his expectations, which will greatly help his future development. Whether Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng believed it or not, Yi Chu wasn't worried at all. Even in their wildest dreams, they would never associate him with the invincible Heavenly Tao avatar. That's enough. Really. That's incredibly lucky. Nangong Shui couldn't hide her excitement as she looked around the campsite, her eyes full of admiration. HMPH, I knew it. There's no way you could build a level 2 camp. You just got lucky and picked up a few stragglers who happened to drop materials that can upgrade your camp. Yi Chu showed no anger in the face of Du Ruifeng's sarcasm. He chuckled inwardly. This guy was practically G his pants at the sight of the butcher zombie, and now he's putting on airs. What would his expression be if he knew that the Heavenly Tao avatar he revered was actually him? Nangong Shui nodded. Yi Chu, you're really lucky. You managed to team up with us to enter the Chosen 1 game, and after killing just a few weak zombies, you got materials to upgrade your camp. You've finally proven yourself useful and haven't disappointed me. My talent is naturally inferior to the two of you, but I certainly won't shirk my responsibility to do what's within my ability. Good. We almost died out there, thankfully. Nangong Shui was about to say that a mysterious powerful figure had saved her, but then she thought that Yi Chu was completely unaware of what was happening outside the camp, so there would be no point in telling him, and it would only make him underestimate her. She paused, then corrected herself. Fortunately, Du Ruifeng turned the tide and killed the boss. Yi Chu almost burst out laughing. How shameless. These two guys are still trying to show off in front of him. Little did they know, the very person who had just saved them was standing right in front of them, quietly watching them put on a show. Anyway, we're exhausted. Get something to eat. Tomorrow night's battle will depend on the two of us. You good for nothing, you'll sleep by the door. Notify us immediately if there's any danger. After saying that, Nangong Shui walked into the largest room in the camp on her own. Du Ruifeng glanced at Yi Chu and said arrogantly, "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Watching the two walk intimately into the bedroom, Yi Chu's lips curled into a slight smile. Within this camp, a simultaneous live broadcast in the real world is impossible. The two of them were completely oblivious to everyone else, not taking him seriously at all. But everything comes at a price. Let's see how long you can stay happy. Turning around, Yi Chu's heavenly Dao clone appeared outside the camp gate. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. End of Night 2. Current points ranking. First place, Da Sha. Second place, The Beacon of Light. Third place, Western Continent Alliance. Fourth place, Mauritius. Fifth place, Gaul. Current number of countries remaining, 165. A cold voice rang out, announcing the official end of the second night. In this eerie world, under a dim sky, a glimmer of dawn is gradually breaking. Daylight is approaching, lasting for 6 hours. During this time, all dark and eerie creatures will be weakened by 50%. Please make the most of your time. After the day ended, the third night began. In just one night, contestants from 14 countries were eliminated. The eliminated nations will face resource scarcity, rampant monsters, and the annihilation of millions. Compared to the thriving Great Sha, these countries are filled with deep regret. They regret that they didn't try their best to win over Great Sha because of the pressure from the United States, and they didn't join forces with the participants from Great Sha in the first place. Now, it's all too late. Yesterday, you ignored Daxia. Today, you can't afford to associate with Daxia. Reality is cruel. After 2 days and 2 nights, many countries finally turned their attention to the usually low-profile Great Sha. Currently, Great Sha firmly holds the top position on the leaderboard with an absolute advantage. The nation's strength also rose steadily, showing signs of becoming invincible in the world. In live streams from many countries, discussions have begun about how to join forces with Great Sha to jointly address the current global crisis of resource depletion and rampant monsters. However, the people of Daxia responded, "We are still very weak, far from being able to cope with the current crisis. The road ahead is long, and as long as everyone is well, that's all that matters." Although they said that, they were secretly incredibly proud of themselves. If things continue as they are, it's only a matter of time before the Great Sha dynasty becomes powerful. At the same time, Yi Chu's heavenly Dao clone lived up to expectations and returned with a full harvest. Congratulations, host. Your heavenly Dao clone has killed a level 5 Bazaar Killer Bee, gaining 15 experience points. Congratulations, host. Your heavenly Dao clone has killed a level 9 parasitic creature, gaining 30 experience points. The heavenly Dao clone was terrifyingly powerful. In just one night, it had earned Yi Chu nearly 10,000 experience points, raising his level to 19. Yi Chu could clearly feel that his 5 senses were much sharper than yesterday. He could clearly perceive even the birdsong and fragrance of flowers hundreds of meters away, as if he were actually there. Not only that, Yi Chu casually threw a punch, which actually blasted a fist imprint onto the surface of the meteorite iron wall. You should know that this is a rare metal, and even wild beasts cannot easily deform it. In other words, Yi Chu's power at this moment has surpassed that of ordinary people, comparable to Du Ruifeng in his beast form. Hey, even S-rank talent is nothing special. Yi Chu sneered. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Before the night of the third day, treasure locations will randomly spawn within the alternate dimension. Opening the treasure will grant unexpected rewards. On the third night, unknown and eerie creatures will roam freely. All participants must be extremely careful. After the third night, the remaining contestants will enter the second phase of the game, where the difficulty will increase exponentially. What's going on? The Chosen One system is being so kind. There must be a lot of good stuff in this treasure trove. Let's take a gamble, and maybe we'll turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Oh my god, the monsters on the third night are going to be even more terrifying. Are they trying to kill us? Although it's dangerous, we have no choice but to give it our all. Otherwise, survival will be even more difficult, and the treasure will definitely improve the team's strength, giving us a better chance against the monsters attacking at night. Chapter 11. The Heavenly Tao Ranking, the Mysterious Pain. Just as the athletes from various countries were filled with anxiety, the system notification sounded again. Since some participants have already reached level 15 or higher, the Heavenly Path ranking will now be available. In the Heavenly Tao level ranking, the top 10 participants who reach level 21st will receive a glory chest. Honor chests are categorized by quality level: bronze, iron, silver, gold, diamond, and destiny chest. Heavenly Tao level ranking. First place: Pain, level 19, 10%. Second place: Nangong Shui, level 13, 81%. Third place: Du Ruifeng, level 13, 69%. Third place: Beirut, level 12, 70%. Fourth place: Rio Igawa, level 12, 50%. Fifth place: I Am Yune, level 12, 30%. Holy crap, who's so strong, reaching level 19 or higher so quickly? Are they even human? Does anyone know which faction Pain is from? Please let me know. How is this possible? I'm only level 6 now, and that's after staying up all night hunting strange creatures. Even an SS level talent contestant working non-stop couldn't possibly reach level 19 in just 2 days, right? I want to complain. Someone's cheating. I'm a top tier S rank awakened talent, and I'm not even close to level 10, let alone level 15. To level up to the next level, I need to kill nearly 100 level 5 or higher monsters. There's no way anyone can do that. Agreed. Even though the 2S level talent contestants from the Great Sha Kingdom killed a large number of zombies in South Korean territory last night, they only barely reached level 13. That's a full 6 levels behind the first place winner. Is that reasonable? The Heavenly Tao system shouldn't have any bugs. The only explanation is that this powerful figure named Pain not only slays monsters like butter, but also challenges bizarre creatures of higher levels, even killing bosses of Lord level or higher, which is why he could possibly reach such a terrifying level as level 19. What's the point of playing this game? They're almost the first to reach level 20, and we're still working ourselves to the bone like cowards, barely surviving. It's infuriating. I'm quitting. Withdrawing is impossible now, unless you can just quit lying down. The only hope for a comeback is the treasure, and there are definitely a lot of good stuff in it. Although it's dangerous, we have no choice but to give it our all. Otherwise, survival will be even more difficult, and the treasure will definitely improve the team's strength, giving us a better chance against the monsters attacking at night. Inside the camps of various countries, as well as in the Heavenly Tao live broadcast room, people and contestants from all countries were shocked by the existence of the number 1 person on the Heavenly Tao ranking list, while they were also debating whether to go out to search for the treasure. Meanwhile, inside the Great Sha Kingdom's camp, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng were furious with Yi Chu because they didn't like the breakfast. What is this? Is it even edible? It was one thing if you were blind before, but now that you have your sight, I asked you to make breakfast, and look at this rubbish. Ever since meeting the mysterious expert last night, Nangong Shui has grown increasingly displeased with Yi Chu. If one could latch onto the coattails of a mysterious powerful figure, they would be virtually untouchable in this alternate dimension, with no need to worry about food or safety. She vented all her anger on the gentle Yi Chu. Meanwhile, Du Ruifeng, seizing the opportunity to curry favor with Nangong Shui, quickly chimed in, Yi Chu, you need to understand this, you're only alive because of the two of us. Otherwise, you would have died in the mouths of zombies last night. Yi Chu remained calm and composed. Sorry, I was busy upgrading the camp last night and didn't collect any food. I'll try to improve the meals today. HMPH, today we've decided to go out in search of treasure. If we succeed, it will greatly enhance our strength, and we'll be much more confident in tonight's battle. You just stay here and guard the camp. If anyone or any monsters take over the camp, you'll have to atone with your death. Du Ruifeng's tone was icy, as if she had forgotten that this camp was only successfully upgraded thanks to Yi Chu. Shui, we now have the camp's experience and resource acquisition bonuses. Take advantage of the monsters being weakened during the day and kill as many as possible to reach level 20 as quickly as possible. Finding treasure would be even better. Although we're currently far behind Pain in first place, getting second or third place still gets us treasure chest rewards. I'm really looking forward to seeing what good stuff is inside. Ignoring Yi Chu, the two discussed their plan and headed towards the open and dangerous wilderness. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Yi Chu revealed a contemptuous smile. Just now, as his level was about to reach level 20, the chosen system asked him whether he wanted to disclose his personal level information. Yi Chu chose to publish the information, but used a pseudonym. Pain is the name of Yi Chu's avatar. This way, one can avoid having their identity exposed and getting into unnecessary trouble. System: View personal information. Personal information. Name: Yi Chu. Level: 19, 10%. Talent level: SSS Rinnegan. Talent type: Special. Level of mastery: 10%. Unlocked skills: 6 paths avatar heavenly path, shared vision, X-ray vision. Strength: 95 normal level, 10+. Agility: 90 average score, 8+. Physical fitness: 85 average level, 7+. The personal information panel can only be viewed by the participant. The higher the level, the higher the three-dimensional attributes, and the stronger the overall strength. Yi Chu's Heavenly Dao clone is one with him, so his own growth in strength will also affect the growth of the Heavenly Dao clone's strength. This double joy is something no one else can understand. The only pity is that, so far, Yi Chu's mastery of the Rinnegan has not changed at all. It seems the level is still too low to unlock other clones. Suddenly, Yi Chu's eyes lit up. In the game, Chosen 1, besides gaining experience and leveling up by defeating monsters, players can also enhance their attributes by consuming various rare and precious materials, spiritual fruits, and herbs. This is somewhat similar to the real world. However, spiritual energy is scarce in the real world, and monsters roam freely, making it extremely difficult to obtain these resources. But it's different in this alternate dimension. The resources here are virtually inexhaustible, so there's no need to worry about quantity. Yi Chu's Heavenly Dao clone could use the identity of Pain to collect resources and enhance his own strength. Yi Chu's level is now much higher than others. He understood the principle that the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. The fact that he possesses the SSS level talent Rinnegan must never be known to anyone else, and even less should anyone know that he has the ability to create 6 clones. Chapter 12. Wilderness Treasure, Hope for a Comeback for Various Countries. In this cruel and cold game of destiny, the only person you can truly trust is yourself. Therefore, all he needs to do is level up before others reach level 20, and becoming stronger himself is the most important thing right now. Once he possesses strength enough to dominate the world, even if everyone in the world knows of his talent and abilities, they cannot do anything to him, they can only feel awe and submission. With a thought, Yi Chu's Heavenly Dao clone was activated once again. This time, Yi Chu's goal is the resources of the other dimension. Only by controlling the resources can he have the capital to improve his strength. As for the ranking, just keep it under control, being slightly ahead of everyone else is enough. In a primeval jungle, Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui were struggling to move forward. They had traveled all the way here without seeing a single strange creature, not even an ant. Last night, Yi Chu's heavenly Dao clone not only killed all the low-level creatures within the Great Sha Kingdom's territory, but also went to other countries' territories and killed many strange creatures. If the public knew this, they would surely be both shocked and furious. Damn it, what's going on? There isn't a single strange creature around here. It's completely baffling. How are the two of us supposed to level up like this? If we fall behind the other countries, we'll lose face. Du Ruifeng's face was gloomy, and he kept cursing. It's quite strange. It was the same last night. The eerie creatures here seemed to have vanished, as if they were afraid of something terrifying. Could it be that we are too powerful, and all the strange creatures are avoiding us like the plague? Du Ruifeng's inexplicable confidence reignited Nangong Shui's anger. Don't be overconfident. While we can handle a zombie horde, there are many creatures stronger than zombies. Things are definitely not that simple. Du Ruifeng pursed her lips, feeling unconvinced, but didn't say anything more. Suddenly, he sniffed the air, as if he had detected something odorous. Can you smell it? It smells like fruit. Nangong Shui also sniffed, but her talent was different from Du Ruifeng's beast spirit. Her sense of smell was far inferior to Du Ruifeng's, and she couldn't smell anything after sniffing for a long time. Shui, there seem to be fruit trees ahead. I've heard that the spiritual fruits and herbs in this other dimension are treasures, capable of enhancing physical attributes. Let's go take a look. If it's true, we'll be rich. Nangong Shui's eyes immediately filled with surprise and delight. Are you telling the truth? At the same level, the three basic physical attributes determine the difference in skill level. The importance of spiritual fruits and herbs is self-evident. The two became more and more excited as they talked, wishing they could immediately get their hands on the spiritual fruit. At the same time, Yi Chu's heavenly Dao clone also appeared behind the two. With his keen senses, he had already spotted the spirit fruit tree in the distance. How could such a good thing possibly fall into the hands of this cheating couple? HMPH, the existence of the two of you is merely a cover for my true strength. Want to compete with me for resources? Dream on. In a flash, Yi Chu disappeared from the spot. My goodness, it really is a spirit fruit. We're so lucky. So many spirit fruits are enough for the two of us to eat for half a month. This is a rare treasure from another dimension. After increasing my strength, killing monsters of a higher level will be no problem, and I won't be afraid even if I encounter the butcher zombie again. Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng were both grinning from ear to ear. Inside the Great Sha Kingdom's live stream, everyone who witnessed this scene became excited. Du Ruifeng truly lives up to his reputation as a prodigy of our Great Sha Kingdom. His S-rank talent is amazing. The boost from so many spiritual fruits is absolutely enormous. Tonight's battle is definitely in the bag. Furthermore, having absorbed the essence of the spiritual fruit, the two contestants from the Great Sha Kingdom will have a completely overwhelming advantage over their peers, utterly crushing those idiots from the Lighthouse Country. Just then, a dangerous aura suddenly appeared. Yi Chu, who was about to unleash the myriad manifestations' heavenly pull in the distance, immediately stopped what he was doing. His eyes narrowed, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Wow, so the real treasure was down there after all. At that moment, Du Ruifeng, who was hurriedly stuffing the spirit fruits into his pockets, sensed a dangerous aura. Danger. Retreat. Nangong Shui didn't have Du Ruifeng's keen perception. Seeing Du Ruifeng's pale face, she didn't react for a moment. Du Ruifeng immediately transformed into a leopard, picked up Nangong Shui, and fled from under the spirit fruit tree like lightning. Just as the two escaped, the entire spirit fruit suddenly rose from the ground, and a giant Xuanwu tortoise suddenly raised its head from the ground and swallowed the entire spirit fruit tree whole. Just then, red warning lights suddenly flashed in everyone's live stream room around the world, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Warning! Warning! A contestant from the Great Sha Kingdom accidentally awakened the legendary creature, Xuanwu Turtle, causing the strange creature to go berserk. Within this alternate dimension, All bizarre creatures have their combat power increased by 100%, experience gained by 100%, and numbers increased by 100%. The chance of a boss mutating has also increased by 100%. The rampage by the strange creatures will not stop until the black tortoise is killed or goes back into hibernation. Attention, all contestants. Immediately, wails of agony filled the entire alternate dimension. Holy crap, our 10 contestants from Gaul barely stepped outside and encountered a bizarre rampage, surrounded by a horde of ghouls. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Damn it, I'm so angry. The warriors of the Yingzhou Empire were besieged by 3 commander-level bosses, and 4 A-level talent experts died in just 10 minutes. Isn't this just ruthlessly killing them? The warriors of my Western Continent Alliance are the truly pitiful ones. They finally found a treasure location, and suddenly thousands of vampires charged out. Thousands upon thousands. Who the hell can withstand that? Live streams around the world are going wild. They could only watch helplessly as their own contestants were attacked by the suddenly rampaging, bizarre creatures, and could do nothing but wail in pain while cursing the Great Sha Kingdom for ruining countless contestants. Meanwhile, in the live stream room of the Great Sha Kingdom, exclamations of surprise echoed continuously. A black tortoise. This is really bad. If Du Ruifeng hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been swallowed whole by this guy. It truly lives up to its epic level boss reputation. It's far stronger than the butcher zombie. We absolutely cannot engage it in direct combat. Run if you can. We can hold out for a while back at camp, otherwise, the 2 of us will probably be instantly killed. Yeah. Forget about any weird creatures going berserk, killing them or making the Xuanwu turtle hibernate is all a pipe dream. Survival is the most important thing. Picking a few spirit fruits triggered the awakening of an epic level boss, and also caused a rampage of bizarre creatures from another dimension, even more ferocious than the nighttime butcher zombies. This Chosen One game is truly too cruel. As everyone panicked, the Xuanwu turtle let out a low, angry roar, seemingly enraged at failing to swallow Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui whole. Chapter 13. Slaying the epic boss, the Xuanwu turtle. Du Ruifeng didn't even dare to look at the Xuanwu turtle. The oppressive feeling brought by the epic level boss almost suffocated him. As an awakened being of the beast spirit talent, his sensitivity to danger far surpasses that of others. It is precisely because of this that Du Ruifeng knows how terrifying this Xuanwu turtle is. Just that one roar almost gave Du Ruifeng a leg cramp. All he wanted now was to escape as far away as possible. With Du Ruifeng's frantic sprint, the 2 quickly escaped several hundred meters away. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Although the black tortoise is incredibly powerful, as long as you escape its attack range, you should be fine. But just then, the Xuanwu turtle suddenly opened its huge mouth and took a deep breath. Suddenly, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the world changed color. Trees, birds, beasts, and even boulders were all sucked into the mouth of the Xuanwu turtle. Du Ruifeng, who was running away with all his might, suddenly felt his body lighten, and his whole body was lifted off the ground and sucked into the air. Nangong Shui, her face filled with terror, clung tightly to Du Ruifeng in his leopard form, crying out in a horrified voice, "Brother Feng, please think of something. If this continues, we'll all become the Xuanwu turtle's breakfast." Unable to gain leverage in midair, Du Ruifeng, in her leopard form, had no choice but to transform into a falcon, straining with all her might to escape the Xuanwu turtle's massive jaws. But it was all in vain. Even a 1,000-year-old tree that would take 10 people to encircle could be uprooted and swallowed whole by the Xuanwu turtle, let alone Du Ruifeng in his mere beast form. In her despair, Nangong Shui unleashed all the power of the 5 elements she possessed. But no matter how powerful her methods were, they were like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of an epic-level Xuanwu turtle, utterly useless. As the 2 drew ever closer to the Xuanwu turtle, the hundreds of millions of people watching the live stream closed their eyes in despair. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Shinra Tensai." Bang! Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng stared in shock as the Xuanwu turtle was forced back several steps by a domineering force, its massive head snapping back, nearly breaking its neck. It's the mysterious powerful figure. The one who saved us last night. Overwhelmed with surprise and joy, Nangong Shui was speechless. Du Ruifeng breathed a sigh of relief and, taking advantage of the moment when the Xuanwu turtle was knocked back, slowly landed and steadied himself. At this moment, in the Da Sha Live broadcast room, the audience breathed a heavy sigh of relief when they saw the two escape unharmed. Cold sweat soaked their backs, as if they themselves had narrowly escaped death, and they were still filled with lingering fear. As a local overlord, the Xuanwu turtle, which has always acted with impunity, has never suffered such humiliation. Humans are nothing but ants before it, how dare they resist? Yi Chu stood atop a blue stone, his expression indifferent, though his features were hidden beneath his cloak, making them impossible for others to see clearly. At that moment, Yi Chu suddenly smiled. Information about the Black Tortoise appeared clearly in front of him. Black Tortoise. Epic boss. Skills. Blazing breath, devouring heaven and earth, absolute defense, annihilation of all directions. Tip. Defeating epic level bosses has a chance to drop epic level items. Description. A mythical beast that exists only in legends, but this one was abandoned in another dimension due to being tainted by an ominous aura, becoming a lesser monster. Even so, its strength is extraordinary. If you encounter it, you can only pray for good fortune. The Black Tortoise suddenly spat out a ball of blazing flame, instantly engulfing Yi Chu. Ah! The mysterious powerhouse was instantly killed by the Black Tortoise. That's terrifying, we're doomed. The Black Tortoise is too monstrous. It breathes fiery breath with every breath, who can withstand that? Let's take this opportunity and run. Even the mysterious powerhouse is no match for this Xuanwu turtle. There's nothing shameful about running away. Just don't die. If you're killed by the Xuanwu turtle, the Great Sha Kingdom will be utterly hopeless. The viewers in the live stream roared, wishing they could send their voices to Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng's ears. Du Ruifeng wasn't stupid either. Seeing that even a powerful mysterious expert had been refined by the Xuanwu turtle, what else was there to say? Just one word. Run. But just as he was about to run away with Nangong Shui, that familiar, hoarse voice suddenly rang in their ears. The voice, though not loud, was clear and distinct, as if it were the will of heaven itself, impossible to defy. 9 seals of the illusory dragon. There stood Yi Chu's black avatar, perfectly unharmed, atop the blue stone. With his hands clasped together, a beam of blue light shone directly onto the Xuanwu turtle from the sky. For the first time, fear appeared in the eyes of the Black Tortoise. As Yi Chu's voice fell, the enormous Xuanwu turtle, as large as a mountain, vanished into thin air and was sealed inside the mouth of the heretic demon statue. Contestant Pain has sealed the epic boss, the Xuanwu turtle, back into a state of slumber, thus ending the rampage of the eerie creature. Contestant Pain receives 1,000 personal points, 1 orange treasure card, 3,000 experience points, a permanent 10% increase to all attributes, and 1 ton of freshwater, food, and basic materials. Contestant Pain became the first contestant to reach level 20, and received a diamond chest 1 and the title of Valiant Warrior. Inside the Great Sha base fortress, Yi Chu's smile was so sharp it was almost painful to look at. He also had to thank those 2 idiots, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng. Otherwise, given his style, he would have simply uprooted the spirit fruit tree and put it into his storage space instead of taking so long to wake up the sleeping Xuanwu turtle. He has now easily reached level 20, just a little short of level 21. Furthermore, they gained an additional 1,000 personal points, which, combined with the 100 points earned from killing the butcher zombie, amounted to more points than the entire team had accumulated. There's also an orange treasure card and a diamond treasure chest in the storage space. I'm really looking forward to finding something inside. What surprised Yi Chu the most was that, as the first contestant to kill the epic level boss, he received a permanent 10% attribute bonus. This is a permanent boost. In other words, Yi Chu's current total attributes are basically over 3 digits. Moreover, the later the game progresses, the more pronounced the attribute bonuses become. What can contestants without attribute bonuses use to compete with Yi Chu? The Xuanwu turtle was sealed away, finally ending the rampage of the strange creatures, but the number of these creatures that had already appeared did not decrease. Participants from various countries are still locked in a fierce battle. However, compared to the previous dire situation, the situation has improved significantly. After several rounds of fierce battles, the participants from various countries have significantly improved their levels and enhanced their individual talents, making them more capable of fighting against the numerous bizarre creatures. Upon hearing the announcement from the Heavenly Tao, everyone was immediately agitated, their faces contorted with rage, a mixture of envy and terror. The live streaming rooms in over 100 countries went completely wild because of this announcement. Oh shit. Why is it that mysterious Pain again? Who exactly is he? He can even seal away an epic level boss, what can't he do? Chapter 14. Dignity or Survival? Which to choose? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this stage, no contestant from any country can defeat an epic level boss. This Pain is either a cheater, or a plant hired by the chosen system to deliberately manipulate everyone's mentality and increase the difficulty for the contestants. I agree. Based on the intelligence from various countries, there isn't a contestant named Pain. Otherwise, it would have been exposed long ago. Someone as powerful as him would be eager for the whole world to know about him, who would hide their true identity. Anyway, this crisis is finally over. It almost led to the annihilation of all the contestants worldwide. Speaking of which, Pain is indeed a bit freakish. He received such a generous reward this time. If it weren't for the Chosen One system messing around, he would be invincible sooner or later. While everyone else was suspicious of Pain's strength and identity, only Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng had no objection to it. Because, at this moment, a contestant named Pain stood before them. So, the mysterious powerhouse was Pain. No wonder he could instantly kill the butcher zombie, and now he's sealed away the black tortoise. He truly deserves to be the #1 boss. Nangong Shui's eyes sparkled with pink hearts as she gazed deeply at Pain, who was hidden beneath the cloak. Upon seeing this, Du Ruifeng was immediately consumed by jealousy. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "A cowardly rat hiding its head and tail, who knows what kind of face it has under its cloak? Maybe it's as ugly as a toad." Nangong Shui rolled her eyes at him and scoffed, "You dare call Pain a toad? If he heard that, what do you think he'd do to you?" Du Ruifeng's face immediately turned deathly pale. He was also self-aware. Compared to Pain, he was simply not in the same league. If he angered the other party, a single move, Earth Explosion Star, would bury him on the spot. What are you waiting for? He saved us twice, we should express our gratitude. It would be even better if we could take this opportunity to win him over. The only question is, which country does he belong to? Nangong Shui pulled Du Ruifeng toward Yi Chu. Although Du Ruifeng was 100 times unwilling, the entire Great Sha Kingdom was watching, and he didn't want to incur public wrath because of this. Boss Pain, thank you so much for saving my life. You saved me once before in South Korean territory, and this is the second time. May I ask which country you are a participant from? Yi Chu was stunned for a moment, he had just been counting his spoils. Suddenly hearing Nangong Shui's voice, he said somewhat displeased. Mind your own business. You're not very capable, but you love to show off and have caused a lot of trouble. You won't be so lucky next time. The smile on Nangong Shui's face froze instantly. Du Ruifeng gritted his teeth in hatred, but dared not say anything due to the opponent's strength. He could only mutter under his breath, so what if they're a little stronger than us? What's with the attitude? With my talent and potential, I'll surpass you sooner or later, and then I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. What did you say? At this moment, Yi Chu, whose strength had increased dramatically, had excellent hearing, and Du Ruifeng's mutterings naturally did not escape his ears. You seem unconvinced. Du Ruifeng was immediately startled. Huh. No, sir, you've misunderstood me. I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. Yi Chu was too lazy to listen to his explanation. In any case, even the Chosen One system judged his Heavenly Tao clone as a special contestant. He naturally wasn't worried about revealing his true self. I've had enough of this couple's antics lately, so I'm taking this opportunity to collect some interest. A slight smirk played on his lips as he pointed at Du Ruifeng and coldly said, "You, with your unbridled tongue, I order you to slap yourself 100 times. It must be resounding. Otherwise, I'll throw you into a vampire's lair, where you'll wish you were dead." "What?" Du Ruifeng cried out in surprise. "Don't go too far. I'm still an S-rank talent awakener. Pshaw, S-rank talent is nothing compared to me." Yi Chu scoffed and casually threw a punch. A saw-toothed beast that tried to ambush him exploded, turning into a bloody mist. This terrifying power completely stunned Du Ruifeng. I can't even imagine what would happen if that punch landed on him. "What? Or do you want a quick and easy solution?" Nangong Shui, standing nearby, hurriedly advised, "Brother Feng, even ants cherish their lives, let alone you who were in the wrong first. Quickly do as I say, otherwise." Du Ruifeng gritted her teeth, and the fear in her heart finally overcame the last trace of arrogance. She reached out and slapped herself hard across the face. Immediately, half of his face turned red. Yi Chu chuckled inwardly, feeling a sense of satisfaction seeing Du Ruifeng, who was usually so domineering, not daring to utter a single word. He pointed at Nangong Shui and said, "And you, give me a leg massage and a shoulder rub." Nangong Shui pointed to herself, looking completely surprised. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Yi Chu exuded a fierce aura, which frightened Nangong Shui so much that she shook her head repeatedly. No, I'll press it now." After saying that, Nangong Shui hurriedly began to use her massage techniques. That feels good, try a little harder." Nangong Shui revealed a fawning smile, and her slender hands began to wander. "Boss Pain, if you want, I can give you massages every day, okay?" "Ha! Where are you touching?" "UST." Yi Chu kicked away the clumsy Nangong Shui. Before he truly understood what kind of person Nangong Shui was, Yi Chu was deeply in love with her. If she had used these methods to seduce him before, he would most likely have been bewitched. But after learning what kind of person she was, Yi Chu only felt disgusted. Teasing them was just a way to vent my anger. "All right, you can all get out of here." Yi Chu suddenly stood up, and then his eyes lit up. He added, "When you go back, you must treat your teammate Yi Chu with the same attitude, otherwise, the next time we see you will be your death day. Do you understand?" Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng looked on in astonishment. Could it be that Yi Chu and Pain know each other? But isn't Yi Chu a good-for-nothing? How could he possibly have met a super strong person like Pain? But faced with the imposing presence of Pain, the two dared not hesitate for a moment, nor even ask a single question, and nodded hastily. When I looked up again, Yi Chu was nowhere to be seen. On the way back, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng were completely baffled. Pain's power is undeniable. The #1 player on the ranking list, single-handedly crushed the Lord-level boss Butcher Zombie, and sealed the epic-level boss with a mere wave of his hand. This terrifying figure, so detached from the world, actually demanded that they treat Yi Chu with the same respect and obedience as they would treat him. The reason for this is something they simply cannot understand, even if they rack their brains. Chapter 15. Shifting the blame. I won't take the blame. However, the good news is, Pain didn't seem to have any obvious hostility towards them. In fact, he helped them on several occasions. If we just listen to him, we might be able to curry favor with him and have someone to rely on in the future. With Pain's help, dominating the Chosen Ones would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Whether Pain is a mysterious contestant from some country or a bug in the Chosen One system, does it really matter? They bear the fate of the entire Great Sha Kingdom on their shoulders. Of course, this is only the surface reason. More importantly, they can not only survive, but also gain immense power and unparalleled glory. As long as they can return to the real world, they are omnipotent gods, revered by all. What does a little pride matter when this goal is achieved? The points can only be used when the Chosen One system shop opens, so I'll just have to open the treasure chests first and see what unexpected surprises await. Yi Chu sat on the bed and took out the diamond treasure chest rewarded by the Chosen One system from his storage space. Whether I can become rich overnight depends entirely on this one opportunity. I'd trade 10 years of those two scoundrels, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng, for a golden legend. Open the treasure chest. As the treasure chest slowly opened, a golden light instantly filled the entire base. Holy crap! It really is the golden legend. The deal went through. Yi Chu looked at the treasure chest with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening a diamond treasure chest and obtaining Talent Enhancement Gem 1. Talent Enhancement Gem. Quality: unknown. Attribute: used to enhance personal talents, with a chance to directly increase talent level. SSS level talents have a small chance to increase mastery when used. This is a gem that can directly increase SSS level talent mastery. Yi Chu was completely stunned. He had gone to great lengths to find a way to improve his talent mastery, but unexpectedly, opening a treasure chest solved the problem. However, it depends on your looks. After all, there's only a small chance of improvement, it's not a 100% guarantee. Should I use a talent enhancement gem? I believe I can succeed. Use it. As soon as he finished speaking, a holy light emanated from Yi Chu, illuminating the entire base. If anyone else saw this, they would definitely yell, "Honey, come see God." Congratulations on successfully increasing your talent mastery by 5%. Your current talent mastery is 15%. Very good. Yi Chu clenched his fists. At this rate, reaching 20% should be enough to summon the second clone. By then, the speed at which one's strength grows will more than double. Next, let me see what good stuff is in the treasure card. It's dropped by an epic boss, so it shouldn't be too bad. Just as they were about to open the treasure card, they suddenly heard a noise outside the door. Yi Chu knew that Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng had returned. Bang! Du Ruifeng slammed the door shut, his face ashen, his heart filled with resentment. This was the first time in his life he had been humiliated like this. But he was helpless. Glancing at Yi Chu, Du Ruifeng seemed to have found a target to vent his frustrations. Useless trash. You almost got me killed today. You worthless piece of trash, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been humiliated by pain. I really want to slap you to death. Yi Chu was speechless. It's like being caught in a trap, completely out of nowhere. I was perfectly fine guarding the camp, what does your life or death have to do with me? HMPH, you still look so innocent. Don't you know why? Even the weakest teams can handle level 5 strange creatures, helping their core members absorb some of the pressure. And you? Besides setting up camp, what else can you do? You have absolutely no fighting ability, you're just a drag on the team. If we can't reach level 20 and get the ranking rewards after tonight, it's all your fault. Du Ruifeng grew angrier and angrier, completely forgetting what Pain had said. Yi Chu wasn't angry, instead, he nodded solemnly. You're right. Both of you are very strong. The difference between your S-rank talent and my trashy talent is like heaven and earth. If it weren't for the fact that the Chosen One game selected me to balance the strength, anyone with combat talent would be in a much better situation. Nangong Shui was initially somewhat wary of Pain and dared not go too far with Yi Chu. But seeing Yi Chu's seemingly easygoing and submissive demeanor, he couldn't help but become sarcastic and mean-spirited. At least you have some self-awareness. How's the dinner I asked you to prepare? If it's still as inedible as before, don't blame me for being impolite. A kind person is often bullied, and a good horse is often ridden. Not to mention snobbish people like Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng. The suffering they had endured during the day now made them wish they could inflict 100-fold more pain on Yi Chu. There is no reason why weakness is the original sin. A useless talent awakener is as insignificant as a speck of dust in front of an S-class talent awakener. Yi Chu behaved no differently than Wei Chen, which made Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng have no doubts about him and could not associate him with the powerful, terrifying, tyrannical Pain. Dinner is ready a while ago, please wait a moment. Yi Chu smiled and turned to prepare dinner. In the instant he turned around, his smile vanished, replaced by a cold sneer. You don't take my words seriously, do you? I'll show you what despair tastes like. Before long, a table full of delicious dishes was served. Steamed sturgeon, braised pork knuckle, beef stew with potatoes. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifang were both stunned. You made this? Yi Chu nodded. How is it? Are you satisfied? The two, who had been about to find fault, were suddenly choked by their own saliva and couldn't utter a single word. This table of food might not seem like much in the real world. But don't forget, this is a cruel game of destiny, where everything depends on your own hard work and plunder in this alien space. Moreover, this is only the third day since everyone entered the game. Many people couldn't even get a hot meal and had to scavenge the remains of animals killed by strange creatures to fill their stomachs. Only powerful teams like the Beacon of Light and the Western Alliance managed to gain a foothold in this killing field after 2 more fierce battles. But that only solved the problem of having enough to eat. As for real meat and fish, that was just a pipe dream. Nangong Shui's mouth gaped open in disbelief, and saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the ground. But where did you get these ingredients? I didn't see any wild boar or sturgeon nearby. Faced with their questions, Yi Chu had already prepared his response. Chapter 16, Night 3. Unknown danger approaches. This is the food reserve that the Chosen One game system specially rewarded me with last time I upgraded the camp. You two survived a near-death experience today, so I've specially prepared a dinner to reward you both. This left even the ruthless and sharp-tongued Du Ruifang speechless. The two looked at each other, then finally picked up their chopsticks and began to wolf down their food. Yi Chu smiled, seemingly unconcerned. His heart was filled with contempt. The two of them, who usually acted arrogantly and domineeringly, looked utterly pathetic in the face of delicious food, like beggars who hadn't eaten for days. Unfortunately, the live stream couldn't show what was inside the camp. Otherwise, if the world were to see what their ideal couple looked like now, they would surely be shocked. After the food was swept away, the table was a complete mess. After drinking a large bottle of purified water, Du Ruifang let out a satisfied burp. Compared to other camps, food and drinking water are extremely precious resources, yet they can squander them at will. From this perspective, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifang were simply not cut out to be the ultimate winners of the game. If it weren't for Yi Chu's repeated interventions, they would have been dead long ago. Ironically, the people of the Great Sha Kingdom still regard them as the pride of the nation and place high hopes on them. Heh, you'll soon see what a true powerhouse is. Yi Chu turned and left, completely disregarding the food. He only needs to consume a small amount of food each day, he doesn't overeat or waste food like them. He did all this simply for his plans that night. Seeing Yi Chu leave, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifang took out the dozen or so spiritual fruits from their pockets. We've all eaten, wouldn't it be a bit unfair not to give Yi Chu a single piece? After all, he willingly shared the food he received as a system reward with us. Wouldn't we be being too selfish? Nangong Shui hesitated, the spiritual fruit in her hand emitting an enticing fragrance. Shui, you're too soft-hearted. This is a spirit fruit, how can it be compared to those other foods? One spirit fruit can permanently increase all attributes by 3 points. There are only a dozen or so spirit fruits here. Are we really going to give them to that good for nothing? We went through so much trouble, almost losing our lives at the turtle's mouth, to get these. Does that good for nothing Yi Chu deserve to eat such a precious spiritual fruit? Nangong Shui thought for a moment, then chuckled awkwardly. That's true. We risked our lives together, while he can lie in the camp and share experience to level up. What right does he have to enjoy these spiritual fruits? I'm just worried that if Pain finds out, he'll blame us. HMPH, who would know what's going on inside the camp? That guy named Pain, one day I'll crush him under my feet. A look of resentment flashed in Du Ruifang's eyes. Nangong Shui nodded. I believe Brother Feng can definitely do it. If everything goes smoothly tonight, we can reach level 20, get the ranking rewards, and take our strength to the next level. Outside, Yi Chu listened to the two whispering and a playful smile appeared on his face. So confident. I just hope you don't die too quickly. In the global selection game, 165 teams representing their respective countries ushered in their third sleepless night. After the grueling first 2 days, everyone has begun to adapt to the pace of the competition. To put it simply, this game tests the participants' overall strength, teamwork, and willpower through rounds of attacks from bizarre creatures. Those who were not strong enough were eliminated long ago by the fierce attacks of the strange creatures that appeared from all directions in the previous 2 nights. Their deaths also implicated the nation they represented. The sudden, collective death of tens of millions of people, who perished alongside the eliminated contestants, along with the numerous crises facing the real world, made everyone realize that this was more than just a game. Rather, it is a true test of life and death for every individual and every nation. Everyone was on high alert, determined to survive the trials to come and to fight for the best interests of their respective countries. Having tasted success, Kunamoto is now paying even closer attention to the progress of the upcoming matches. Until the third night, the top 10 on the Chosen One's leaderboard remained largely unchanged. Current points ranking. First place, Da Sha. Second place, the Beacon of Light. Third place, Western Continent Alliance. Fourth place, Mauritius. Fifth place, Gaul. Current number of countries remaining, 165. Great Sha continues to lead the world, with the Lighthouse Nation close behind. The Western Alliance and Great Mao Nation are not to be outdone, vowing to annihilate all the strange creatures that will invade on the third night. Everyone was eagerly anticipating who would occupy the 2nd through 10th place rankings. After all, the top 10 players who reach level 20 will receive special treasure chests and personal points rewards. With Payne's undisputed strength securing him the top spot, everyone could only turn their attention to the 2nd place player. Because the higher the ranking, the more generous the reward. Damn it! The Yingzhou Empire didn't even make it into the top 10. It's a disgrace. If they still aren't on the rankings by tonight, all 10 contestants might as well commit seppuku. Good, the warriors of our Lighthouse Nation have grown stronger after several fierce battles. If they continue like this, they will soon surpass Great Sha. However, Payne is just too monstrous, surpassing him is merely a dream. Although Great Sha only has 2 participants, their strength far exceeds our expectations. We must work harder. Our country needs our strength. Hurrah! Did you notice? Although the 2 contestants from Great Sha safely survived the crisis of the strange creature rampage during the day, their experience points haven't changed at all. Our chance has come. For Gaul. Go for it. The contestants from various countries were highly motivated, and the live stream was filled with encouraging comments. Great Sha is already exhausted. I said it before, they only have 3 people. Even with 2S level talent awakeners, they are ultimately outnumbered and outmatched. After a short period of adjustment, other teams will soon surpass them. Great Sha is doomed. We absolutely cannot allow participants from Great Sha to receive ranking rewards again. Great Sha's industries have fully recovered, and even the physical fitness of its citizens has improved significantly. It's said that they even reversed the tide in several battles against the demonic beasts, suppressing them instead. Such a thing exists. I never imagined the situation in the Chosen One game would have such a huge impact on the real world. If this continues, won't the Great Sha dynasty rise to power? In the real world, some countries cannot bear to see the rapid rise of the Great Sha kingdom, and their envy reveals obvious hostility. Haha. Some countries are getting impatient seeing our Great Sha contestants making such a strong showing. Nangong Shui, Du Ruifeng, keep it up. Reach level 20 tonight and make them furious. Chapter 17. The Terrifying Werewolves, Great Sha is in peril. I wonder what kind of terrifying creatures will descend today. Fortunately, our camp is impregnable, and Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng have improved their strength considerably, so they shouldn't disappoint us. Don't worry, Second and third place are definitely ours. After all, we're quite a bit ahead of third place. As long as we hold on to this lead, there shouldn't be any major problems. That's not necessarily true. We encountered the black tortoise during the day, and although we escaped safely, it delayed our progress in hunting strange creatures and leveling up. Look closely, Beirut from the Lighthouse Nation has already caught up. Only then did everyone notice that in the live stream, on the Chosen One game level leaderboard, Beirut, who was 4th, had also reached level 13, only 2% behind Nangong Shui. This has caused concern among everyone. The United States has always been unfriendly to Great Shaw, constantly provoking it. If they let the other contestants catch up in level, wouldn't they be incredibly arrogant? Just then, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng appeared outside the camp gate. They abandoned their cautious strategy of holding the base and defeating the monsters one by one, and instead chose to confront the strange creatures head-on. Everyone was impressed by their courage. But only Yi Chu couldn't help but frown. Those two idiots have been blinded by their competitive spirit. Are you really that keen on competing for second or third place? Didn't they notice that the strange creatures of the second night were significantly more powerful than those of the first night? As expected, the monsters on the third night will be even stronger, and the difficulty will increase significantly. Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng were clearly overconfident in their abilities. Just a few spiritual fruits slightly increased his strength, and he's already gotten carried away. Yi Chu inwardly grumbled, but in order not to affect his plans, he could only silently follow the two out of the base. Isn't that Yi Chu, that good for nothing? Long time no see. He seems to have changed so much, I almost didn't recognize him. What's he doing out here? He doesn't want to fight, does he? Please, I'm begging you, wouldn't it be better to just stay in the base? Why does he have to come out and get himself killed? What good can a trashy talent awakener do? It's good enough if he doesn't drag us down or make things worse. I get angry just looking at him. If it weren't for him, our Great Shaw would already be in the top 3 of the rankings. Please stop criticizing him. He's really in a bind. Who wants to awaken a useless talent? The fact that he dares to step forward and face the danger together is already quite commendable. A few girls who were attracted to Yi Chu's looks couldn't help but stand up and speak up for him. But soon, they were overwhelmed by the rude and abusive shouts of the crowd. What kind of saint are you? Didn't you get eliminated by Great Shaw? Stop pretending to be kind. This world only believes in strength. Once you fall behind, no one will sympathize with you. Being a waste is the original sin. It's one thing if he's not a participant, but he represents Great Shaw right now. Losing would not only mean losing face, but the entire nation's fate would be affected by him. We finally managed to get some rewards, and things are starting to improve. We absolutely cannot let him lose them. Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng were both taken aback when they saw Yi Chu come out. Immediately, Du Ruifeng's face darkened. Weren't you told to stay in the camp? Why did you run away? Where is the discipline in all of a sudden? Nangong Shui pointed at Yi Chu with some impatience and said, Yi Chu, don't you know your own limitations? It's dangerous to be out here. Do you think we have the time to take care of you? She wasn't worried about Yi Chu's safety, but rather that the Great Shaw would lose points due to the loss of a participant. Yi Chu shared the same thought. These two despicable people have humiliated me in every way. I'd rather they were dead. However, their strength is not yet at the level where they can take on all the participants in the world one-on-one. The leaderboard is crucial, and these two cannot die now. Yi Chu came out for 2 reasons. Firstly, to control his Heavenly Dao clone to secretly protect Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui, and secondly, to test how much his strength had improved. In the past 2 days, the Heavenly Dao clone has killed many monsters and reached level 20, ranking 1st. With the skills he just unlocked from the treasure card, Yi Chu was eagerly anticipating how they would perform in battle. Treasure skills. Randomly unlocks an ability corresponding to a talent. Congratulations on unlocking the treasure card and obtaining the Rinnegan's secondary ability, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Forces enemies into a dream world. Damage dealt to enemies in the dream world is reflected in reality. It works on all creatures whose strength is no more than 3 times that of the user. The greater the strength difference, the more pronounced the effect. Yi Chu smiled faintly, stood with his hands behind his back, and responded to their accusations with nonchalant ease. My awakened talent is pretty useless, but it's still somewhat useful in battle. It might be able to help you guys later. Help us. Haha, that's hilarious. You think you can? Du Ruifeng made no attempt to hide his disdain, and snapped, get lost. Don't ruin my game. Nangong Shui's eyes darted around, but she put on a fake smile and said, since Yi Chu wants to do his part, he can stay here. But be careful, the monsters coming later are very powerful, so you should act according to your abilities. Knowing her as Yi Chu did, he immediately understood what Nangong Shui was planning. Since the 3 entered the Chosen One game, Nangong Shui and Du Rufeng have suffered setbacks at every turn. If it weren't for Yi Chu's heavenly Dao clone, Pain, saving them, the 2 would have died several times over. Not to mention it consistently ranks high on the leaderboard. Although the situation in the real world is unknown, everything in the Chosen One game is seen by the world through live streaming. The 2 are in danger of their carefully constructed personas crumbling. At this moment, comparing Yi Chu, who is considered a good-for-nothing, to him immediately reveals the difference in their abilities. Only by showing the world Yi Chu's helpless and pitiful appearance in front of the monster can the difference in their strength be truly appreciated. To put it bluntly, this is just a show. Du Ruifeng also guessed Nangong Shui's little scheme. As expected of a despicable couple, both of them had a sneaky smirk in their eyes. Wait a minute, let's see Yi Chu make a fool of himself. As long as he doesn't die, it's fine. The 2 exchanged glances. Yi Chu saw it all, but pretended not to. Just then, a wolf's howl echoed through the dark night. Du Ruifeng transformed into a grizzly bear, stood upright, and roared angrily. Nangong Shui raised both hands flat, gathering the power of the 5 elements, exuding an imposing aura. Well done. Calm and collected in the face of danger, truly a chosen one. You wiped out that pack of werewolves. Go. For Great Sha, for glory. We, your hundreds of millions of compatriots, are your strong support. First place belongs to Great Sha. Yi Chu, you're just watching from the sidelines, could you please move aside? You're blocking my view of my goddess. Du Ruifeng is so handsome, so strong and masculine. The 2 of them are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Hoo. Let's go all out and reach level 20. As long as you come back alive, you'll be heroes. Amidst the shouts of millions of viewers in the live stream, a werewolf covered in black fur appeared in view. Everyone was shocked. The air froze, and the entire Great Sha fell into a deathly silence. The sound of pounding hearts was deafening, fear and despair filled everyone's hearts. Yi Chu's lips curled into a beautiful smile. Chapter 18. The Emperor's Majesty, the Wolf King's first appearance on the battlefield. Level 10. Quality Elite. Description: possessing a powerful physique, the strength to tear steel apart, combined with intelligence and agility, the first generation of werewolves are terrifyingly formidable. Any enemy that stands in their way will be reduced to fragments. This is just too outrageous. Du Ruifeng's massive body couldn't help but tremble. He doesn't take one werewolf seriously, but he could barely put up a fight against 10. But there were a full 1,000 werewolves in front of them. Even with Nangong Shui's assistance, there was no guarantee that they could deal with so many werewolves at the same time. It would be tantamount to suicide. Brother Feng, how about we adopt a scorched earth strategy and retreat to camp first? Nangong Shui was flustered, her palms were covered in cold sweat. Du Ruifeng gritted her teeth and forced herself to calm down. He whispered, we've built up the atmosphere to this point, we can't just retreat without a fight. Let's test the enemy's strength first, and retreat only if things get really bad. Having said that, Du Ruifeng roared and charged towards the wolf pack. 1,000 werewolves stood in a row, their imposing presence completely unlike the zombies and undead they had encountered before. Seeing that Du Ruifeng dared to challenge them, The dozen or so werewolves in the front row let out a shriek and transformed into giant wolves, rushing towards Du Ruifeng like shooting stars. Nangong Shui used the power of the 5 elements to turn the ground beneath the wolves' feet into a swamp. In an instant, several werewolves became trapped in the swamp, unable to extricate themselves. However, the other werewolves, relying on their immense strength and agility, easily crossed the swamp. Nangong Shui's face showed surprise. With a wave of her hand, a tornado appeared out of thin air and swept towards the wolf pack. Du Ruifeng, with his massive physique and thick skin, fought the werewolf to a standstill for a short time. However, the werewolf army only deployed a very small portion of its elite forces. If he went all out, Du Ruifeng would have no choice but to turn around and run away immediately. I never imagined werewolves were so strong. No wonder they're intelligent, highly evolved beings. This is terrible. I'm really worried about whether these 2 prodigies can handle this situation. Nangong Shui's 5 elements power has just awakened and cannot yet unleash its full potential. Otherwise, these werewolves would be no match for her. What a pity. There are at least 1,000 werewolves. 2 people alone simply cannot withstand them. Is this how the Great Xia dynasty ends? I'm not reconciled. A deep sense of despair and helplessness permeated the live stream room. Faced with hundreds or even thousands of werewolves, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng appeared small and vulnerable. If they lose, even if they manage to escape death by hiding in the camp, they will certainly lose their chance to compete for a place in the top 10. Brother Feng, I can't hold on much longer. Releasing the power of the 5 elements has exhausted all my strength. Nangong Shuisheng was drenched in sweat and exclaimed repeatedly in surprise. Du Ruifeng had long been battered and bruised by the wolf pack's attack, his body covered in shocking bloodstains. Had he not transformed into bear form and significantly increased his attributes, he would have been torn to shreds by now. Hearing Nangong Shui's words, he dared not continue to pretend. Compared to saving face, his life was more important. Retreat. Retreat. Du Ruifeng turned and ran without looking back, ignoring the pain from his wounds being torn apart by the intense running, and sprinted towards the camp. But just then, a wolf howl suddenly came from the pack, sending chills down everyone's spine. Yi Chu, who had been watching the show from the doorway, finally perked up and looked in the direction of the sound with a sharp glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this howl filled with ambition and power, the wolves all knelt down, their expressions respectful, solemn, and dignified, as if welcoming a king. A werewolf, measuring 4 meters in length, with a long golden mane and a terrifying scar on its face, suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure swept across the entire area. Du Ruifeng, who was fleeing, felt a chill run through his body, and the muscles in his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. All other races are but ants, only I, the werewolf, reign supreme. The Golden Wolf King made a grand entrance, exuding an imposing aura and even speaking human language, which surprised everyone. Swish. In an instant, the Wolf King's figure vanished from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. The speed was simply unbelievable. Tremble, you ants. Upon hearing this voice, Du Ruifeng was terrified. He looked up, trembling, and saw that the Wolf King had somehow appeared in front of him. Du Ruifeng's face was filled with terror, and her legs trembled uncontrollably. As an awakened being of the beast spirit talent, he deeply felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the Golden Wolf King. They're not even in the same league. Du Ruifeng felt that death was only inches away from him, as if the Grim Reaper had grabbed his throat and he couldn't breathe. Seeing that Du Ruifeng was completely terrified, Nangong Shui used her last bit of strength to gather the power of the 5 elements and transform it into a rocket that shot towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King snorted, and without even looking, casually waved his hand, easily deflecting the flaming arrows. Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui wore expressions of disbelief. It should be noted that the fire arrows imbued with the power of the 5 elements could easily pierce and kill a level 10 zombie, yet the Wolf King so effortlessly neutralized them. This is terrifying. The Wolf King swung his hand down, its sharp claws gleaming with a chilling light, ready to easily sever Du Ruifeng's head in the next second. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared on the Wolf King's usually cold and disdainful face. Its attack missed. Upon closer inspection, Du Ruifeng was nowhere to be seen. The Wolf King scanned the entire area and finally discovered the culprit. Yi Chu's right hand was holding Du Ruifeng, who looked bewildered and was limp all over, his expression indifferent, as if he hadn't moved at all from beginning to end. How is this possible? How can mere humans possess such speed? The Wolf King stared at Yi Chu in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had managed to rescue Du Ruifeng from his grasp in such a short time. But everyone except the Wolf King clearly saw everything that just happened. Because everyone had witnessed everything that had just happened, they were even more unable to understand why the Wolf King seemed to be in a daze, watching helplessly as Yi Chu rescued Du Ruifeng. It turned out that when Yi Chu saw that Du Ruifeng was about to die, he immediately activated the infinite Tsukuyomi with his Rinnegan, trapping the Wolf King in a dream. To the Wolf King, it was only a moment, but to everyone present and the hundreds of millions of people watching the live broadcast, a full minute had passed from the moment Yi Chu strolled leisurely to the Wolf King, picked up Du Ruifeng, and returned to the camp gate. During this time, the Wolf King stood motionless, as if blind, completely unresponsive to Yi Chu's actions. Everyone who witnessed this scene was so shocked that they were speechless, their hearts filled with awe and wonder. Holy crap! Holy crap! This actually works! Is the Wolf King stupid or is he going easy on him? He just let Yi Chu rescue Du Ruifeng. Chapter 19. Words become law, infinite Tsukuyomi. Am I blind, or is this Wolf King boss blind? Yi Chu just walked over as if no one else was there, then grabbed Du Ruifeng and lifted her up, and the Wolf King just watched. My goodness! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. The Wolf King, who was just so murderous a moment ago, was actually a cute idiot. If other countries knew, they'd think it was an actor hired by our great Shah. But this acting was so fake. Not only did everyone watching the live stream question the authenticity of the battle, but even Nangong Shui, who was present at the scene, and even the werewolf army were completely bewildered. What kind of operation is this? Should I pretend not to see what you're doing? Although the Wolf King was confused, he was, after all, a high-level boss with intelligence, and he quickly understood after a brief moment of thought. Illusion. Interesting. Having understood all this, the Wolf King was no longer confused, and his muscles bulged, brimming with explosive power. You can only use this trick on me once. As long as I'm on guard, you can't affect my consciousness. Enraged by being mocked, the Wolf King laughed and instantly appeared in front of Yi Chu. Kneel down. Yi Chu lowered his gaze, not even glancing at the Wolf King. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Wolf King's knees buckled, and he knelt down before Yi Chu. Everyone, including all the werewolves, was stunned. The mighty werewolf leader, the Wolf King whose strength completely overwhelms those with S-level talent, actually knelt before a piece of trash. Is this reasonable? Or is this Wolf King really an actor? The people of Daxia were in an uproar. While it's unlikely, it's even more improbable that the mighty Wolf King would fear the good-for-nothing Yi Chu. The only possibility is that the Wolf King isn't afraid of Yi Chu, but rather the person behind him. The powerful, fierce, and tyrannical Wolf King actually knelt before a weak young human. Everyone's minds went blank at that moment, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Only the Wolf King, kneeling before Yi Chu and unable to lift his head, knew what terrifying thing had happened in that instant. Just as it charged at Yi Chu with all its might, preparing to cleave him in two with lightning speed, it suddenly saw Yi Chu give it a kind smile. In his eyes, the intricate black patterns of the Rinnegan shone with a dazzling light, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. When the werewolf could see his surroundings again, he found himself in a frozen wasteland. Before it, Yi Chu stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, his temperament otherworldly, like a banished immortal untouched by the slightest trace of worldly affairs. Damn it! I fell for it again. Is this the only kind of pointless trick humans know? The Wolf King was enraged, the scar on his face twisted, making him look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Yi Chu didn't waste any words with it. The reason for using infinite Tsukuyomi was simply to test his strength against this guy. There was no need for communication. Universal guidance. Yi Chu reached out his hand, and the Wolf King's body involuntarily moved closer to him. The Wolf King tried his best but couldn't stop, and the look of terror on his face grew deeper and deeper. Bang! As the Wolf King approached, Yi Chu threw a punch. The Wolf King was blasted more than 10 meters away by this punch and crashed heavily to the ground. Yi Chu's strength attribute had already exceeded 100, and this punch weighed 2,000 jin. Although the Wolf King's physical attributes were also not low, he was still beaten so badly that he couldn't get up for a long time. No, is it still too weak? Yi Chu had thought that this punch would kill the Wolf King, but he didn't expect it to only cause limited damage to the Wolf King. Now, he was even more determined to develop stealthily, quietly relying on his Heavenly Tao clone to continuously gain stronger power, and never reveal his identity until he had fully mastered the power of the Eye of Reincarnation and activated the Six Paths clone. Hearing Yi Chu's mutterings, the Wolf King felt terrible, as if life itself had become bleak and meaningless. You call that weak? Are you kidding me, Versailles? Don't you have any sense of public morality? You're killing the wolf by destroying its spirit. The Wolf King was utterly enraged. On the honor of the werewolf clan. On the honor of the Wolf King. I'm going to kill you. The Wolf King charged towards Yi Chu without regard for anything else. Planetary devastation. An irresistible attraction came towards them. The earth cracked, and countless rocks mixed with soil sealed the Wolf King tightly inside the artificial satellite. Ouch! Heart-wrenching pain. All the bones in his body were shattered, and his internal organs were crushed into an indescribable mixture. The Wolf King knelt before Yi Chu, showing none of his previous arrogance. Everything in the infinite Tsukuyomi dream was actually reflected in it. It was deeply buried by tens of thousands of tons of soil and rocks, unable to breathe or move, and its life energy was gradually being drained away. Such cruel methods. Everyone saw the Wolf King spit out a mouthful of blood, as if he had suffered a very serious injury. What happened? Could it be that the Wolf King had internal injuries beforehand, which is why he knelt down knowing he was no match for Yi Chu? An idea popped into Du Ruifeng's mind, and he felt it was very likely. Die. Yi Chu remained standing with his hands behind his back, his tone indifferent. The next second, the Wolf King, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly exploded, blood splattering and bits of flesh flying everywhere. Everyone gasped. It just self-destructed. In front of Yi Chu, the Wolf King was completely unable to fight back, and in the end, it inexplicably self-destructed. If there were a ranking of the world's unsolved mysteries, the Wolf King's self-destruction would undoubtedly be number one. Nearly 1,000 werewolves stood there, bewildered and at a loss. Their expressions then became complicated, and finally, their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Yi Chu. To say that the Wolf King is an actor is absolutely impossible. The werewolf clan is arrogant and looks down on all other races. In their eyes, humans are just food to be killed at any time. How could we possibly let them off the hook? As for fearing the enemy would self-destruct, that's even more impossible. The Wolf King ruled the werewolf clan for 100 years. There were only Wolf Kings who died in battle, never Wolf Kings who were defeated. With the honor of the werewolf clan and the dignity of the Wolf King, how could they possibly admit defeat to their enemy? The only possibility is, Yi Chu is a powerful figure whom even the Wolf King could not defeat. Beneath its harmless exterior lies a terrifyingly ferocious and tyrannical nature. Killing the Wolf King wouldn't even require lifting a finger. In the eyes of the werewolves, such an existence was like a god. Even the bravest and most invincible warrior can only bow their head in the face of such an unapproachable god. As the first werewolf turned and fled, with a bang, the nearly 1,000 menacing and imposing werewolf army vanished in an instant. Upon seeing this, Du Ruifeng was stunned for a moment, then, as if realizing something, shouted. The Wolf King, suffering from a chronic illness, succumbed to his injuries and died suddenly. Without their leader, the werewolf army scattered and fled. We won. Everyone suddenly realized. Just as I suspected, although the Wolf King is powerful, he's not invincible in this alternate dimension. He must have been injured before, and his old wounds flared up during his battle with Du Ruifeng, which is why he could only watch helplessly as Yi Chu rescued him. Haha, truly a blessing for our great Shah. Du Ruifeng is truly fearless in the face of danger, showing no panic whatsoever in the face of the Wolf King. He must have seen through it all along, it's nothing but a paper tiger. Awesome. The two prodigies of Great Shah have once again proven their strength. Even facing an opponent several times stronger than themselves, they resolutely drew their swords. Ultimately, their combined attack caused the powerful Wolf King's old wounds to relapse, resulting in his sudden death. That's professionalism. Chapter 20. You're tasked with defending the base, but you're building a military fortress. That being said, it's a pity we didn't gain any experience this time. Although we averted the crisis, we'll probably fall behind in level. What's there to be afraid of? As long as the Green Hills remain, there's always hope. If only those two prodigies survive, with their intelligence and talent, becoming invincible is only a matter of time. The more Du Ruifeng thought about it, the more confident he felt that his speculation was flawless, and his confidence increased exponentially. Shui, this is a golden opportunity. The werewolves are scattering and fleeing, which is the perfect chance to take them down one by one. Let's give chase together. Nangong Shui glanced at Yi Chu. Although she felt something was off, she didn't care and responded before following Du Ruifeng to chase the werewolf. Behind Yi Chu, the Heavenly Dao clone appeared. Kill without mercy. The two figures spoke in unison. The Heavenly Dao clone flew off like lightning in the direction the werewolf had fled. Yi Chu certainly wouldn't waste these experiences. At the same time, the voice of the Chosen One system suddenly resounded throughout the entire alternate dimension. The contestants from various countries, who were engaged in fierce battles with countless bizarre creatures, were all speechless with shock at a piece of news. Congratulations to the second person from the Lighthouse Nation to slay the Lord Boss, gaining 150 points and 1 million tons of oil resources. Congratulations to the third member of the Western Continent Alliance to slay the Lord Boss, earning 120 points and a slight improvement to your smelting skill. Congratulations to the fourth person from the Great Mao Kingdom to defeat the Lord Boss, gaining 70 points and 2 million tons of coal resources. Congratulations to the fifth player from the Gaul Kingdom to defeat the Lord Boss, earning 50 points and 300,000 tons of lithium ore. Congratulations to the sixth player from Turkey to defeat the Lord Boss, earning 50 points and 900,000 tons of titanium resources. Congratulations to the seventh person from Yingzhou Kingdom to slay the Lord Boss, gaining 40 points. This year's fishery harvest for our country has increased by 10%. Finally, congratulations to the Great Shah Kingdom for defeating its first tyrant-level boss, earning 2,000 points. This will bring a qualitative leap to the nation's nuclear fusion technology. The information of the first participant to defeat the tyrant-level boss will be kept confidential, and they will receive a massive resource reward. With 10 participants already reaching level 20, the Tianshuan game trading platform and world chat channel are now open. A tyrant-level boss. What does it look like? Has anyone ever seen one? Watfa, we have to sacrifice at least one teammate to kill even a Lord-level boss. Who on earth has killed a boss we've never even heard of? Has the Great Shah Kingdom become this strong? It's unbelievable. In just 3 days, they've left us far behind. Just how monstrous are those 3 contestants? As soon as the World Chat channel opened, participants from many countries expressed their awe and excitement. However, the people of the Great Shah Kingdom were even more shocked. What's going on? Is there nothing wrong? When did we kill a tyrant-level boss? Is that even a question? Of course, it's the Wolf King. Although the Wolf King died from a relapse of old injuries, it was caused by a battle with a participant from Great Shah, so its head should naturally be attributed to one of our Great Shah participants. That's to be expected. The Wolf King's reward is unexpectedly generous, leaving the other countries far behind. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, first place is practically guaranteed. As controlled nuclear fusion technology for real. This is a problem that all countries have long desired but haven't been able to achieve. Has any high-ranking official come forward to confirm this? The live stream was in complete chaos, but overall the atmosphere was very lively. After all, getting so many benefits for free is definitely something to be happy about. However, no one connected the Wolf King's death with Yi Chu. From beginning to end, Yi Chu didn't even lift a finger. Surely no one would believe that Yi Chu could defeat a tyrant-level boss just by talking, right? Meanwhile, by killing the fleeing werewolves, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng finally lived up to expectations and reached level 21 after another, obtaining a black iron treasure chest and a silver treasure chest. Although it was nothing compared to the diamond treasure chest Yi Chu obtained, the two of them were so happy they couldn't stop smiling. Great. This third night was a perfect ending. The Wolf King's death was our doing, and we reached level 20 as expected. I feel my beast spirit is even stronger. Me too. The power of the 5 elements is much stronger than before. I didn't expect the benefits of leveling up to be so obvious. Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui's faces flushed with excitement, and even the people watching the live stream got excited too. Everyone was overjoyed by the two's performance and placed high hopes on them, completely ignoring Yi Chu's presence. But no one could have imagined that Yi Chu, whom they had overlooked, had already used his Heavenly Dao clone to intercept and wipe out the fleeing werewolf army, gaining a massive amount of experience and reaching an unparalleled level of 25. In addition, Yi Chu received a massive amount of resource rewards for killing the Wolf King. 10 tons of high-quality rare metals. Intermediate-level urban defense construction technology. High-quality food, 10 tons of water resources. Tyrant's exclusive shield, immune to 1 fatal attack. Tyrant's exclusive treasure chest, randomly grants 1 special item as a reward. Yi Chu lay on the bed counting his spoils, smiling happily. He effortlessly acquired all sorts of top-tier rewards that others risked their lives for, rewards that they could never obtain, all while lying in bed. This is the benefit of SSS-level talent. No, to be precise, it should be said that there are benefits to having system cheats. Originally, he could have attributed the reward points for killing the Wolf King to his Heavenly Dao clone, Pain, but then he thought that he already had 1,500 points, which was more than enough. If the Great Shah fails to gain points on the third night, it will inevitably be surpassed by other countries. With Yi Chu around, the Great Shah Kingdom's position at the top of the standings is absolutely unshakable. This isn't just about saving face, more importantly, it's about laying the foundation for Yi Chu to take over the competition in the future. Open the tyrant's treasure chest. Yi Chu remained calm. After these few days of training, he had become somewhat numb to the idea of opening treasure chests. Resource detection technology. What's the use of this? Yi Chu frowned. There was a device in the storage space that looked like a tablet computer. It looked quite ordinary. Yi Chu tried pressing the detection button. Immediately, 5 bright spots of different colors appeared on the tablet screen, along with information labels. 10 tons of black gold ore discovered 100 kilometers away, a white resource. A 10-ton diamond mine discovered 70 kilometers away, a green resource. 5 tons of extraterrestrial iron meteorite discovered 300 kilometers away, blue resources. 10 spirit fruit trees discovered 50 kilometers away, purple resource. A blessed land was discovered 10 kilometers away, a source of revolutionary history. Chapter 21. A big shot appears on the trading platform. Holy crap, it can detect resources 300 kilometers away. That's possible. What's the difference between this and a X-ray vision cheat? Yi Chu was speechless. However, although they identified the location of the resources, they lacked the corresponding extraction capabilities. Wait a moment. Yi Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. If he remembered correctly, one of the rewards for killing the Wolf King seemed to be intermediate city defense construction technology. So, once city defense technology is established, will the corresponding mining technology be far behind? Yi Chu had a bold idea in his mind. Perhaps he can carve out a new civilization of his own in this alien space that is used as a battlefield. If successful, it would be an absolutely unimaginable miracle. Ding, do you wish to upgrade city defense technology? Yi Chu nodded. Promote. Congratulations on successfully upgrading your camp's defense technology. 2 tons of rare metals were consumed. The current defense technology level is level 1. The next upgrade to city defense technology will require advanced city defense technology and a certain amount of rare precious metals. Whoosh. The next second, the Great Shah Kingdom camp was enveloped in a 5-colored light. The entire camp evolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The camp, which originally resembled a castle, was transformed in a short time into a sturdy fortress with 10-meter-high outer walls. Constructed with rare metals, its safety is absolutely guaranteed. Even the final boss in Attack on Titan cannot cross the line. The fully automatic artillery firepower covers a 5-kilometer radius around the base fortress. Automatic early warning devices, radar monitoring systems, semi-automatic weapon and ammunition loading systems, and a metal storm of 10,000 rounds per second that can instantly tear apart non-boss level bizarre creatures. The most outrageous thing is that the base has a fully automated production line for weapons and equipment. As long as there are enough resources, even the Apocalypse tank can be built. The thought of a steel torrent sweeping across this land in the near future filled Yi Chu with excitement. Just then, Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui returned to the camp and witnessed the scene before them, instantly freezing in shock. Is this our camp? We haven't gone to the wrong place, have we? It seems so, but what's with this nearly 10-meter-high pure titanium alloy wall? Everyone in the Great Shah Kingdom's live stream was stunned by what they saw. How could the camp have transformed into a modern military fortress in just a few hours? Didi, welcome back. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and uncertainty, Yi Chu's smiling face appeared on the LCD screen on the main entrance. Du Ruifeng felt his mouth go dry. The initial pleasure of the upgrade was replaced by shock and intense curiosity. Yi Chu, what on earth are you doing? Don't tell me you upgraded the camp again. Oh, I only slightly upgraded the camp's defense technology. Come on in first, then we'll talk. The next second, the heavy, sturdy door slowly opened. Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui exchanged a glance and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You call this a slight improvement? It's completely different now, isn't it? The two of them were like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, walking around, stopping and looking around, constantly observing everything. Meanwhile, in Da Shaw's live stream room, someone was so excited they almost bit their tongue. My God, what am I seeing? That's a fully automatic early warning system. Not a single rustle of wind or sound within a 20-kilometer radius escapes its detection. Add to that holographic radar, and it can see every enemy deployment clearly from tens of kilometers away. Wait a minute, could that be an automated weapons production line? What is Yi Chu planning? Is he going to build an arms factory? Holy crap! They've set up a metal storm that fires 10,000 rounds per second. You know, this weapon is incredibly powerful. It's in a league of its own compared to the Gatling gun that shoots blue flames. But it was discontinued by most countries because of its enormous ammunition consumption. I never expected to see it here. Some insightful individuals explained the configuration of the base in great detail, which made everyone realize the truth and further shocked them with the base's luxurious facilities. Yi Chu, I didn't expect you, a good-for-nothing, to have such a talent for camp construction. But where did you get the resources to build your camp? Nangong Shui looked completely confused. As far as she knew, the camps of all the participating countries combined were not as luxurious as the camp of the Great Shah Kingdom. Although Du Ruifeng was quite surprised, he still maintained an arrogant expression. You didn't use team points to exchange for resources through the trading platform, did you? If so, I definitely won't let you get away with this. Yi Chu raised an eyebrow and smiled, absolutely not. You can check the team points if you don't believe me, not a single point has been lost. Actually, the resources needed to upgrade camp technology are very easy to obtain. Don't forget, my innate ability allows me to manipulate all objects within a certain range, including rare metals. With a little extraction, I can easily gather enough. Yi Chu made up a reason, but he believed that with Du Ruifang and Nangong Shui's level of knowledge, they wouldn't doubt it at all. As expected, Du Ruifang snorted coldly and said nothing more. After all, having a modern base is a good thing. It's the foundation for settling down and surviving in this alternate dimension. Nangong Shui didn't say anything. She had gained a lot today, and she was too lazy to argue with Yi Chu. Yi Chu, I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death. Although your strength only allows you to stay in the camp, you're really willing to go to any lengths to build it up in order to survive. I'm tired. Same as always, you stay at the base and keep watch. We're going to rest. After Nangong Shui finished speaking, she turned around and walked into the base's rest room. Yi Chu didn't care about her sarcastic attitude at all, because he had more important things to do next. In the World Chat channel, contestants from various countries are chatting enthusiastically. My country, Beirut, has successfully reached level 20 and obtained a golden treasure chest. Inside was an airdrop supply crate containing a full ton of food and fresh water. I'm so envious. Our contestant from Japan successfully repelled the attack of the strange creatures and defeated the Lord-level boss, Cerberus, reaping generous rewards and successfully climbing into the top 10 of the leaderboard. Why aren't any participants from the Great Sha Kingdom joining the chat? How exactly did you defeat the tyrant-level boss today, obtain such generous rewards, and maintain your top position on the leaderboard so firmly? There's no need to keep it a secret, is there? HMPH, what's so great about them? The game has only just begun. We'll surpass them sooner or later. My Japan will never lose to them. By the way, compared to the overwhelmingly powerful Great Sha Kingdom, which country does the mysterious and invincible expert, Pain, actually represent? Before, the World Channel wasn't open, so everyone was speculating. Now, surely someone can step forward and reveal their identity. Chapter 22. Which company is best at harvesting leaks? Suddenly, everyone's conversation shifted from the strength of their respective countries to Pain. Just then, an advertisement suddenly appeared on the global trading platform. I'm selling various resources at low prices, including food, water, rare metals, and weapons and equipment. You can trade using points or barter. The trading platform had only recently launched, and there weren't many people trading yet, so when this advertisement appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Watfa. Such a valuable resource as rare metals can be sold. We haven't even seen a trace of ordinary metals, let alone rare metals. We can only collect common supplies dropped by strange creatures. Just who is this big shot? At the same time, the high-ranking officials of the Great Sha Kingdom gathered together. Just now, news came from the research department that our controlled nuclear fusion experiment has achieved unprecedented results, and it won't be long before it's ready for use in combat units. An elderly man with gray hair, dressed in military uniform, looked at the crowd with a trembling voice and an excited expression. This is a dream that several generations of us couldn't realize. I never imagined that we'd achieve a breakthrough in just one day. This is truly beyond my wildest expectations. Everyone looked very excited. Everyone deeply understands what controlled nuclear fusion technology means. If the technological breakthrough in lithography machines broke the long-standing foreign technological monopoly on Daxia, then controlled nuclear fusion, then, is like a pair of iron fists, forcefully knocking those self-important superpowers off their pedestals. In the near future, the Great Sha Kingdom will completely turn the tables and become the dominant force. All of this is thanks to the 3 contestants in the Chosen One game. Well, to be precise, it should be 2 people. That Yi Chu has been confirmed to be a very ordinary talent awakener, extremely weak, and basically dispensable. Except for building the camp, of course. A subordinate pushed up his glasses, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. No matter what, being in another dimension means your life is constantly in danger. As long as you strive to survive, you're contributing to the Great Sha Kingdom. I order that the families of the 3 participants be immediately given the highest level of treatment, the same courtesy and privileges afforded to the families of heroes. Including that Yi Chu. The elderly man with gray hair added a further explanation. The others, though unconvinced, nodded nonetheless. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded on the live stream screen in the conference room. Countless comments flew across the screen, as if people had discovered something extraordinary, and the atmosphere became incredibly lively. What happened? The high-ranking members who had been closely following the progress of the Chosen One game also watched the live stream with great curiosity. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Players are selling large amounts of resources on the trading platform for points, some even listing 10 tons of rare metals." What? The game is only at this stage. Even when our great Shah Kingdom defeated the tyrant-level boss, we didn't obtain such a massive amount of resources, let alone rare metals. These are crucial resources for building camps and upgrading equipment in the early stages. Who on earth is so wealthy? Could it be a participant from the United States? But they've only just completed the initial construction of their camp, they shouldn't be this rich. A sharp-eyed person immediately noticed the information on the trading platform and said incredulously. It was him. How is that possible? Only then did everyone realize that the person who initiated the transaction advertisement was none other than Yi Chu. That person who was considered useless by everyone, with no fighting ability, and dispensable. At this moment, he had become the largest trader on the trading platform, selling massive amounts of resources in exchange for points and basic materials. Where did this guy get so many resources? And why did he choose to sell them? Although points are precious, wouldn't it be better to use these resources to upgrade the base? Is it possible that Yi Chu has upgraded the base to a point where it can't be upgraded any further in the short term, and he's exchanging food, water, and rare metals that other countries desperately need for him in exchange for more practical points? His words immediately resonated with the others. In the game, Chosen One, points represent everything. Any known item can be redeemed using points. Even levels and high-level resources. This guy has big ambitions. Those who had just been scoffing at Yi Chu were immediately impressed by his charisma. At this stage, points are far less important than rare metals, food and water, and various resources that can guarantee the strength of the participants. Yi Chu saw this potential, which is why he traded the remaining supplies. He believed that someone would be unable to resist the lure of immediate gains and would use their points and basic materials to trade for his rare resources. Sure enough, not long after the advertisement was posted, someone messaged him privately. "Boss, I'm willing to sell 1 ton of basic supplies in exchange for food and fresh water." Is that possible? Certainly. Quote, Yi Chu has no shortage of food and water, at least for now. Transaction complete. 1 ton of basic supplies exchanged for 100 kilograms of food and drinking water. The other party repeatedly expressed their gratitude and hoped to maintain a long-term cooperative relationship in the future. Yi Chu smiled. The other party even concealed their true identity and shamelessly wanted to engage in a long-term transaction with him. Most of them are the countries that are at odds with the Great Shah Kingdom. However, Yi Chu didn't care. Those countries thought they were reaping his resources, but wasn't Yi Chu also reaping their future? 1 ton of rare metal successfully exchanged for 10 points. More and more people are making deals with Yi Chu in private. These countries, out of consideration for their image, did not reveal their identities, but anyone with discerning eyes could probably guess their background. Is Yi Chu out of his mind? Why should he trade them for food and water? Wouldn't it just reduce the number of rivals if they starved to death? Exactly, this guy is a complete waste. I don't know what he's thinking. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Doesn't he understand that simple logic? What are Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui doing? Stop this guy. He's going to sell all of Great Shah's resources to those ungrateful wretches. The vast majority of people in Daxia did not understand Yi Chu's actions. They even assumed that the resources he used for trading were collective team resources, and they were all so angry that they wanted to bite Yi Chu. Successfully exchanged 1 ton of food and drinking water for 5 points. Successfully exchanged 10 tons of rare metals for 1 blue treasure card. Although the transaction amounts were not large, fortunately, Yi Chu traded with almost all of the more than 100 countries. Before long, Yi Chu had gained nearly 500 personal points and 500 tons of basic materials. Chapter 23. The First Battle with Fully Automated Equipment. Yi Chu shut down the trading platform and turned his attention to the base's control console. Automatically generate a production line for mining equipment. The intelligent control console immediately transmitted Yi Chu's instructions to the equipment production line. Mining equipment production program has been loaded. Please link storage space and ensure sufficient basic materials. Yi Chu connected the storage space to the control panel without hesitation. Connected. Mining equipment production line started. Then, one after another, modern, fully automated mining equipment appeared on the monitor of the control console. Yi Chu smiled with satisfaction. When it comes to harvesting Ju Kai, a metaphor for exploiting people, you have to look to me, Yi Chu. Day 4. After a period of training, the strength of participants from various countries and the construction of their training bases have significantly improved. The United States and South Korea are the most serious about upgrading their bases. Although both countries possess S-class talent awakeners, they are overwhelmed by the countless bizarre creatures. The fortification of the base greatly increases the survival rate of the participants. Rare metals are an indispensable resource for upgrading the base. Sadly, although both countries have collected a considerable amount of basic materials, they have yet to access rare metals. Even setting aside the fact that detecting rare metals requires the corresponding technology, mining and excavating them would be an extremely difficult problem. When everyone was still struggling to make ends meet, they couldn't very well use their bare hands to mine for food, could they? As a result, even if one has the blueprints to upgrade the base, there are not enough resources to upgrade the base. But as if blessed by God, Yi Chu's advertisements for selling large quantities of rare metals on the trading platform immediately excited the Southern Corn Country and the Lighthouse Country. Haha, Yi Chu from the Great Sha Kingdom is a real lifesaver. We were just worried about not having enough rare metals to upgrade our camp, and he's selling tons of rare metals on the trading platform. And it only costs a few points. He can even trade basic supplies dropped by killing strange creatures. It's practically free. I must say, this Yi Chu is truly a savior of our nation. Last night's battle severely damaged our camp. If we didn't repair it in time, we definitely wouldn't survive the fourth night. Yet he sold off extremely valuable rare metals. I don't know whether to call him stupid or incredibly clever. Hee. I heard that this guy named Yi Chu is the weakest of the 3 contestants from the Great Sha Kingdom, while the other 2 are both S-level talent awakeners. If it weren't for those 2, this guy would have been dead long ago. I really don't know where he got so many resources. Could it be that he misused the team's resources? The chat in the World Channel became increasingly heated, with most of the discussions revolving around Yi Chu's unauthorized sale of team resources. These people were polite to Yi Chu on the surface, but privately they sneered at his behavior, thinking it was completely brainless. The World Chat channel allows users to hide personal information, so people can speak without any inhibitions. Little did they know, Yi Chu had already mobilized a large amount of mining equipment and was heading towards the nearest, blessed land. Through remote monitoring, Yi Chu clearly discovered that the so-called paradise on Earth was actually just a desolate wasteland overgrown with weeds and littered with rocks. Are you kidding me? This doesn't look like a paradise at all. Yi Chu frowned, hesitating whether or not to proceed with the excavation. After all, mining equipment requires basic resources to operate normally. Although he acquired almost all the basic resources collected from more than 100 countries through the trading platform and stored nearly 500 tons of basic resources, it could only keep his large mining equipment running automatically for a week. If there is no such thing as a blessed land underground, then it would be a complete waste of resources. However, if a hidden paradise is unearthed underground, and it is marked as a red resource on the map, the rewards would be beyond imagination. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chu decided to start digging. He believes that the resource detection technology obtained from the treasure cards will not be a worthless product. Otherwise, who would be willing to waste their energy and risk their life to kill a boss? However, Yi Chu certainly wouldn't place all his hopes on this one place. Only one excavator was left behind. The rest of the equipment and vehicles were driven to the extraterrestrial meteorite mine, 300 kilometers away from the base. Although this rare metal is only a blue-quality resource, it is essential for upgrading the camp and building infrastructure in the early stages. Many countries are desperate for rare metals, but they have no way to obtain them except by defeating special bosses. But Yi Chu possesses a full set of automated mining equipment, so of course he wouldn't let go of these scarce and rare resources. A full 5 tons of extraterrestrial meteorite iron, once mined and listed on the trading platform, would definitely be the most sought-after item. Yi Chu continuously adjusted the orientation using the remote control system. But soon, he encountered obstacles. A group of underground goblins were very interested in the vehicles transporting mining equipment, and they all jumped onto the vehicles. Some of the goblins even kept hitting the vehicles with their bone clubs. This infuriated Yi Chu. These are expensive mining machines. If these ugly green freaks damage them, Yi Chu's resource monopoly plan will fall through. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. Yi Chu decided to send out his Heavenly Dao clone to deal with these troublesome individuals. Just then, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng suddenly pushed open the door and entered. The two were stunned when they saw what was on the monitor screen. Yi Chu, what are you doing? Where did you find these large pieces of equipment? Wow, so many goblins. These subterranean creatures aren't very strong, but their sheer number makes them good experience points for leveling up. Both of them stared intently at the monitor screen. The two weren't interested in large equipment, but this large horde of goblins was, in their eyes, a veritable training ground for experience points. The two firmly believed that with their talent, as long as they continued to level up, their strength would inevitably increase, and in the end, no creature in this world would be their match. This inexplicable self-confidence is similar to the mindset of competitors from other countries. But only Yi Chu understood that one should never underestimate one's opponent. The reason why the Chosen One game gathered geniuses from over 200 countries on Earth into this world was not merely to let them level up, fight monsters, and acquire equipment. Everything has its price. This is a truth that Yi Chu has always firmly believed in. The later the game progresses, the more terrifying the power of the strange creatures becomes. Even more surprisingly, creatures capable of destroying a planet might appear. That's absolutely possible. Therefore, Yi Chu was not eager for quick success and instant benefits, but instead made long-term plans from the very beginning. At this moment, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng only had eyes for that large group of goblins, which they could use to their advantage. Yi Chu thought for a moment and said, "There's still some time before nightfall. Why don't you go and eliminate these goblins, and try to return to base before nightfall? I'll guard the camp in the meantime." Chapter 24. Discovered by the Lighthouse Country. Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng exchanged a glance, both somewhat tempted. If they can level up before nightfall, their strength will definitely improve significantly. Especially since the enemy is a weak goblin, this is practically free experience for them. You finally came up with a good idea, but don't think I don't know you also wanted to level up, which is why you sent us to kill goblins, right? Du Ruifeng looked smug, as if he had seen through Yi Chu's thoughts. Nangong Shui made no attempt to hide her disdain, sneering, "So what if you level up? With your meager talent, what good is it? Tonight's battle, in the end, will still depend on me and Brother Feng." Yi Chu, of course, did not refute it. Instead, he wholeheartedly agreed. "You two are the hope of our great Shah. I only hope that you can improve your strength as soon as possible and surpass the other countries. After all, your current experience is negligible compared to that of Beirut and others who are ranked behind you. Others have the opportunity to surpass you at any time, and everyone in Great Shah is watching you closely. You don't want to let everyone down, do you?" Yi Chu's words struck a nerve with both of them. Since being selected as contestants to enter the Chosen One's game, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng have become even more proud of their talents. Especially when they learned that defeating the boss would bring rewards that would benefit the Great Shah dynasty, the two felt not only joy but also immense pride. One can imagine that those Huxia people, whether they know them or not, must be revering these two as gods at this moment, wishing they could worship them. Especially at times like these, the two of them must not let their guard down and fall behind others. Enough talk. Tell me, in this chosen one game, who can surpass us? Only that guy named Pain is so far ahead on the leaderboard because he's cheating. But soon we'll show him what a true genius is. Du Ruifeng was excited, wishing he could rush into the goblin army immediately and wreak havoc. You'd better guard the base properly. This little thing shouldn't be difficult for a good-for-nothing like you, right? After saying a few words, the two prepared to leave. Yi Chu handed the two communicators to the two men. This is the basic configuration after the base upgraded its urban defense technology. The communication range can reach thousands of kilometers, facilitating communication between team members. Take this with you. Contact us immediately if anything happens. Yi Chu smiled. Du Ruifeng, however, showed no appreciation whatsoever. This thing isn't very useful to us, but it'll make it easier for you to call for help. We'll reluctantly accept it, but we can't guarantee it will save you, since we won't be back anytime soon. Yi Chu's smile widened even more. He wouldn't have given them the communicator if he wasn't worried that these two idiots might accidentally die out there and affect the ranking of the Great Shah dynasty. It's all right, I'm just glad you're all back safe and sound. I can give you directions via communicator, let's stay in touch. The two ignored Yi Chu and walked out of the base. Du Ruifeng transformed into a giant eagle, carrying Nangong Shui on its back, and flew into the sky. Yi Chu sat in front of the center console, staring at the two red dots as they moved towards the goblin settlement. That's right, both Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng's communicators have a GPS tracking system installed. This also made it easier for Yi Chu to keep track of the two's movements at any time. At the same time, inside the US base, a group of people were gathered in front of a simple workbench, shouting and yelling while staring at a black and white screen. Oh my god, Rhodes, you're AF G genius. I really want to pin you against the wall and kiss you. How did you even come up with this brilliant idea of drone reconnaissance technology? Although the image on the screen was not very clear, the surrounding environment was still barely discernible. This is the masterpiece of Rhodes, the mechanical genius of the United States. Using drones equipped with cameras to survey the surrounding environment. Since entering the Chosen One game, everyone has been in a passive and defensive situation. We don't know when the enemy will return, nor how many there are. What type of creature is the opponent, and what is the background of the boss? The complete lack of information made it extremely difficult for the participants from the Lighthouse Nation, a country that is accustomed to having a strong grasp of information. Things are different now. With this drone equipped with a camera for reconnaissance, everyone can obtain all information about the area surrounding the base in real time. To truly turn passivity into initiative. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh my god, look, what's that?" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The drone footage clearly showed a large convoy of vehicles. The transport vehicles were equipped with a full set of modern mining equipment. This is a convoy. And it even has a full set of mining equipment. Am I seeing things? The people of the Lighthouse Nation who witnessed this extraordinary sight were all dumbfounded. Only 3 days have passed since all countries around the world entered the Chosen One's game. Where did this modern equipment come from? Wait a minute, if I'm not mistaken, this is a fully automated mining system, the most advanced in the world. It can be remotely controlled and operates on a fully automated production line. As long as there is a sufficient energy supply, one person can mine thousands of tons of ore. Rhodes, with his talent for mechanical evolution, immediately recognized the key to the device. Upon hearing this, the shock on everyone's faces reached an unprecedented level. The same scene unfolded in the US's live stream. Everyone was bewildered when they saw the convoy and the fully automated mining equipment appear on the screen. A convoy of transport vehicles suddenly appeared out of nowhere in this desolate wilderness, and the vehicles were carrying a complete set of automated mining equipment. Who on earth is so capable? It's certain that this is a team that no participating country currently possesses. Even our nation, with its participants possessing mechanical evolution talent, is only just beginning. Let alone fully automated mining equipment, they can't even build transport vehicles. That's right, this must be equipment from alien colonists. It makes perfect sense that they're mining rare minerals in this resource-rich alternate dimension, doesn't it? Although this idea is a bit far-fetched, it is also the explanation that is most easily accepted by most people. Rhodes, try to get closer and see if anyone is following this convoy. Beirut, as the team leader, had a gleam in his eyes. Rhodes immediately guessed his intention. Captain, you're not thinking of taking over this team, are you? Ha ha ha. Of course, this is a gift from God. A convoy less than 100 kilometers away from us, and more importantly, it carries a complete set of mining equipment. Just imagine what a fortune such high-end goods would be in this resource-rich alternate dimension. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on, and they all became incredibly excited, some even letting out strange howls like wolves. Chapter 25. A powerful mockery, an irreversible pain. As the drone slowly approached the convoy, the surrounding environment became clearer to everyone. Captain, there are quite a few goblins around the convoy. They seem very curious about these mining equipment. However, some of them are getting restless, hitting the equipment with their clubs. Rod reported what he had seen with some distress. These fully automated mining machines are cutting-edge technological products in the real world, let alone in this technologically backward alien space where resources cannot be fully utilized. Haha, great. I was just wondering where to hunt monsters during the day. Taking care of these goblins will make leveling up to 21 a breeze. Although participants from each country are treated as a single entity, the experience gained from defeating monsters is forcibly shared. However, the system will allocate resources based on each person's contribution. In other words, the stronger a person is, and the greater their contribution in battle, the more experience they will gain. However, while someone lying in bed can gain some experience, it is naturally less compared to combat personnel. Beirut, as the captain of the Lighthouse Nation, is powerful, brave, and extremely adventurous. His motto was, "The greater the risk, the greater the reward, as long as it's not certain death, anything is worth trying." Without any objection, everyone quickly packed up and prepared to head to their destination. Although the technological level of other countries is not as advanced as that of the United States, it is only a matter of time before they discover the convoy. After all, nobody wants to lose something they've already got. Is this the place? Found it. There are definitely a lot of goblins. Du Ruifeng's voice sounded very excited. These goblins are only level 11, but their large numbers make up a considerable income. Brother Feng, let's start the battle. I'm curious to see just how much my strength has improved since reaching level 20. Without saying a word, Nangong Shui unleashed a Blizzard AoE ultimate skill. In an instant, the temperature plummeted, and the weather changed dramatically. Within a 1-kilometer radius, the landscape instantly transformed into a scene of ice and snow. The goblins, who were used to living deep underground, could not withstand such extreme cold, and dozens of them were frozen to death on the spot. Du Ruifeng transformed into a cheetah and darted across the battlefield. Wherever he went, the goblins were utterly powerless, and corpses littered the ground. Although the goblins were individually weak, they had a strong sense of teamwork. When faced with a sudden attack from a powerful enemy, they were fearless and charged towards Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui one after another, wielding their bone clubs and roaring like wild beasts. Du Ruifeng sneered, "Good riddance. All of you, die." A cold glint flashed across Nangong Shui's stunningly beautiful face. What a bunch of brainless idiots. Knowing they were no match, they still went to their deaths. They deserve to become my stepping stones. As soon as he finished speaking, the blizzard swept across the area even more violently. Goblins fell in droves, but countless more charged forward in droves. Gradually, Du Ruifeng sensed that something was wrong. Although he had killed hundreds of goblins and was about to break through to level 21, his stamina was now nearing its limit. But the goblins in front of them only multiplied with each kill, showing no sign of retreating. Brother Feng, my blizzard is incredibly powerful, but it also drains a lot of my stamina. I can only hold out for 2 minutes at most. No sooner had Nangong Shui finished speaking than a goblin rushed in front of her. An ice arrow pierced the goblin's head, but Nangong Shui was still startled. Unbeknownst to her, the goblins had broken through the blizzard's encirclement and were beginning to pose a direct threat to her. Du Ruifeng looked into the distance and saw a cave not far away. Countless goblins were rushing out of the cave, waving bone clubs and making strange noises, as if calling for more companions to come to their aid. There's definitely a goblin army around here. This can't go on. Let's retreat and reconsider our strategy. Du Ruifeng leapt back to Nangong Shui's side, preparing to run away. Just then, several figures appeared at the edge of the battlefield. At that moment, Beirut's rough, slightly mocking voice rang out. So this is all the S-rank talent awakeners in Great Sha are made of. They can't even handle weak goblins, yet they dare to call themselves the #1 chosen one in the game. Ha ha ha, contestants from the Great Sha Kingdom, you should go back to your base and cower like turtles. You're truly a disgrace. Let's show them the strength of our beacon of light. Brothers, let's charge. Kill the goblins first, then steal the transport truck. The 7 contestants from the Lighthouse Nation shouted and mocked, completely disregarding the embarrassed expressions on Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng's faces, and each unleashed their talents to charge towards the goblin army. In an instant, the situation reversed. The 7 contestants from the United States of America were like tigers descending the mountain, displaying an extremely fierce and imposing presence. Captain Beirut, in particular, single-handedly fought against 100 men, displaying superhuman bravery and unparalleled arrogance. The United States, the beacon of light, actually has 5 S-class talent awakeners. This can't be a joke, can it? Du Ruifeng's face was ashen, his voice trembling, filled with resentment but mostly with fear. Even Nangong Shui turned pale and was at a loss. They had always believed that the reason why the Great Sha Kingdom only had 3 people was because the 2 of them were far stronger than the contestants from other participating countries. And after invading South Korean territory and displaying its might, this idea became even more firmly established. But today I met the contestants from the United States. The 2 then realized that things were probably not like that. Beirut alone is already as powerful as the 2 of them. Not to mention, the United States has 5 S-class talent awakeners at the same time. Such strength should place them in the top tier of the global chosen one's game. The real world. The atmosphere in the Great Sha Kingdom's live broadcast room was oppressive. After everyone witnessed the power of the United States, they fell silent. They had always believed that the Great Sha was the undisputed #1 power. In fact, whether it's the ranking list or the points ranking list, Great Sha has consistently been in the lead. But now, the undeniable facts are before us. Although the 2 from Great Sha were exceptionally talented, their overall strength was still far inferior to that of the Beacon country. Looking back now, it seems that the reason why Great Sha was able to stand firmly on the throne of first place was mostly due to the secret assistance of that mysterious big shot, Pain, in addition to luck. If I had to say, Yi Chu's upgraded base was also a very important asset. Meanwhile, the people of the United States were collectively thrilled. Nice, warriors, let the world see our strength. The Great Sha is nothing special, they were just lucky. They're all utterly useless trash. Don't kill them. Let them live in despair, in the shadow of my beacon empire. Faced with the frenzied ridicule from the people of the United States, everyone remained silent. It's not that we don't want to retaliate, but that we simply can't find a reason to do so. Chapter 26. The Retreat of the Lighthouse Nation, Pain Strikes Again. Within the impregnable base of the Great Sha dynasty, Yi Chu was observing every move on the battlefield through the camera on the transport vehicle. The emergence of the United States caused a minor setback in his plans. However, it's not a big problem. He has discovered the true power of the goblin army. After countless goblins were killed, the goblins seem to have become increasingly powerful. Compared to the previously stupid and weak goblins, the goblins emerging from the ground are clearly stronger and more agile. Could it be evolution? Yi Chu seemed lost in thought. All participants entering the Chosen One's game gain experience and level up by killing all the creatures within. Therefore, it is reasonable for native organisms to continuously improve their own strength through some means. The only difference is that when the goblin army faces the crisis of extinction, the race will gradually evolve. As long as the goblin army is not completely wiped out, this evolution will not stop, and they may even become the most advanced species in the entire universe. Interesting. Quote. Yi Chu's lips curled into a smile. In the scene, even the 7 powerful individuals from the Beacon Nation finally noticed the anomaly. Captain, these annoying guys seem like they'll never be finished off. And have you guys noticed? These goblins seem a lot stronger than they were at the beginning. Rhodes had barely finished speaking when he was pinned to the ground by 2 goblins charging towards him. Beirut reacted quickly and pulled him up. You're right. I can clearly feel it too. These guys that crawled out of the burrow are stronger than the previous ones. If I'm not mistaken, these ugly-looking things are evolving. The others were all startled, and their expressions turned grim. Evolving during battle, such a race is truly unheard of. If we don't wipe them all out at once, they'll keep evolving until they kill us. Oh damn. This is terrifying. Who would have thought that such a weak goblin would have such an evolutionary mechanism? Everyone suddenly felt powerless. Seeing this, Beirut gritted his teeth and said hatefully. It's infuriating, but with our current strength, we're not capable of eradicating these guys completely. Continuing to fight will only allow the goblins to continue evolving. I've upgraded. Although I couldn't take the transport convoy this time, it wasn't a loss. Next time, I'll definitely wipe out all those ugly monsters myself. Although Rhodes was interested in the modern mining equipment, he was even more wary of the goblins that kept appearing from all directions. Besides, it's getting late, and there will be a fierce battle tonight. Beirut thought about it for a while, and finally could only return to the camp for the time being, hoping to gain the power to completely destroy the goblin army as soon as possible. At Beirut's command, the participants from the United States began to retreat. Seeing this, Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui's expressions finally softened. It seems they're not much better off than us. They're also running for their lives with their tails between their legs. Hey, these guys from the US have really shot themselves in the foot. They were bragging like crazy before, and now they're probably being cursed like dogs by the US people. Just as Nangong Shui had predicted. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of the United States, the contestant who was so brave just now was running away with his tail between his legs like a stray dog. Countless people were swearing at him, and the number of profanities in the live broadcast room was extremely high. Watfar, what's going on? I haven't even been happy for 2 minutes, and now these guys are deserting. Go to hell. You bunch of shit. You were just laughing at Great Shaw, now look at yourselves, it's utterly shameful. You can't even defeat goblins, so what right do you have to call yourselves heroes of the Lighthouse Nation? I truly apologize for mocking the Great Shaw contestants earlier, you've really disappointed everyone. At the same time, the live stream room of the Great Shaw Kingdom was filled with laughter. Huh. That's it. I thought the Lighthouse Nation was much stronger. That sarcastic remark just now almost made me believe they were actually better than our Great Shaw contestants. I can't take it anymore, haha, I can't laugh myself to death. The louder they shouted just now, the more painful the slap in the face they're getting. A group of people rushed in, but they couldn't even last 10 minutes before they had to run away. Please, next time before you try to show off, figure out your own capabilities first, okay? I just got back from a live stream in the US. You have no idea how viciously they insult their own contestants. Oh my, I almost couldn't bear it, haha. The reversal came so quickly that it caught people in both countries off guard. However, only a few professionals noticed the clues. The top leaders of both countries conducted a professional assessment of this battle. Ultimately, the evaluation results proved otherwise. It wasn't that the participants from Great Sha Kingdom and Lighthouse Kingdom were weak. Rather, it was the goblins' powerful ability to evolve autonomously that made them so strong in this battle. The participants from both countries made a wise decision to retreat. Otherwise, continuing the fight would only have allowed the goblins to grow indefinitely until the battle was completely reversed. At that time, not only will the Great Sha Kingdom and the Lighthouse Kingdom suffer, but the other contestants will also be implicated. Contestants from all over the world may very well be wiped out by the inconspicuous goblin army. The thought of such an outcome sent chills down everyone's spines. In the current situation, the only way to fight them is to stay away from goblins and wait until each nation has the strength to completely exterminate them. Just when everyone thought it was all over, and that the weak and ugly goblins had won the final victory, crushing the first and second strongest participating nations under their feet, a figure slowly appeared on the battlefield in the afterglow of the setting sun. Everyone simultaneously opened their eyes wide and looked over. The figure was hidden beneath the black cloak, solitary yet powerful. He stood amidst the goblin army, showing no panic or fear whatsoever, as if facing a swarm of bugs he could crush with a flick of his wrist. It's Boss Pain. I'm in awe of this expert. I'm begging for a teammate. You're incredibly powerful, unparalleled in the world. Whether it's a system bug or a hidden master, we love you. Some gasped, some screamed, and some fans, captivated by Pain's invincible aura, waved and confessed their love. Pain's appearance immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Even the goblin army was somewhat confused, simply surrounding him and scrutinizing him. Oh my God, is this the Great Pain? I only knew about his invincible record from the chat channel. I never thought I'd actually see him in person. Rhodes from the United States was clearly a big fan of Pain, gazing excitedly at his idol and shouting excitedly. Chapter 27. Infinite Tsukuyomi, easily subduing powerful enemies. Beirut, as the captain of the Beacon Nation, didn't seem to care. His eyes gleamed with a frenzied fighting spirit. HMPH, so what if you're number one on the rankings? Hiding like you're too ashamed to show your face. Dare to fight me. I'll make sure he. Before he could finish speaking, Pain had already moved. He slowly flew off the ground, raising his hands as if performing some kind of mysterious ritual. Playing tricks. Du Ruifeng, who had been humiliated by Pain, let out a disdainful snort. The next second, Pain opened his eyes. The unique black and red patterns of the Rinnegan were particularly striking under the moonlight. Infinite Tsukuyomi. In an instant, the originally bright white moon turned into a blood moon. On the battlefield, the vast goblin army seemed to have its soul ripped out, its eyes empty and silent, and all its weapons fell to the ground. What kind of move is that? Awesome. Everyone who witnessed this couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But this is not the end. The goblin army, pulled into Pain's illusion, seemed to have experienced thousands of years in just a few dozen seconds. Throughout these long years, a figure has always guided them from weakness to strength, from ignorance to civilization, and finally established a civilized empire belonging to the goblins. And that figure was none other than Pain, draped in a black cloak. Pain's image became the spiritual totem of the goblin army, their lord of faith, and they were worshipped as gods. Untie. As Pain's voice faded, Infinite Tsukuyomi is lifted. Everything returned to normal, and the endless goblin army slowly opened its eyes. From initial bewilderment to astonishment, and finally to reverence. Swish. The vast, seemingly endless goblin army suddenly knelt before Pain, prostrating themselves in a full-body prostration. Judging from their expressions, they seemed to have a deep reverence and awe for Pain. This scene left everyone present wide-eyed, incredulous, and utterly bewildered. Did this make the goblin army submit? Is it witchcraft or personal charisma? No one could have guessed it. They were filled with deep awe and admiration. See that? Winning without bloodshed, winning hearts and minds, that's the essence of our Great Sha Kingdom's tactics. You foreigners should learn from this. Pain is awesome. Please show your face. This is unbelievable. With just a few gestures, they subdued a powerful goblin army. I, who's usually so eloquent, am speechless with awe. Yi Chu, whose view was synchronized with the camera, was very satisfied with everything. After discovering that goblins could evolve autonomously and grow indefinitely, he dispatched his Diva-Path clone, Pain, to the battlefield. Yi Chu's goal was not to completely annihilate the goblin army, his plan was much longer term. The mining equipment being used in the wild is bound to attract the attention of other races. He intends to use goblins to safeguard his mining plans. Infinite Tsukuyomi did not disappoint him. Hypnotized by the illusion, the goblins regard Pain, who guides them, as a god, and remain absolutely loyal and humble. These goblin armies would carry out any order given by Pain without hesitation. This is similar to the power of mental hypnosis, and in essence, it still originates from the power of the Rinnegan. Yi Chu was simply using Infinite Tsukuyomi to its fullest potential. Pain hovered in midair, his entire body shrouded in mystery. With a desolate tone and indifferent expression, he issued his first order to the goblin army. Escort the transport convoy and ensure the mining equipment is not damaged by other races. The sound faded. Countless goblins stood in 2 rows, guarding both sides of the convoy. Inside the base, at the control console, Yi Chu restarted the convoy, and the mighty convoy moved forward again. The goblin army, holding bone clubs, solemnly followed the convoy. Those who witnessed this scene exchanged surprised glances. So this convoy belongs to Boss Pain. No wonder he personally intervened. We actually dared to target him. We can only hope he won't blame us. The contestants from the Lighthouse Nation looked guilty, and Beirut, though verbally defiant, had to admit defeat after witnessing Pain's miraculous suppression of the goblin army in a matter of moments. Are we just going to watch a convoy of modern mining equipment fly away like that? It's so frustrating. So what? The other side is Boss Pain, who's even subdued an army of goblins. Do you dare to steal it? The number 1 on the ranking list, the mysterious Pain, truly lives up to his reputation. I'm becoming increasingly curious about his true identity. In the live stream from the United States, some people sighed with regret, while others were still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. Suddenly, the voice of the Chosen One system rang out. Warn. The strange creatures will begin attacking the various camps in 5 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. The strength of this strange creature will be significantly increased compared to previous ones, and the experience and items gained from defeating it will also be increased accordingly. The nation that successfully repels this attack by the strange creatures and defeats the boss will receive generous rewards, and participants will also receive a small amount of basic attribute bonuses. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was jolted awake from their daze. FK. I was so shocked I forgot about the time. The camp is going to be attacked by strange creatures in 5 minutes. Hurry back to camp. If we're any later, the base will be gone, and what's the point of playing anymore? Damn it, the lighthouse country is all right, not too far away, but it won't be so easy for the 2 of us from Great Shaw to get back to camp. We're all doomed. The people of both countries, once they realized what was happening, were like ants on a hot pan, anxiously pacing around. If the camp is destroyed, it will mean starting all over again. Will the strange creatures give them that opportunity? Beirut roared and sprinted towards the camp, with the others following closely behind. 5 minutes is a very tight time frame, but the US camp is relatively sturdy and should be able to hold out for a while. Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng looked extremely grim. It will take them at least 15 minutes to return to base. Can the base withstand the attack of the strange creatures? Keep in mind, this is a level of difficulty that even the Chosen One system acknowledges. It's too late to say anything now. Du Ruifeng immediately transformed into a falcon, carrying Nangong Shui back to the base in a great hurry. Meanwhile, everyone in the live stream was anxiously waiting, hoping that the base could hold out until the 2 arrived. But no one believed that Yi Chu could withstand the attack of the strange creature for even a short time. What they didn't know was, at this moment, the base was surrounded by a dense swarm of necromancers. Chapter 28. Shocking the world, the Earth-exploding star reappears. The perspective returns to the Great Sha base. Despite being protected by a 10-meter-high fortified wall, the seemingly endless army of necromancers outside the base still sent chills down one's spine. What's even more disheartening is that ordinary bullets have absolutely no effect on necromancers. However, necromancers can use various forms of witchcraft and magic to corrupt the outer walls of the base. At the current pace, the necromancer army will be able to break through the outer perimeter and directly rush into the core area of the base in less than 10 minutes. The secondary base that the Great Shah dynasty had painstakingly built up will turn to dust and cease to exist in the blink of an eye. Without the protection of its base, Great Shah will not be immediately eliminated, but it will fall behind other countries and will be unable to regain its #1 position. Upon witnessing this scene, some people covered their eyes, unable to bear watching the live stream. At that moment, someone exclaimed in surprise, "It's Yi Chu. What's he doing out here? Is he going to fight?" Everyone looked up and saw Yi Chu standing leisurely on the base's perimeter wall, looking down at the surging army of necromancers with a disdainful air. What's wrong with this guy? Instead of staying in the base and waiting for Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng to return, what's he doing standing here trying to look cool? Hey, the thoughts of a good-for-nothing are always hard to fathom. Heaven knows what he's thinking right now. Maybe he still believes he can single-handedly repel the undead army. The crowd burst into laughter. Only a very few girls, captivated by Yi Chu's good looks, sighed inwardly. Such a handsome man is truly a rare find. It's a pity he awakened a talent for useless things. Just then, the communicator suddenly beeped. It's Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng. Yi Chu, how's the situation there? Have you seen any strange creatures? Yes, I see them. Quite a few. A rough estimate is at least 20,000 necromancers, and a high priest necromancer boss. Yi Chu smiled. Nangong Shui's face turned deathly pale, and she didn't know how to respond. Du Ruifeng's tone was displeased, and he angrily said, "What are you good for? Use city defense weapons to attack. You're acting all nonchalant and indifferent. Let me make this clear from the start. If you can't even defend the base, you can get out of the team and fend for yourself." Upon hearing this, Yi Chu sneered inwardly. This guy is still as brain dead as ever. How could I have been matched with such idiotic teammates? They're just mindless rages and idiots. Are they fighting their own battles? It's not impossible, as long as you don't regret it later. Yi Chu hung up the communicator and, under everyone's gaze, leapt off the 10-meter-high wall. Holy crap, Yi Chu's gone mad. Jumping from that height, does he think he can fly? It's over. Faced with the army of the undead, this kid lost all hope, suffered a mental breakdown, and chose to commit suicide. Damn it, he should have died a long time ago. He was useless except for building camps, and he even shared the experience with the other two. It's good that he's dead. As for Yi Chu's little fangirls, they opened their beautiful eyes wide in horror, their gazes filled with complex emotions. With a bang, Yi Chu landed steadily, without even kicking up a speck of dust. There's no other way, even my heavenly Dao clone can't get back in time, so I have to do it myself. Yi Chu's lips curled slightly, and he raised his hand to unleash a full-screen AoE attack. Planetary devastation. Upon seeing Yi Chu appear, countless necromancers who were about to attack him suddenly lost their sense of gravity and floated off the ground towards a small black sphere in midair. Under the immense gravitational pull, the 20,000 necromancers were utterly powerless to resist, waving their wands and futilely casting spells and magic, even accidentally injuring their own comrades in the process. Upon seeing this scene, the Da Sha live stream room exploded like a bomb. Countless people, on their deathbeds, jolted awake, exclaiming, "Damn it! Am I dreaming? Or am I hallucinating? Yi Chu actually used a technique from Boss Pain. Absolutely right, it's planetary devastation. Pain used this move to instantly kill the butcher zombie and the Zon turtle. I'd stake my life on it. It's exactly the same, even the power is just as terrifying. Hurry! 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 A whole army of 20,000 undead, and necromancers who could use sorcery and magic at that, were as weak as ants before this attack. They didn't even have time to utter a, "Holy crap," before they were buried alive. Is this really Yi Chu? When did he become so strong? I don't believe it. I've called him a piece of trash for so long, I can't accept this sudden change. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the undead army, swallowed by the powerful gravity in the sky, merged with the soil and rocks. Even the undead high priest could not escape its tragic fate, and after a brief struggle, it was buried with its kind. With a snap of Yi Chu's fingers, the earth-exploding star instantly shattered, sending stone fragments flying everywhere, and the air within a 10-kilometer radius was filled with the aura of death. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first participant to defeat a 1-star boss. You have received one 1-star treasure chest, 1 ton of all types of low-tier materials, and 1 integrated base mech design blueprint. Ding! Congratulations on instantly killing over 10,000 bizarre creatures and earning the Grim Reaper title, plus an additional 10% experience gain. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the experience bonus from the Unrivaled Warrior title. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained a total of 193,700 experience points. Contestant Yi Chu became the first contestant to defeat a 1-star boss. In addition to personal rewards, his team will receive 2,000 points, his nation will receive a 100-year national fortune boost, and the rewards for currently discovered mineral resources will increase by 30%. The notification from the Chosen One system struck like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's minds. Participants from various countries looked as if they had seen a ghost, and questioned the authenticity and accuracy of the notification. Yi Chu is the only one among the 3 contestants from the Great Sha Kingdom who has awakened a talent that is essentially useless. Apart from guarding the base and overseeing its construction, he is utterly ineffective. This is a widely acknowledged fact. Because of Yi Chu's extravagant spending on the trading platform, people were polite to him on the surface, but secretly they despised him, and even mocked and insulted him. No one believed that such a useless person could accomplish anything in the upcoming battle. But now, suddenly a notification has arrived. It is said that Yi Chu single-handedly neutralized the attack of 20,000 necromancers and also casually killed the necromancer high priest, becoming the first contestant to kill a 1-star boss. Is this even reasonable? Will it be convincing? Equally incredulous were Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng, who were rushing back to the base. Upon hearing the notification, both of them froze on the spot. Chapter 29. Returning the full amount. Let's go see what this good-for-nothing Yi Chu is up to. Du Ruifeng's face turned ashen. The system announcement he had just heard left him speechless and incredulous. How could that good-for-nothing Yi Chu kill a necromancer? And it was tens of thousands killed at the same time, how is that possible? With his pathetic ability to control surrounding objects, he should have been instantly killed when facing hordes of monsters. Filled with inexplicable doubt, the two hurried back to the camp. Upon arriving at the base entrance, they were so stunned by the sight before them that they were speechless. The ground was covered with countless rubble, and among the rubble were the remains of countless necromancers. Judging from this, it really was a one-shot kill. Du Ruifeng pressed the doorbell of the base gate with some disbelief. Hey, who is it? Speak up. Anyone who remains silent will be treated as an enemy. Yi Chu pretended not to know Du Ruifeng, not even bothering to turn on the video call, and directly made a sarcastic remark. Yi Chu, you don't even recognize me. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. I'm Du Ruifeng, open the door. Du Ruifeng suppressed her anger. However, Yi Chu had control over all the access control systems in the entire base. We told him to stay at the base, but we never expected this to happen. Nangong Shui's expression was also not very good. Yi Chu, stop pretending. You can't even recognize our voices. Open the door quickly, there are plenty of strange creatures out there. Ha 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 ha. So it's Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng, the 2 young prodigies have returned. How was it? How much did you gain from killing the goblins this time? Yi Chu didn't open the door directly, but instead began to tease the 2 of them in a playful tone. Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng were immediately furious. Despite killing many goblins and gaining experience while being pursued and intercepted by the goblin army, the two were almost overwhelmed by the goblin horde and were even mocked by the contestants from the Lighthouse Nation. The two of them were already furious. But Yi Chu, of all people, brought up this very topic. Yi Chu, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You knew all along that there were a huge number of goblins there, and that they had the potential to evolve on their own, so you could hide in the base and reap the benefits all by yourself, right? Yi Chu scoffed. Ha, you were the ones who wanted to kill goblins to level up, and you wouldn't let me come along. Now you're saying I did it on purpose. Oh, are you all jealous because I killed a 1-star boss and got a huge reward? The shamelessness of the two once again refreshed Yi Chu's understanding of reality. Stop talking nonsense and open the door. Du Ruifeng gritted her teeth. Yi Chu's words were exactly what he was thinking. A seemingly useless player, through an unknown method, defeated the first 1-star boss and obtained unimaginable rewards. This already infuriated him. Now, being openly mocked by Yi Chu, he, who had always been aloof and superior, could hardly tolerate it. Du Ruifeng had already figured out how to deal with Yi Chu later. Nangong Shui was both angry and furious. She never expected that Yi Chu, who was always timid and hesitant, would actually be the first to kill a 1-star boss and enjoy the generous rewards all to himself. Now, he has shut the base gates again, and is hurling all sorts of sarcastic remarks. A roar from an unknown wild beast sent a shiver down their spines. According to the Chosen One system, the strange creatures that appear later will only become stronger. God knows, who knows what kind of formidable guy might suddenly appear. In short, let's go in first and then talk. At this moment, the two of them realized the importance of the base for the first time. I used to not care, but now being trapped at the outer gate is really making me feel bad. Want to come in? It's not impossible. Call me, Dad, first, and I'll let you in. Yi Chu sat in front of the control panel, looking at the two people on the screen with a mischievous grin on his face. After defeating the 1-star boss, his level skyrocketed to level 30, making him the #1 player in the entire Chosen One game. In addition, he possesses various scarce resources and formidable strength. These two are not even worthy of carrying his shoes. He no longer needed to hide his true strength, at least not in front of the two of them. At this moment, everyone watching the Tianquan Games live stream was completely dumbfounded. What is Yi Chu doing now? We're all on the same team, there's no need to do this, is there? TCH, so what if he killed a 1-star boss? He's acting all high and mighty, and now he's making fun of his teammates. Is this guy out of his mind? What he did was really excessive. Although his performance was impressive, shouldn't he at least have shown some basic respect to his teammates? As everyone watched the scene, they began to criticize Yi Chu's actions. But they forgot how Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui had treated him before. Du Ruifeng's face turned ashen, he was almost furious at Yi Chu's request. Don't even think about it. You piece of trash, even if I die in battle, I'll never call you, Dad. You won't open the door, huh? Then you'd better never come out again. Nangong Shui was also furious, she never expected Yi Chu to treat her like this. In her memory, Yi Chu was nothing more than a submissive sycophant who fawned over her. Now that he had suddenly changed like this, she couldn't accept it. Haha, it's okay, I won't insist. You guys enjoy yourselves camping. Beep beep. Yi Chu hung up the call immediately. Du Ruifeng angrily punched the door. However, the upgraded base gate was made of a rare metal mixed with titanium alloy, making it exceptionally sturdy. Not only did he not cause any damage to the gate, but he was also knocked back several steps. Ha! What a load of rubbish! Enraged, Du Ruifeng could only spit out a curse and turn to look at Nangong Shui. Brother Feng, don't bother with him. Let's rebuild our base and deal with this guy sooner or later. HMPH, he doesn't even deserve to anger me. He's nothing but trash. Let's go. Just as the two were about to leave, they turned around and saw a group of skeleton rangers. Holy crap. It's a level 20 skeleton ranger. Let's run. Du Ruifeng's eyes were filled with terror, and he prepared to slip away as fast as he could. But before he could transform, a skeleton ranger's spear pierced his thigh, causing him excruciating pain. Brother Feng. Nangong Shui was taken aback and immediately deployed a wind shield to defend herself. But more skeleton rangers began to gather and approach the two. Despair was evident in their eyes. Is this the end of it? Is it really impossible to move an inch without Yi Chu and the others? Although I'm unwilling to accept it, it seems that all of this is true. Chapter 30. Humiliation and Survival. At this moment, the Da Sha live stream room was already in an uproar. Everyone pointed the finger at Yi Chu. Betraying teammates, heartless and ungrateful. Leaving someone to die without helping, are you even human? How could Great Sha have such a player? Everyone else is united and helps each other, but what about him? How does he treat his teammates who have shared life and death with him like this? I can't take it anymore. I'm so angry with him. His teammates are in such danger, and he's just sitting there. Open the door already. The crowd was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, shouting and cursing. But none of this affected Yi Chu, who remained calm and composed. Only you know best the humiliation and contempt you have endured. He never expected others to understand or empathize with him, nor did he care about other people's opinions. Yi Chu had absolute confidence that even if Great Sha lost these two people, he could still represent Great Sha and stand at the top of the world, and even be the leader of all the heavens and myriad realms. Moreover, based on his understanding of Du Ruifeng, he knew that Du Ruifeng was capable of anything, given his fear of death. As Yi Chu had predicted. Du Ruifeng saw the skeleton rangers closing in step by step, and with his legs seriously injured and unable to escape, and Nangong Shui's wind shield unable to hold out for long either. Veins bulged on his face, then his expression turned ferocious, and he hesitated. Suddenly, he slammed the doorbell behind him and yelled, "Yi Chu, open the door. Are you going to just leave me to die? Don't forget, we are." Yi Chu's voice interrupted him. "Stop talking nonsense. Who said I was your teammate? Didn't you say you were going to kick me out of the team and leave me to fend for myself? What? Now you're treating me like a teammate again. Heh. Too bad, I don't have a useless teammate like you." Yi Chu's words deeply pierced Du Ruifeng's heart. Not long ago, the title of good for nothing belonged exclusively to Yi Chu. Now, he has instead bestowed that title upon himself. What's most infuriating is that Du Ruifeng couldn't find a reason to refute it. Yi Chu single-handedly wiped out the entire Necromancer Legion using this base, and even soloed a one-star boss. Such a glorious record is the best proof of his achievements. Yi Chu's strength far surpasses that of Du Ruifeng. He was unwilling to admit it, but there was nothing he could do about it. Now, with her life hanging by a thread, Du Ruifeng can no longer maintain that arrogance. If you die, then you really have nothing left. Compared to saving face, life is more important. Du Ruifeng is quite open-minded about this. Brother Feng, what should we do? I can't hold on any longer. Nangong Shui's face was pale. The thought of dying here filled her with terror. Everything shouldn't be like this. She has S-level talent and unlimited potential. If she returns to the real world, she will enjoy unparalleled glory and endless wealth and luxury. She didn't want to die. Du Ruifeng gritted her teeth and finally gave in. "Dad, open the door quickly, save us." Nangong Shui looked at Du Ruifeng in astonishment. Surprisingly, he actually said it. But for some reason, besides feeling a bit contempt for Du Ruifeng, she also felt a sense of relief. It's clear that if Du Ruifeng hadn't called Yi Chu Dad, Yi Chu would absolutely have been capable of standing by and watching someone die. Yi Chu is no longer the Yi Chu she used to be. "Sigh, sweetie, since you've called me Dad, I can't just stand by and watch you die. Get in here." As soon as Yi Chu finished speaking, the base's gate opened automatically. Du Ruifeng dragged his injured leg into the base like a dead dog. Just as Nangong Shui was about to enter the base, the gate suddenly closed, blocking her from entering. "What do you mean?" Nangong Shui panicked immediately. The skeleton rangers behind her had already launched a charge towards her. Her life hung in the balance. Now you. Quote. Yi Chu's gloating voice came through the intercom. What? My turn. Nangong Shui looked completely bewildered. Of course it's your turn to call me, Dad. Didn't we already call it? That was Du Ruifang calling you. I wouldn't let you in until you called out. Yi Chu's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Nangong Shui was so angry that she was practically fuming, and her expression changed repeatedly. How dare you treat me like this? Yi Chu, have you forgotten our past relationship? Upon hearing this, the onlookers all wore gossipy expressions. Wow, these two actually had something going on. How interesting. I never imagined that the school beauty, Nangong Shui, would have a past with a good-for-nothing. Haha, although I'm professionally trained and don't usually laugh easily, I just couldn't help it this time. So Nangong Shui is such a green TBCH. Although Yi Chu's talent is terrible, and Nangong Shui's breakup with him is understandable, the way she and Du Ruifang have treated their former lovers during this time is rather excessive. At this moment, Nangong Shui couldn't care less about anything else. In order to survive, she began to use her emotions to win Yi Chu over, hoping that he would remember their past relationship and open the base gate to let her in. Yi Chu smiled. It's fine as long as Nangong Shui doesn't bring up the past. In the past, Yi Chu regarded her as a beautiful and kind goddess and treated her with utmost care. One was handsome and dashing, the other was beautiful and radiant. Their love story was once considered a beautiful tale at school. However, just because Nangong Shui awakened an S-level talent while she herself only had a trash talent, she decisively broke up with him, showing no regard for their relationship at all, and got together with Du Ruifang, that despicable scoundrel. The two colluded and humiliated him in every way. If it weren't for his SSS-level talent and awakened Rinnegan, they would have loved to ride roughshod over him. This kind of green tea is better off not having. Seeing that Yi Chu remained silent, Nangong Shui knew that her trump card was useless against Yi Chu in his current state. Seeing the skeleton ranger about to thrust at her with his lance, Nangong Shui closed her eyes and screamed at the top of her lungs, Dad. Haha. So good boy, come in. The door opened at the last possible moment. Nangong Shui, as if grasping at a lifeline, scrambled into the base. The gate closed again, keeping the skeleton rangers outside. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Nangong Shui gasped for breath. The feeling of escaping death was truly terrifying. She was just a hair's breadth away from being pierced by the spear. It's all Yi Chu's fault. Enraged, Nangong Shui's expression turned ferocious as she abruptly raised her head to look at the control center at the highest level of the base. Shui, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Yi Chu has treated us like this, making us lose face in front of everyone. We need not show any mercy. Chapter 31. Twist, and another twist. Yi Chu remained calm and composed, holding a cup of coffee, a reward from the game system, and taking a small sip. Really good. As expected of top-grade geisha coffee, rich aroma, and invigorating. Bang. The door to the control room was flung open. Du Ruifang stormed into the control room and transformed into a grizzly bear without saying a word. In this confined space, the grizzly bear form can unleash its full power. Du Ruifang was confident he could smash Yi Chu into a pulp with a single palm strike. The grizzly bear spoke in human language and charged directly at Yi Chu. You unfilial son, how dare you commit patricide? This is an outrage against heaven and earth. Yi Chu pretended to be very angry, and with a tone of disappointment, he made Du Ruifang, who was already burning with anger, even more furious. Ice, frost, snow, and rain. Nangong Shui raised her hand and unleashed her most powerful area of effect attack directly at Yi Chu. Fine, even you've rebelled. Yi Chu was heartbroken, as if it were real. The next second, he let out a soft hum. Shinra Tensai. A powerful force erupted from Yi Chu's body. In an instant, all of Du Ruifang's and Nangong Shui's attacks were deflected. The two men were struck as if by lightning, spitting out mouthfuls of blood as they flew backward. How did you become so strong? Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui's anger turned into fear. Yi Chu's displayed strength was hardly that of a useless person. They had just doubted whether Yi Chu could truly eliminate 20,000 necromancers in an instant. Now it seems he really is powerful. What? Weren't you going to kill me? Keep going. Yi Chu sneered, looking down at the two of them with disdain. If you won't do it, then I will. The two felt uneasy under Yi Chu's gaze. Yi Chu is no longer the cowardly man he once was. Instead, he exudes a domineering and ruthless aura that makes him intimidating. It's a misunderstanding. We were just testing your strength. After all, you couldn't have handled so many necromancers before. We need to truly understand the capabilities of our teammates so we can coordinate our attacks in future battles. Du Ruifeng was spouting complete nonsense. He didn't even know what he was saying. Oh, is that so? And how did your test go? Yi Chu leaned forward, and a terrifying pressure swept over the two of them. Nangong Shui shivered and dared not look Yi Chu in the eye. You have indeed become stronger, and your strength is now above ours. We have no doubt about that. Du Ruifeng hurriedly spoke, afraid that if he spoke too slowly, Yi Chu would kill him. In that case, I'll be the captain from now on, is that all right? Yi Chu sat back down on the sofa, even crossing his legs. Everything was now under his control, their lives were in his hands. Strength determines everything. This is the true essence that Yi Chu has come to understand. Du Ruifeng nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. You're the captain, we'll all listen to you. If you tell us to go west, we absolutely dare not go east. Yi Chu nodded. And you? He looked at Nangong Shui, who had a blank expression on her face. Nangong Shui was still immersed in the shock she had just experienced. Yi Chu's strength left her mind blank, completely frozen. Thinking back to how foolish she had been to abandon Yi Chu, look down on him, and humiliate him in every way, Nangong Shui wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Upon hearing Yi Chu's words, Nangong Shui raised her head and took a deep breath. I misjudged you. From now on, you are the captain. We will obey you unconditionally. As long as you don't kill us, we'll do anything you ask. Nangong Shui had already resigned herself to her fate. Right now, all she thinks about is being lucky to survive. After all, what she did to Yi Chu in the past was enough to make her die 100 times over. Anything is fine. Yi Chu revealed a strange smile. Du Ruifeng's face was grim, but she still maintained a fawning smile. Captain, I'll go and prepare the biggest bedroom for you, you see. When it comes to the art of flattery, Du Ruifeng is second to none. Seeing Yi Chu's meaningful expression, he assumed Yi Chu had feelings for Nangong Shui and immediately showed his understanding. No need to go to the bedroom, just stay here. Yi Chu's lips curled up slightly. I didn't expect Yi Chu to be so good at having fun. Then I'll excuse myself. Du Ruifeng turned around and prepared to leave. But then Yi Chu suddenly said, you don't need to avoid me, just stay here. Holy crap, are you expecting me to just watch you guys play around in front of me? This is truly killing someone by breaking their spirit. Du Ruifeng cursed Yi Chu thousands of times in his heart. But with the strength before him, he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction, and even gave an expression that said, I understand. The captain's word is law. I'll listen to the captain. Du Ruifeng stood obediently to the side, ready to accept being cheated on. Yi Chu raised his chin and looked at Nangong Shui. What are you still standing there for? Do I have to go there again? A complex expression flashed across Nangong Shui's face as she secretly glanced at Du Ruifeng beside her. Du Ruifeng pretended not to see, tilting her head to look around aimlessly. In the end, Nangong Shui finally made up her mind. Everything is for the sake of survival. Look at Du Ruifeng, he's practically groveling to Yi Chu just to survive. Nangong Shui took a few steps forward and stood in front of Yi Chu, her expression filled with grief, indignation, and humiliation. But just then, Yi Chu took out a set of keys from his pocket and solemnly handed them to her. Feeling the weight in her hand, Nangong Shui looked up in surprise and saw Yi Chu's hateful smirk. This is the key to the base's warehouse. From today onwards, you will be responsible for organizing the collected minerals. I'm listing these minerals on the trading platform tomorrow. You absolutely must have a complete inventory of them before dawn. If you don't, you can forget about sleeping. After saying this, Yi Chu flicked his sleeve and strode out of the control room. Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui stood there completely dumbfounded. The atmosphere had been built up to this point. Nangong Shui had already closed her eyes and resigned herself to her fate, letting Yi Chu do as he pleased. So, all you want is for them to manage the mineral resources. Looking at the long bunch of keys in her hand, Nangong Shui felt extremely distressed. This is more painful for her than killing her. Shui, don't be sad. You're already thankful to be alive. You should get back to work quickly. I'll go see if the captain needs anything else and if there's anything I can do. After saying that, Du Ruifeng left without looking back. Nangong Shui gritted her teeth in anger. Du Ruifeng, you be ********D. You just don't want to help me inventory the mines, right? Are you even a man? Clang. The mountains of minerals piled up in the warehouse left Nangong Shui speechless. Chapter 32. The Second Avatar, The Path of Asura. News of Yi Chu's defeat of the one-star boss quickly spread throughout all countries and among the participants from each country. People could hardly believe it was true. Just as Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui initially couldn't believe that Yi Chu could wipe out all the necromancers in one fell swoop. But the facts speak for themselves. Yi Chu's mystique is almost as perplexing as that of the legendary Pain. What they didn't know was that Pain's true identity was actually Yi Chu. Pain was merely one of his celestial avatars. Just as everyone was discussing and marveling at the emergence of another peerless genius in the Great Xia dynasty, Yi Chu appeared on the trading platform. Yi Chu. For sale, 10 tons each of iron tin ore, gold, titanium alloy, and meteorite iron. These rare metals are all refined and processed products, ready for direct application in various fields. Selling rare metals in exchange for points and basic supplies only. Serious inquiries only. The moment the advertisement was displayed, everyone was stunned. What? 10 tons of rare metals each, and they've already been processed and refined. Is this for real? You're not kidding, are you? My God, if it weren't for Yi Chu speaking, I would never believe that anyone could come up with so many resources at once. Rare metals are exactly what each base desperately needs. I'm willing to exchange 100 points for a ton of titanium alloy. The big shots are indeed big shots. They casually throw around 10 tons at a time, while we can't even gather a single ton of rare metals. That's the difference, isn't it? Ignoring the crowd's comments, Yi Chu directly listed the resources on the trading platform. Just as he expected. The rare metals had barely been listed when people started trying to buy them. Points and basic supplies have no practical use for these countries in the short term. Aside from affecting rankings, it's too early to say anything for sure. Therefore, people are more willing to use their points and collected basic resources to exchange for more useful rare metals. The titanium alloy you listed on the trading platform was bought by a participant from the Lighthouse Nation for 200 points. The extraterrestrial meteorite you listed on the trading platform was bought by South Korea for 100 points. The trading interface kept popping up prompts. Yi Chu was laughing so hard he couldn't stop. In just half a day, he had already earned a full 2,000 points. With the 4,000 points he previously earned, he now boasts 6,000 points, making him a true big shot. Savoring the coffee personally brewed by Nangong Shui, Yi Chu had the illusion of reaching the pinnacle of life. But this is just the beginning. Du Ruifeng stood cautiously to the side and asked a question with slight confusion. Captain, what do we need so many points for? Our Great Xia is already ranked first on the leaderboard. Giving these precious and rare resources to our competitors is less worthwhile than saving them for future base upgrades. What do you know? Yi Chu rolled her eyes at him, looking at Du Ruifeng with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. This is called investment. My goal isn't just to be number one. I also want to use the Chosen One system to build a derivative domain belonging to Great Sha in this alternate dimension. I will make all nations submit, and the world unite as one. Du Ruifeng was utterly shocked. Even Nangong Shui, who was standing to the side, gaped, looking on in disbelief. Captain, have you gone mad? The two exchanged a glance and silently shook their heads. Yi Chu didn't care. Just then, the voice of the Chosen One system rang out again. The first phase of the trial has concluded, and the rankings of each country are as follows. First place. Da Sha, 3,200 points. Second place. The United States, 2,400 points. Third place. Mauritius, 2,300 points. Fourth place. Japan, 2,000 points. Fifth place. West Continent Alliance, 1,900 points. The cold, mechanical voice of the chosen system continued. Before the start of the second phase, the points mall will be available. All participants can use their points to redeem the supplies they need in the shop. Team points are shared and can be used by any team member, while individual points can only be used by the individual who earned them. The second phase of the trial includes the following. Part 1. Over the next 4 days, the eerie creatures will engage in one-on-one duels between individual bosses and participants to determine the victor. If a participant wins, the battle ends immediately, otherwise, the base must send in another warrior to continue the fight until all participants are eliminated. Participants can choose to hide in the base to avoid battle, but will lose 1,000 points. If the boss breaches the base, the participant will be eliminated immediately. Secondly, after defeating the boss, participants will gain the right to open up a new territory. Once marked, it will become their exclusive territory, unlocking the summoning system and allowing them to establish their own power. A brand new battle is about to begin, everyone please prepare. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Damn it, this is definitely going to kill us. A one-on-one fight with the boss. Who has that kind of strength? We can't keep going like this. Our hard-earned base is useless now. We just upgraded to a level 2 base. Damn it, the only way to fight the boss was through teamwork and leveling up to increase our strength before we could have a chance to go head-to-head with the boss, but now even that only method is gone. This is ridiculous. Almost every participant was mentally broken. Except for Yi Chu. Inside the Great Sha base at this moment. Du Ruifeng was frowning with worry, and Nangong Shui also looked anxious. For no other reason than their fear that Yi Chu would send them to fight the boss. Those in positions of power typically use this tactic to preserve their strength. Yi Chu was too lazy to care about the two's current conflicted feelings, his mind was entirely focused on the newly opened System Points shop. Holy crap, there are so many things I can redeem. Yi Chu was stunned by the dazzling array of goods in the mall. Medicines, food, and drinking water are all readily available. Weapons and ammunition, technology blueprints, mechanical flight, if you can imagine it, you can find it. Spiritual fruits and immortal herbs, divine beast mounts, cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities, each one of them was dazzling enough to dazzle Yi Chu. What's even more surprising is that the Points Mall also has spirit stones that can enhance talents. Although it costs 2,000 points per item, it's definitely worth it for Yi Chu. Ha ha ha, can my Rinnegan finally be upgraded again? I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of improvement I'll get when I unlock my second clone. Everyone else can only fight bosses one-on-one. But I was able to take on 3 against 1, it was incredibly satisfying. Chapter 33. A shock to all. By this time, many people had already noticed the items in the Points Mall and were crying foul. Previously, various countries had spent a considerable amount of points in order to purchase the resources from Yi Chu. I've only just realized now that I'm a complete idiot. They got tricked and are still counting the money for the other person. Compared to the items in the mall, those rare metals seem insignificant. Moreover, the current combat mode is a one-on-one boss battle, so building a strong base is useless. No one can afford to lose 1,000 points as a penalty. That damned Yi Chu. I thought he was a fool to sell us such rare resources, but it turns out we're the real fools. We're on the first level, they're in the atmosphere. This is a clear case of intellectual superiority, it's infuriating. Yi Chu of Daxia, we'll remember you. Sooner or later, you unscrupulous merchant will pay the price. The trading area was filled with angry curses and wails. At this moment, Yi Chu was using the points he had earned from players from various countries to purchase the items he had chosen. Congratulations, you have obtained one spirit stone, which costs 2,000 points. A gemstone emitting a strange luster immediately appeared in Yi Chu's hand. Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui stared wide-eyed. What's this? A spirit stone from the Points Mall. I remember this one cost 2,000 points, right? Yi Chu just redeemed it directly. How many points did he secretly accumulate? With a thought, Yi Chu conjured the spirit stone into a stream of light, which then merged with his body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have increased your Rinnegan control by 20% and successfully activated your second clone, Asura Path. Asura Path Clone. Level 31. Unlocked skills. Chokehold, Brutal Arm Rocket, Brutal Fireball, 5-Finger Missile. Yi Chu directly chose to summon the Asura Path clone. The sudden appearance of the Asura Path clone startled Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui, who were caught off guard. The two were so shocked they could barely speak, pointing in terror at the Asura Path clone that looked exactly like Yi Chu. Don't make a fuss, this is just one of my clones, a new ability I recently unlocked. The two then calmed down a little. Du Ruifeng was even more wary of Yi Chu's current strength. If the two had previously bowed their heads simply to survive, now they are utterly terrified. Yi Chu alone can already solo a 1-star boss, let alone having a clone. Captain, is your clone as strong as you? Du Ruifeng asked cautiously, afraid of angering Yi Chu. Yi Chu's lips curled slightly. It should be about right, but we'll have to try to know. You then try fighting my Asura Path clone. Du Ruo was so frightened by the risk that she almost collapsed. He cursed himself inwardly for being so talkative, now he was finally reaping the consequences. How could someone possibly survive a fight against Yi Chu's clone? Before he could speak, the Asura Path clone spread its 5 fingers and instantly fired 5 rockets. Holy crap, they even brought high-tech weapons. That's cheating. Du Ruifeng had no time to dodge, so he transformed into a grizzly bear, hoping to use the grizzly bear's powerful defense to resist the missile attack. After the violent explosion, Du Ruifeng was covered in soot, and only his eyes and mouth were barely recognizable. Wow, that's an amazing move. After saying that, Du Ruifeng lay down immediately. Yi Chu didn't care at all whether Du Ruifeng lived or died. To him, the two were nothing more than tools, people he could discard at any time. Take him away. Yi Chu instructed Nangong Shui to take the unconscious Du Ruifeng out of the room. Recalling the strength of the Asura Path just now, he nodded in satisfaction. Although the Asura Path's clones are not as strong as the Heavenly Path's clones overall, they have a variety of attack methods and are very effective against groups of enemies. Moreover, like the Asura Path clone, the Heavenly Path clone will unlock more abilities and become more powerful as its own strength increases. When he unlocks all 6 avatars, that will be the moment he becomes invincible and unparalleled in the world. Next, it's time for slaughter. Night fell. Yi Chu appeared outside the base with Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui. At this moment, those who were watching the contestants from Great Sha were surprised to find that Yi Chu was standing right in front of the two of them, looking every bit the part of a superior. Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui stood respectfully to the side, not daring to breathe loudly. What's going on inside the Great Sha base? Yi Chu, who used to be so timid and submissive, seems like a completely different person, appearing in this kind of manner. Don't you know? Yi Chu killed a 1-star boss. In the Chosen One game, strength is paramount. My god, when did this piece of trash become so strong? At this moment, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng were extremely frightened. They knew exactly how formidable Yi Chu was at that moment. If they anger him, then one of them will be the next to fight the boss. In the distance, a figure gradually approached, its powerful aura intimidating everyone present. The fear in Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui's eyes intensified. Level 35. The viewers in the live stream were terrified when they saw the soul-devouring beast appear. This is the strongest enemy we've ever encountered. The mere level difference of 35 is enough to make one feel suffocated. Can Yi Chu really withstand this guy? Perfect timing to use this guy to test the true power of the Asura Path clone. With a thought, Yi Chu's Asura Path clone rushed out from behind him. With a wave of his hand, a strange wrist rocket slammed directly into the face of the soul-devouring beast. The soul-devouring beast cried out in pain, and when the smoke cleared, it was found to be completely mangled beyond recognition. Its eye was hanging out, making it look extremely pitiful. Everyone was stunned. What kind of move is that? A rocket attack? Am I seeing things? Hey, that's not the point at all. The point is, how did a guy who looks exactly like Yi Chu end up like this? This is probably Yi Chu's latest unlocked ability. Didn't he use this Earth Explosion Star move to defeat the Necromancer army before? Anyway, as long as we win, that's all that matters. Everyone continued to watch the live stream with anticipation. After the Asura Path clone succeeded in its attack, the figure had already rushed in front of the soul-devouring beast. A hand shot out and locked tightly around the soul-eating beast's throat. Chokehold. Then, with his other hand, his 5 fingers transformed into a missile, which struck the soul-devouring beast directly in the face. The attack was so close, and the soul-eating beast was already severely injured before, so this time its head was blown off. The Asura Path clone casually tossed the soul-devouring beast's corpse aside, as if it were a trivial matter. At that moment, the voice of the Chosen One system suddenly rang out. Chapter 34. Hidden Malice. The Rinnegan is weak. Have you ever heard of pain, the 6 paths of pain? Fiction Zone. Fiction Zone. Congratulations to Yi Chu, contestant from the Great Sha Kingdom, for successfully defeating the first 2-star boss, the soul-devouring beast, on the 4th night. The Great Sha Kingdom gains plus 100 to its national fortune, its long-range missile interception technology improves by 10 years, and its space expansion technology improves by 10 years. Holy crap, Yi Chu is the first contestant to kill a 2-star boss again. Is he trying to kill everyone else? FK, how come this kind of person always comes out on top, and keeps getting stronger? Is there no justice, no fairness? Speaking of which, is it possible that Yi Chu's strength is entirely due to the points I contributed? Everyone fell silent. Yi Chu also received a reward notification from the system at the same time. However, this time he chose to claim it personally instead of using the Asura Path clone to mislead others. Congratulations on becoming the first player to defeat a 2-star boss. You have received 1 2-star treasure chest and 3,000 personal points. That's it. Yi Chu had thought he would receive a lot of resource rewards. But all you get are treasure chests and points. It seems the system knows he has no shortage of resources, so it deliberately doesn't give him a reward. I didn't sleep a wink all night. Of the remaining 16 or 9 countries, none progressed as smoothly as the Great Sha. Apart from a few powerful nations, other nations are almost always unable to defeat a 2-star boss. They were instantly killed by the powerful boss. 141. This is the number of countries remaining after the 4th night. All other countries were eliminated, and the countries they represented will face very serious consequences. Besides the fact that 10 million people will die due to various natural and man-made disasters, they have lost their only chance to turn the tide in a world overrun by monsters. Through this boss trial, several countries have grown stronger. Among them are the United States, Russia, Japan, and the Western Alliance, among others. These countries' participants, with their numerical advantage, managed to produce several formidable competitors in the boss battle. Among them, Beirut from the United States, Neko from Japan, and Ina from South Korea all displayed extraordinary talent, gradually revealing their strength and stunning the audience. While Yi Chu was busy researching the latest type of armor, the contestants from these 3 countries were secretly plotting something shady on the World Channel. Rena, Ladies and gentlemen, today's meeting was proposed on short notice. First of all, thank you all for participating while maintaining confidentiality. Beirut. Enough with the nonsense, just state your purpose. Naoko. Yuna Ani, there must be something very important that brought us all together here, right? Tchaikovsky. I have a pretty good idea of what this guy is up to. Almost all the participants are here, except for the 3 from the Great Shah Kingdom. HMPH, if I'm not mistaken, it's probably some dirty scheme targeting Great Shah, isn't it? Whatever the plan, on behalf of the People's Republic of Daxia, I choose not to participate. I choose to withdraw from this meeting until you have presented your plans. Before he could finish speaking, the system chat interface showed that Tchaikovsky had left the chat channel. Ahem, everyone has the right to choose to stay or leave, but what I'm about to say concerns everyone here. I hope you'll hear what I have to say before deciding whether to leave immediately. After Rinna finished speaking, no one else responded. She continued, okay, I'll continue what I was saying. We have gathered here today so that we may unite and survive together. Rinna's words immediately touched everyone's hearts. Especially those weaker teams, almost burst into tears when they heard the words, survive. In this cruel alternate dimension, strength is strength, and weakness is weakness, there is absolutely no room for compromise. A stronger team has a higher chance of survival. As for the weaker teams, they teeter on the brink of life and death every day, not knowing when they will be wiped out. Indian contestant Gallus, please explain clearly how we can survive together. I need a reasonable and practical solution. Ina. Of course, let me first share my thoughts. As far as I know, the area we inhabit is extremely vast, but it is not inaccessible. The distance between national bases generally does not exceed 1,000 kilometers. In other words, we can consider a system where the strong help the weak, and they depend on each other. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone immediately became extremely alert. That's truly a brilliant idea. Rinna felt the amazement and admiration of everyone, and was very happy inside. Today, she will represent South Korea in dominating the world. Everyone, please listen carefully as I continue. The specific method is as follows. Rinna's plan was very simple, but also very practical. That is, rapid development of technology, mainly in the field of transportation. Once high-speed transportation is designed, stronger nations can quickly provide aid to weaker neighboring nations after a battle. Weaker countries, on the other hand, try to delay as much as possible, hoping that reinforcements will arrive. In this way, the survival chances of weaker countries can be greatly increased. After all, the Chosen One game does not stipulate that other countries cannot participate in the battles of other countries. In return, participating teams that support weaker nations will have the right to defeat the boss and receive rewards. You can also receive a certain fee. For example, basic materials, resources, treasure chests, and even points. It depends on the situation. Ina's words gave everyone hope. Weaker teams have a chance to survive, while stronger teams can gain more resources and improve their strength. Ultimately, who will stand at the top will depend on who can obtain the most rewards in the shortest amount of time. After only a few seconds of hesitation, it passed almost unanimously. Although Rinna's plan has its shortcomings, it is currently the most suitable plan for all participating teams. At last, everything was proceeding according to Rinna's plan. Sitting inside the base, wearing a tight-fitting combat suit that accentuated her near-perfect, curvaceous figure, Rinna revealed a cunning smile. Immediately, her expression turned serious. The most important thing hasn't been said yet. The real show is just beginning. Rinna, finally, I have a proposal. That is, all participants will unite against the Great Shah. As we all know, the Great Shah dynasty has produced a new talent, Yi Chu, whose strength has skyrocketed. You can see this from how easily he defeats 1-star and 2-star bosses, the gap between him and us is widening. If we continue to let this go unchecked, trouble will inevitably follow. You should all know how arrogant those contestants from Great Shah are, right? Last time, When we were besieged by a horde of zombies, my talent hadn't fully awakened yet, and I was completely powerless to resist. Although the contestants from Great Shaw ultimately helped us kill the boss, they made all sorts of unreasonable demands. Chapter 35. Each with their own hidden intentions. Upon hearing Renna's words, everyone's expressions varied. Many people have already heard about South Korea's previous experiences. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the mysterious bigwig Pain, South Korea would have been eliminated. From that time onward, South Korea resolved to completely designate Great Shaw as a hostile target. And Ina was the one who led it all. As the current captain of South Korea, she harbors deep hatred for Nangong Shui and Du Ruifang. Of course, that Yi Chu guy wasn't much better. They amassed players' points by selling large quantities of rare metals. As a result, now that the points mall is open, no one has many points to buy anything worthwhile. Although transactions are based on mutual consent and are conducted in an equal and transparent manner. But those who suffer losses will never think that way, they will only blame the other party for being cunning and greedy. Therefore, my proposal is to work together to curb the development of the Great Shaw contestants, narrow the gap in strength between us and them, and ultimately eliminate them completely. Renna's eyes sparkled with excitement. Beirut was the first to step forward. I agree. I've disliked them for a long time. They were lucky last time they escaped, otherwise, how could they have gotten ahead of us in line? Even the arrogant people of the Beacon Nation, who have always been proud of their country, readily agreed. As long as there are participants from Great Shaw, the Lighthouse Nation should not dream of becoming the true number one. Japan naturally had no objections. Although Naoko is obsessed with good looks and has long admired Yi Chu's handsomeness, she now represents the entire East Japan and cannot afford to be sentimental or indecisive. The teams from the other smaller countries, seeing that the teams from the larger countries had all passed the test, naturally dared not raise any objections. After all, whether we can survive in the future depends entirely on these powerful teams. Ms. Renna, since you've put it that way, you must already have a concrete plan. Please tell us directly, and we will definitely cooperate fully. Rod's intelligence is no joke. You can tell from Renna's efficient work style that this woman had a plan all along. Hey, to be honest, I do have a pretty good plan. As she spoke, Renna took out a card from between her towering breasts. When everyone saw this through the video chat, they almost had nosebleeds. This is an item I purchased from the points shop for 500 points, called Boss Attack Delay Card. The sole purpose of this card is to delay the boss's attack. It can be used by any team. The crowd was puzzled, but their eyes never left Renna's breasts. What's the point of delaying the boss's attack? Is it to buy more time to prepare? Beirut didn't take it seriously. I thought Ina had some amazing trick up her sleeve. I didn't expect that to be all. Renna smiled and explained, I'm not using it for myself, but for the Great Shaw Kingdom. Everyone immediately wore expressions of bewilderment and awe, except for Rhodes, whose eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Tonight is the 5th night, and the boss's level should be upgraded to a 3-star boss again. A 2-star boss already brought so many benefits to Great Shaw, one can imagine how much more rewarding the first kill of a 3-star boss will be. If we use this delay card on Da Shaw, we can get the first kill reward for the 3-star boss. Only then did everyone realize what was happening, and they immediately applauded and cheered. As expected of Miss Renna, she truly possesses great tolerance. No. I mean, she is wise. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. This way, the Great Shaw will never get the first kill reward again, and their strength will no longer be able to improve rapidly. This is a great way to completely suppress Great Shaw, but the points for the delay card are just too expensive. Even if we split the cost, our small team can't afford it. Renna puffed out her chest, a hint of smugness in her voice, and said, Everyone, don't worry, I'll cover the cost of the delay card myself. However, as compensation, the 3-star boss of the Great Shaw Kingdom will be dealt with by my South Korean country. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they realized what was happening. So that's what Ina was planning. Due to the delay card, the participants of Daxia had no idea when the boss would appear and could only wait anxiously. But Rinna managed to get there first, intercepting the boss halfway, making Da Sha wait in vain and gain nothing, while also improving her own strength. A win-win situation. Renna's meticulousness has once again surprised everyone's perception of her. I always thought she was just a pretty face, but I never expected her to be so capable. Although Beirut was somewhat unwilling to let Ina steal the 3-star boss, the solution was Ina's idea, and he was too embarrassed to openly take it from her, so he could only accept it helplessly. Sigh, in the end, the biggest winners were still the South Korean contestants, like Ina. They were really cunning. Beirut closed the chat channel, his face grim, clearly extremely displeased. Rod leaned closer, grinning wickedly, and said, "Boss, have you ever heard the old saying from the great Shah dynasty, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind?" Beirut slapped Rod on the head and yelled, "If I were educated, would I be involved in the underworld? Spit it out." Rhodes gave a forced smile and continued, "Although South Korea's strength has improved, do you really think they can snatch the 3-star boss from Great Shah?" You mean?" Beirut immediately became interested. "Although I'm not entirely clear about Yi Chu's strength, judging from his ability to continuously guard the Great Shah base, he's definitely not weak. She is at least much better than Nandong Shui and Du Ruifang. Renna's team needs to kill the 3-star boss that invaded the base in a very short time, and also rush to intercept the boss of Daxia. They cannot guarantee either time or physical strength. It seems like there's an opportunity to take advantage of this." Beirut immediately became excited. During today's meeting chat, Rinna acted like a superior, clearly regarding herself as a leader who dominates the world. This greatly displeased Beirut. In the real world, South Korea is nothing more than a lackey of the United States, the beacon of democracy. What gives it the right to turn the tables and take the lead? They actually don't take him seriously. Beirut tried to suppress his anger, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he simply couldn't stand it anymore. Now, upon hearing Rod's words, he suddenly understood. "You mean, after we defeat the boss, we rush to steal the boss? If we time it perfectly, we can take advantage of the life or death struggle between Great Shah and South Korea to steal the boss and get the rewards. Only in this way can we demonstrate the strength of our beacon nation." Chapter 36. The loss of the first kill, the rise of a new star. Yi Chu is currently busy developing the latest type of battle armor. Now that he has 2 clones, his combat power is naturally unquestionable and extremely formidable. However, clones are also living beings, made of flesh and blood. If they are injured, they will be unable to fight for a short period of time. If they die, Yi Chu will completely lose one of his clones. Such consequences were unacceptable to Yi Chu. Therefore, using the mecha blueprints he obtained from a 1-star treasure chest, he developed a new type of armor with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Looking at the dashing and handsome Heavenly Dao clone and Asura Dao clone clad in black armor, Yi Chu smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, this way even when facing a powerful enemy, we won't be seriously injured or killed." He glanced at the time, it was already evening. Time to prepare for battle. I wonder how much stronger a 3-star boss is compared to a 2-star boss. Regardless, I'm determined to get this first kill reward. Yi Chu walked confidently out of the control room. Du Ruifeng and Nandong Shui had been waiting for a long time, and they were both delighted to see Yi Chu. They now completely regard Yi Chu as their pillar of support. Without Yi Chu's presence, they would have been doomed to die facing such a powerful enemy. "Let's go, let's see what today's boss looks like." Yi Chu was the first to leave the base, followed closely by Nandong Shui and Du Ruifeng. Upon arriving outside the base, it was completely deserted, not a soul could be seen. Hasn't the boss arrived yet?" Yi Chu beckoned, and Du Ruifeng immediately unfolded a folding recliner. Yi Chu casually lay down on the recliner and pretended to doze off. "Wake me up when the boss arrives. I'm going to rest for a bit." "All right, Captain, you can sleep as much as you want, I'll be watching." Du Ruifeng grinned obsequiously and wickedly. The viewers of the live stream were stunned by what they saw. Du Ruifeng is really adaptable, her change of heart is too quick. Meanwhile, contestants from various countries have already engaged in a head-to-head battle with Samsung's boss. The stronger team chooses to act quickly, buying time to support the weaker team. The weaker teams, on the other hand, try to stall as much as possible. Less than 100 kilometers away from the Daxia base, a group of people was rapidly heading towards Daxia. The person in the lead was none other than the beautiful and charming Ina. At this moment, she was riding a modified motorcycle, speeding across the wilderness, displaying a dashing and heroic figure. Renna's talent is also S-rank, but she is the type with top-tier combat power and growth potential among S-rank individuals. Just now, she achieved a first kill by defeating the 3-star boss with an overwhelming advantage, and is now proceeding to intercept the boss of the Great Shah dynasty according to plan. The thought of the pitiful expressions on the faces of the Great Shah contestants upon learning that their first kill had been stolen, and even the boss who was originally passing by their base had been beaten to it, made Renna's lips curl into a slight smile. How you treated us back then, we'll repay you 100-fold. The motorcycle sped along at 500 kilometers per hour and soon spotted the gigantic boss in the distance. Contestant Renna became the first contestant to defeat a 3-star boss, earning the title of heroine and 2,000 personal points. South Korea receives a bonus of plus 150 to national fortune, a 50% increase in spiritual energy concentration, and a 10% increase in the chance of its citizens awakening their talents. Renna's personal rewards can be hidden at her discretion. Yi Chu, who was fast asleep, was suddenly awakened. He never expected that someone could kill the 3-star boss so quickly. The first kill of the 3-star boss that should have been his had slipped away. Yi Chu suddenly remembered that girl from South Korea who looked pitiful, with a devilish figure and an angelic face. Interesting. Oh well, being able to be the first to kill the boss shows some skill, I'm too lazy to argue. No matter how strong your talent or potential is, it can't compare to my growth rate. Yi Chu turned over and continued sleeping. Holy crap, he's still sleeping. The first kill was stolen, and he's not even worried. This guy's got guts. This is the first time our Great Shah has had its first kill stolen. How can they tolerate this? Everyone else has already risen to power, and Yi Chu is choosing to lie low. As expected, they're unreliable. A piece of trash is still trash. Even if their strength improves, without ambition, they'll sooner or later become stepping stones for others. Great Shah is in grave danger. Du Ruifeng and Nandong Shui exchanged a glance, both somewhat puzzled. It's incredible that someone could defeat a powerful 3-star boss in such a short time. I have to say, this Renna is something else. But wouldn't that mean the Great Shah would be unable to obtain the first kill reward? But Yi Chu, as the team leader, didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. This is not a good sign. Captain, as far as I know, that girl named Ina is South Korea's latest rising star. She's incredibly talented and currently holds the captain's position. If she continues to develop so smoothly, she'll become your rival sooner or later. Du Ruifeng's warning was not for Yi Chu's own good, but because he feared that Yi Chu's carelessness would lead to his and Nandong Shui's downfall. Yi Chu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, replying lazily, "Aren't your and Nandong Shui's talents also extremely powerful? So what if, in the end, you still have to call me Dad?" Du Ruifeng was speechless. Yi Chu really knows how to rub salt in the wound. Why bring up old stories again? Nandong Shui's attention was not on these trivial matters. Her doubts grew stronger. Logically speaking, the boss that attacks the base should appear very early each time, eager to destroy the Great Shah base and kill everyone inside. But the boss has yet to appear today. Could it be that the boss isn't feeling well today? Yi Chu. Nandong Shui was about to speak when she suddenly sensed the chilling killing intent emanating from Yi Chu. She quickly changed her words, saying, "Captain, I feel something's wrong. I just checked the World Chat channel and found some anomalies." "Oh, what's wrong?" Yi Chu finally lifted his eyelids and looked at Nandong Shui. I noticed that the number of teams that successfully completed the boss defense battle today was several times higher than in the previous nights. In other words, more teams survived, only 2 weaker teams were eliminated, and the rest, although it took some time, all weathered the crisis. You know, this time it's a Samsung boss. Don't you think it's reasonable for a team that was previously weak to suddenly become strong? Yi Chu suddenly stood up. Indeed, he was careless. I originally thought that even if there were talented and promising contestants like Rinna from other countries, they wouldn't pose a threat to me. But now it seems there must be something fishy going on. Chapter 37. Renna's trump card, the Fusion Monster's Rebirth. A ruthless glint flashed in Yi Chu's eyes. So, you mean forming alliances and counter-alliances? The scene of the 6 states destroying Qin in the past is being repeated. But the result was the same. Strength determines everything. Yi Chu waved his hand, and the Asura Path clone appeared behind him. He turned to Du Ruifeng and Nandong Shui and said, "You two wait here, I'll be right back." Du Ruifeng's face immediately fell, and she almost collapsed to her knees. "Captain, where are you going? What if the boss shows up? Who should go first, me or Nandong Shui?" Nandong Shui rolled her eyes at him, her face full of disdain. I never imagined that Du Ruifeng, who was once so full of vigor, would be such a fool. If I had known, I wouldn't have broken up with Yi Chu. Don't you understand? No boss is coming. Nandong Shui had already guessed what was going on from Yi Chu's face. What? They're not coming back. That's great. Du Ruifeng immediately beamed with joy. What a load of rubbish. Nandong Shui thought to herself, this guy is completely useless now. Yi Chu took out a tablet computer, pressed a few buttons on it, and immediately the image of the base's 100-kilometer radius appeared on the screen. After zooming in, Yi Chu could clearly see the figures of Rinna and the others. They were currently fighting a colossal beast. That was the 3-star boss fusion monster that should have appeared at the Great Sha base. Everyone was both angry and resentful upon seeing this. Unexpectedly, the South Korean contestants lacked sportsmanship and actually ambushed and killed a 3-star boss from another country. In this way, South Korea not only obtained the first kill reward, but also seized the boss reward that should have belonged to Great Sha. This is outrageous. We even saved them before, and this is how they repay us. Unforgivable. The contestants from South Korea dared to openly intercept and kill the Great Sha boss. Their intentions are malicious and they deserve to be punished. Say no more. Since they're shameless, we're not going to give them a way out. HMPH, since you dare to mess with me, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Otherwise, do you really think I, Yi Chu, am someone to be trifled with? Before he could finish speaking, Yi Chu had already walked out of the base gate and pressed a remote control in his hand. A sports car resembling a Bugatti Night Sound automatically drove out of the base warehouse and pulled up beside Yi Chu. Yi Chu opened the car door and got in, then stepped on the gas, the sports car roaring like a wild beast. This is a sports car specially modified by Yi Chu. It can reach a top speed of 700 km per hour, and the chassis has also been modified to maintain stability when driving at high speeds on rough roads. The sports car's tires sparked as they skidded across the ground, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Wow, that's so cool. Where did Yi Chu get such a sports car? It looks a bit like a Bugatti Black Opus. It'd be worth at least tens of millions in the real world, right? Are you blind? This is way more awesome than a Bugatti Black Opium. It accelerates faster and doesn't have high road requirements. Keep in mind, this is in a resource-scarce alternate dimension, a time when many people can only get around on foot. It's practically a miracle. This is something that money can't measure. Even hundreds of millions, or even billions, couldn't compare to the value of this sports car. Yi Chu is going to drive this car to stop South Korea. If he succeeds, the reward he receives will be enough to create hundreds of billions in value for our Great Sha. Amidst the envious and expectant gazes of the crowd, Yi Chu's sports car drew ever closer to the battlefield where Ren Na and the others were. Captain, this boss is much stronger than the one we killed before. The brothers are almost at their limit. A South Korean competitor, looking distressed, threw a knife. He already had several cuts and was completely at a disadvantage. A bead of sweat glistened on Renna's beautiful face. She was soaked in sweat, which accentuated her perfect curves. This fusion monster possesses extremely powerful regenerative abilities, which is giving her a major headache. The most important thing is time. Yi Chu and the others must have noticed something was amiss since the boss hadn't appeared yet. Get out of the way. Renna gritted her teeth and gave the order. Upon hearing the order, everyone's expressions turned solemn. They knew that Renna was about to get serious. Renna clasped her hands together and muttered some incantations. In an instant, nearly 1,000 black skeletons appeared in the center of the battlefield. These skeletons, wielding cleavers, were tall and imposing, clearly possessing formidable fighting power. This is Renna's talent, and also her trump card, summoning spell, Skeleton Army. The powerful sea of black skulls could easily contend with any of the current bosses, which is why she was confident she could seize the Great Sha boss. That's not all. The Skull Sea also has a terrifying attack method. That's a collective self-destruction. Thousands of black skeletons instantly self-destructed, producing terrifying destructive power, which proved perfect for dealing with this highly regenerative fusion monster. Kill. At Renna's command, thousands of skeletons brandished their battle swords and charged towards the fused monster. The battle blade struck the fused monster, leaving visible wounds. But in the blink of an eye, those wounds healed rapidly. With a single swing of its giant hand, the fusion monster instantly smashed more than a dozen skeletons to pieces. Renna sneered, forming a hand seal, explode. Before the words were even finished, countless black skulls exploded on the spot. These skeletons were extremely close to the amalgamation monster, practically glued to it. The sudden explosion caught the fusion monster off guard, breaking through its defenses, causing it to splatter blood and collapse to the ground. Phew, it's finally over. Now I'll have to start training skeletons all over again when I get back. These nearly 1,000 skeletons are the result of Renna's gradual training to achieve their current combat strength. However, all the effort was worthwhile. The rewards for defeating a 3-star boss are incredibly generous. Even if it's not the first kill, it's enough for her to train even more skeletons and build an even more terrifying army of skeletons. That's strange, why haven't I received the reward yet? As Renna was wondering, she suddenly heard a scream. At that moment, a male team member was lifted up by a long tentacle and thrown into the air. He let out a heart-wrenching wail, his entire body deformed from being squeezed by the tentacles. How could this be? A flicker of fear crossed Renna's eyes. With a bang, blood splattered onto everyone's body and face. To the horrified eyes of the South Koreans, the team member was actually torn to pieces by the tentacles. Everyone looked again at the owner of the tentacles and were shocked to discover that it was a fusion monster. Moreover, this fusion not only showed no signs of injury, but actually became even more powerful. Despair hung over everyone's face. Chapter 38. A Desperate Strike. Level 40. Quality 3-star, second stage, resurrection form. Ability unknown. Is this the 3-star boss in its second resurrection form? Renna's pupils trembled, and her voice shook. The enemy's strength far exceeded her expectations, it was beyond her ability to contend with. Renna screamed at the top of her lungs. The group then came to their senses and jumped onto their motorcycles, trying to escape. Shua shua. 2 tentacles pierced through the 2 contestants with lightning speed. The others, seeing this, were terrified and, disregarding the lives of their teammates, frantically stepped on the gas pedal. Just then, Renna suddenly felt as if her body was being entangled by something. Immediately afterwards, my body felt light, and I was lifted high into the air, off the motorcycle. Renna nearly fainted. She was entangled by the tentacles of the fusion monster. Having lost the ability to summon a sea of skeletons, her fate was predictable. Just when she thought she was doomed, a piercing sound rang out. Yo yo yo, isn't this the beautiful Ina? What's wrong? You seem to be having some trouble. Beirut's strong, tall figure appeared before the crowd. Haha, Captain, maybe we need to show some manly manners. One of the team members grinned lewdly. Beirut laughed. How about it? Beautiful lady, do you need our help? Or do you like this feeling? If that's the case, we can choose to stand by and watch your performance. Anger surged in Renna's eyes. She knew that the United States had come prepared, employing a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Unfortunately, although she now hates these guys to the core, she has no choice but to bow down since she has lost all power. Beirut, we have an agreement. You can't just stand by and watch someone die. Oh. There's an agreement, that's true, but you seem to have misunderstood something. That is, who is the master? If you need our help, just ask us. Brothers, do you think her tone right now sounds like she's begging for mercy? The people in the United States burst into laughter. The South Koreans could only watch helplessly. Of them, only Renna possessed formidable strength, the rest combined were no match for Beirut. Beirut, UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** turned red with anger. Even if she dies, she will never beg for mercy from anyone again. Seeing that Ina remained defiant to the death, Beirut knew that the commotion had reached its limit. A real falling out would actually be disadvantageous for him. Appropriate punishment is enough to make the other party realize who's in charge. Ha ha ha. Rena, you're not funny at all. We were just kidding. Brothers, charge. Kill this idiot. The group swarmed forward, each unleashing their unique abilities, and utterly overwhelmed the fused monster. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Rena broke free of the tentacles and jumped down. The South Koreans then stepped forward to check if she was injured. Looking at her teammates who called themselves tough men but were actually cowards, Ina felt incredibly disappointed. She took a deep breath, turned, and walked towards the amalgam. The others assumed that Rena had been frightened and was delirious. Captain, over here. Captain, you're going the wrong way. This is the way back to base. Without turning her head, Rena tossed out a sentence, you guys go back. I will never go back like this. I'm going to get the first kill on this second stage resurrection boss. I'm going to show Beirut that I'm a woman, but I'm also an awakened one. His words left the others deeply ashamed. Rena leapt into the air, casting a small summoning spell to summon a group of dwarves who charged towards the amalgam. Just then, something unexpected happened. The fusion monster, which had been completely overwhelmed, suddenly began to roar and howl like a madman. Everyone stopped what they were doing, and the visible vortexes gradually grew stronger, eventually forming several tornadoes. Holy crap, this guy can use magic. The tornado is getting stronger. If you don't run, you'll be swept away. Captain, what should we do? The people of the United States looked towards Beirut. Before Beirut could speak, Rena was seen controlling a group of dwarves, cutting through the storm and charging towards the fusion monster. That wretched woman, she's really asking for trouble. Beirut cursed under his breath. In the blink of an eye, the tornado had already swept towards everyone. Everyone turned to run away, but were swept into the storm by a powerful gravitational pull. Ah! I don't want to die. Please save me. Damn it, my abilities are restricted and unusable in this storm. I'm going to die. Everyone was trapped in the tornado, and even someone as powerful as Beirut could only leave their fate to chance. He could only hope that his steel-like muscles could withstand the tearing of the storm. All the horrified gazes finally turned to that beautiful figure. Rena actually used her agile movements to pass through the tornado and get close to the fusion monster. Kill him. Your survival depends on you. The people of the Lighthouse Nation who had just been mocking and ridiculing Rena now placed all their hopes on her. How ironic. In this situation, hundreds of millions of people watching the live broadcast from their homes were so tense they could hardly breathe. If Rena can kill the fusion monster, then everything will be fine. But if it fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. If both South Korea and the United States are eliminated, the consequences will be unimaginable, and many weaker teams will also be eliminated in the future. It is no exaggeration to say that this battle concerned the lives of hundreds of millions of people. A dagger had appeared in Renna's hand without her noticing. The dagger flashed with a cold light, and there was a faint smell of blood. This is a poisoned dagger. If you can hit the vital point, even a boss using a second stage release attack will be doomed. A group of dwarves led the way, constantly dying under the attacks of the fusion monster's tentacles. Renna's eyes were fixed on the fusion monster's enormous head. Just one strike. One strike is enough. Success or failure hinges on this. 20 meters. 10 meters. 3 meters. As Renna drew closer to the fusion monster, everyone's heartbeats slowed. 1 meter. Renna leapt into the air, her dagger aimed straight at the fusion monster's forehead. Everyone's heartbeat stopped. The footage appears to be in slow motion. Beirut stared in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if he couldn't believe a woman could do such a thing. The remaining contestants from South Korea had a mixture of fear and hope in their eyes. Everyone was afraid of death and placed their last hope on Ina. Even the fusion monster's normally scarlet and vicious eyes flashed with fear. Chapter 39. New type of armor revealed, shocking the world. The dagger was getting closer and closer to the fusion monster's head. Renna was so close that she could almost see the trembling hairs on the guy's body. Renna cried out in her heart. But the next second, her body froze in midair, unable to move forward even an inch. A powerful tentacle held Renna firmly in place, less than 10 centimeters from the fusion monster's head. Pity. Quote. Renna sighed, and the dagger in her hand was knocked to her side by another tentacle. Everyone seemed to hear the sigh in Renna's heart, and their expressions turned somber and sorrowful. Beirut was tossed about in the tornado, his skin feeling as if it were being slashed by sharp blades. When he saw this, a smug smile appeared on his lips. Haha, I knew it. How could you possibly be stronger than me? We'll see each other in hell. After saying that, he swayed resignedly in the wind. The rest were either dead or wounded, and had completely lost all hope of survival. I just want to die a quick and painless death. Just when everyone was filled with despair, a voice, like heavenly music, entered everyone's ears. Huh. You guys are so weak. I almost thought we were too late. I never imagined you'd be the ones getting abused. Yi Chu's nonchalant and slightly mocking voice and his figure appeared almost simultaneously above the fusion monster's head. Everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to him. At this critical moment, he appeared like a divine intervention, igniting hope in everyone who was watching the battle. The fused monster flew into a rage and stretched out more than a dozen tentacles to grab Yi Chu. Yi Chu neither dodged nor avoided, letting the tentacles tightly entangle him. In an instant, the crowd, who had been filled with confidence, deflated like punctured balloons, their minds filled with a chaotic rage, and they began to swear. Wow, I thought he came to save the day, but it turns out he's here to die. God, please take this wretched guy away. Damn it, do something decent. Yi Chu of the Great Sha Kingdom, you've gone too far with your act, haven't you? Now you know what price you'll have to pay. What a pity for my goddess, why couldn't this idiot die in her place? Holy crap. Yi Chu made a dazzling appearance, but the result was something I never expected. This isn't what I anticipated. Could it be that this fusion monster is too strong? Even Yi Chu was captured, what hope does humanity have left? Baka. Is this guy out of his mind? Coming straight to his death. How could Great Sha have someone like this? If he dies, who will be left to protect us from the powerful boss? Renna was also stunned. She had already resigned herself to death, but Yi Chu's appearance rekindled a tiny glimmer of hope in her. Seeing Yi Chu's ethereal and graceful appearance, as if a god had descended to earth, she admitted that for a fleeting second, she was moved. But it only lasted for a second. When everyone saw Yi Chu easily entangled by the tentacles, their illusions were shattered. Renna screamed inwardly, what the hell? Is this man crazy? Just when everyone thought they were about to witness the bloody scene of Yi Chu being torn apart by the tentacles of the fusion monster, something unexpected happened. Huh. How come he's acting like nothing's wrong? The tentacles were clearly suffocating him, and logically, all his bones should be crushed by now, but looking at his expression, he doesn't seem to be in any pain at all. Holy crap, what's going on? He doesn't seem happy at all. In fact, he seems quite annoyed. What's his relationship with this fusion monster? This isn't just letting him off easy, it's like letting the whole ocean out of the water. Look closely, everyone. The fusion monster looks like it's putting in a lot of effort, it doesn't seem to be holding back. Its tentacles are already stretched to their limit, and even the veins on them are bulging. This scene truly stunned everyone. It's also puzzling. Logically speaking, this level of strangulation is far more terrifying than the death constriction of a python. This can be seen from the gruesome deaths of those who were strangled by the amalgamation monsters. Yi Chu's demeanor didn't seem to be faking it, that calm tone tinged with a hint of disappointment was something not everyone could fake. Since neither party is pretending anymore, where exactly did the problem occur? Attentive observers focused their attention on Yi Chu's brand new battle armor. The pure black armor looked stylish and cool, and combined with Yi Chu's handsome face, it gave him an aura of supreme dominance and unparalleled elegance. At this moment, although the armor showed some slight deformation, it still maintained its cool appearance. It's absurd that this suit of armor remained intact even after being subjected to the full force of the fusion monster's tentacles. Could it be that there's something strange about this suit of armor? Is it a divine artifact that Yi Chu bought from the Points shop? Able to withstand the full force attack of a 3-star, second stage resurrection blade boss, this armor is truly a lifesaver. People were making their own guesses about the armor Yi Chu was wearing. Yi Chu was somewhat displeased. The reason he didn't resist and let the fusion monster entangle him was that he wanted to test the defensive capabilities of his newly developed battle armor. After all, he had spent a lot of resources to create this specifically for himself and his 2 clones. However, this fusion monster is really weak. Despite its best efforts, it could not damage the shape of the armor. At this moment, Yi Chu felt completely relaxed and didn't feel any pressure at all. How can you test the armor's durability like that? Hey, you big-headed monster over there, could you please show me some respect and use a little more force? Yi Chu frowned and spoke to the fused monster with a hint of resentment. The fusion monster seemed to understand Yi Chu's words and showed a hint of shame. A 3-star boss, especially in its second stage resurrection state, would be a disgrace to the boss world if it couldn't even harm a mere human. The next second, the fusion monster twisted its entire body and used all its strength, trying to crush Yi Chu to pieces. Click, click. The chilling sound of bones cracking clearly reached everyone's ears. However, the sound did not originate from Yi Chu, but rather from the entire body of the fusion monster. In an attempt to strangle Yi Chu, the fusion monster concentrated all its power into a single point, and the sound created by the friction between its bones was astonishing, like the explosion of firecrackers. Yes, that's it, push harder. Yi Chu gave a thumbs up, as if he were praising a hard-working masseur at a massage parlor. The fusion monster roared excitedly. It was confident it could grind this arrogant fellow into mincemeat. Bang! A crisp sound. A mist of blood filled the air. Everyone was so shocked by the sight before them that they were speechless. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone's expression froze at that moment. Chapter 40. Absolutely no gaming experience. The fusion monster suddenly self-destructed, its enormous body turning into a bloody mist. You're scared. That's it. Yi Chu rolled his eyes, indicating that he was speechless. He only used half the power of Shinra Tensei, and the fusion monster couldn't withstand the rebound force and self-destructed. This is quite different from what he imagined. It looks strong, but it's actually too weak. Sigh, absolutely no combat experience. Yi Chu sighed in complaint. The others nearly collapsed upon hearing Yi Chu's words. Listen to this, is that even human language? A 3-star boss, and in its second stage resurrection form at that, was instantly killed by his shockwave. And you say there's no combat experience? How are others supposed to survive? Damn it, I've seen people show off before, but I've never seen anyone show off like this. It's infuriating, but there's nothing I can do. Who can blame me when they have the ability? Yi Chu approached Rena, who was still stunned. I'll deal with you later. Stand still and behave yourself. After saying that, he walked towards Beirut and the others. Hey, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. Rhodes was already terrified by Yi Chu's terrifying presence, and upon seeing him approach, he retreated repeatedly in fear. You bunch of trash, you dare to mess with me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know I, Yi Chu, have a temper. Having said that, Yi Chu raised his hand, myriad manifestations heavenly guidance. Suddenly, an irresistible force of gravity pulled everyone from the lighthouse nation into the air. Everyone screamed in terror, and some people with a fear of heights even fainted. Don't run around like that again. I'll take you home now. After saying that, Yi Chu waved his hand, and the contestants from the lighthouse country flew straight towards their base. Amidst the screams of a crowd, only Rena and a few others remained at the scene. Tell me how you want to die, and I'll give you a quick death. Yi Chu didn't mince words and demanded that they choose a way to die. Knowing they couldn't escape, the South Koreans all knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Captain Yi, please spare us. We'll never do it again. Lord Yi Chu is magnanimous, please forgive us this time. We are willing to give all our resources to the adults in exchange for our lives. Yi Chu gave a disdainful sneer. All resources? Are you out of your minds? Even if all the participating countries combined, would they have as much resources as I do? Everyone was speechless. As Yi Chu said, the combined resources of all the countries probably wouldn't even be enough to fill someone else's teeth. If we're talking about who's the fattest, then Yi Chu is absolutely the undisputed winner. At this moment, a silent Rena suddenly spoke up. Kill me or torture me, it's up to you. I won't beg for mercy. Yi Chu's lips curled into a slight smile as he pointed at the people kneeling on the ground and laughed. You have backbone, but what about them? Don't you care about their lives? A hint of hesitation flashed in Rena's beautiful eyes. What exactly do you mean? I'm giving you two choices. Either we die together, or if you swear allegiance to me, I can release the rest. Rena's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. What? You actually want me to be your lackey? Yi Chu raised his chin, one hand already pointing at one of the South Koreans. You can understand it this way, my patience is limited. I'll count to 3, and if you don't agree, I'll just kill everyone here. Just as Yi Chu was about to count to 3, Rena suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, I promise you. She was willing to die a heroic death, but she could never accept the possibility of her companions being killed because of her. Even if I die, I will have failed my comrades. Hee, a wise choice. Yi Chu flicked his wrist and pulled a piece of paper from his sleeve, tossing it to Rena. Press your fingerprints. Rena was stunned. What's this? It's a master-servant contract. Yi Chu explained with a bright smile. Once you place your handprint on it, you will truly become my servant, and you will not disobey any of my orders. Otherwise, your soul will suffer divine retribution, a fate worse than death. Rena's beautiful eyes trembled, filled with shock and anger. How vicious you are. Yi Chu, however, didn't seem to mind. Thank you for the compliment. Hurry up and sign. I'm very busy. Rena angrily bit her finger until it bled, then pressed it against the contract. Ding! Master-servant contract in effect. The master has absolute control over the servant must not disobey any command from the master, otherwise he will suffer excruciating pain. The system's voice simultaneously echoed in Rena's and Yi Chu's minds. Upon hearing this, Rena realized she had been tricked. From now on, life will probably be worse than that of pigs and dogs, won't it? Her eyes were filled with despair. Yi Chu secretly found it amusing. This trip not only resulted in the first kill of a 3-star, second-stage Resurrection Blade boss, but also brought in a beautiful woman with exceptional talent. Not a bad deal. He quickly checked the game rewards. Congratulations on your first kill of a 3-star, second-stage, Resurrection State boss. You have earned 3,000 points and 1 talent enhancement stone. Contestant Yi Chu becomes the first player to defeat a 3-star, second stage Resurrection Blade boss. The Great Shah dynasty he represents will receive plus 500 national fortune, a 20% increase in territory area, and a 10-year upgrade to long-range mushroom bomb technology. Holy crap! Am I dreaming? Our country's territory has increased by 20%. Does that mean I won't have to squeeze into a tiny 20 square meter apartment anymore? You're dreaming, aren't you? The area is fixed. How could it possibly increase by 20% for no reason, unless the surrounding countries shrank? Haha, this reward is so perfunctory. It's like they said nothing at all. What a waste of my excitement. Wait a minute, everyone, have you considered that the long-range missile technology rewarded by the Chosen One system might actually guarantee an increase in our national territory? Everyone fell silent. Then, as if on cue, everyone suddenly realized something, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Meanwhile, at a high-level meeting of the Great Shah dynasty, a staff officer, holding intelligence gathered by satellite, said with a slightly excited tone. Sir, satellite imagery reveals that several unfriendly neighboring countries surrounding our Great Shah are beginning to tighten their border defenses, leaving approximately 2 million square kilometers of undefended territory around our borders. In other words, all we need to do now is take over these vacant areas, and my Great Shah will gain an additional 20% of its territory for no reason. These words moved everyone present. That's no small amount. The gray-haired officer smiled and nodded. It seems these guys do have some self-awareness. My Great Shah's long-range missile technology has suddenly advanced by 10 years. They know they can't defend against it, and they've voluntarily withdrawn from the disputed area. That way, we don't have to demonstrate our latest long-range missile penetration technology, ha ha ha. Chapter 41. A brand new plan, Base Leap. Everyone in the conference room laughed. The neighboring countries, feeling guilty, were so frightened that they surrendered all the disputed territories before the Great Shah could even demonstrate its strength. This is the difference between having ability and not having ability. The mere mention of a long-range missile breakthrough technology was enough to strike fear into their hearts. As long as the contestants from Great Shah maintain this momentum, Great Shah will soon be able to stand undefeated, and even powerful demonic beasts will have to retreat. Back to base. When Du Ruifeng and Nangong Shui saw Yi Chu, they were both dumbfounded. Isn't that Ina, the captain from South Korea? What's she doing here? Could she be here as a guest? We don't know her very well. The two of them secretly speculated. Yi Chu blurted out a sentence. Rena is my servant, and like you, she obeys my every command. From now on, we're all in the same boat, so let's look out for each other. Both of them were stunned by what they heard. Servant. Rena has actually become Yi Chu's servant. Are you kidding me? However, seeing that Rena didn't refute it, but only had a gloomy face, it wasn't hard to tell that Yi Chu's words were probably true. Good heavens, Captain Wu Wei, he's actually taken the captain of South Korea as his servant. This trip was definitely worthwhile. We've all heard the system notification. We've defeated the 3-star, second stage resurrection boss. How did you do that? The two of them were now completely convinced by Yi Chu. In the blink of an eye, they defeated the boss that even the combined forces of South Korea and the United States couldn't handle, and even brought back the captain. This is a bit outrageous. Alright, I'm going to rest now. You guys are responsible for guarding the base. Let me know immediately if anything happens. Yi Chu left with a single sentence and went to sleep. After a moment of silence, the three began to exchange pleasantries. They're all old acquaintances. The first thing Du Ruifeng asked Rena was whether Yi Chu had done anything despicable to her. Upon hearing this, Rena almost burst into tears. So she began to recount how Yi Chu had blackmailed her and how she had been tricked into signing a master-servant contract. It's practically a history of blood and tears. Anyway, the contract didn't stipulate that she couldn't speak ill of Yi Chu. Taking advantage of Yi Chu's sleep, Ren Na went on, criticizing Yi Chu mercilessly and saying he was utterly worthless. Seeing how relaxed Ina is, the other two also stopped holding back and began to denounce Yi Chu's inhumane actions. The three people, sharing the same fate, seemed to have found kindred spirits. They spent the entire night sleepless, becoming more and more excited as they talked. The three of them stopped talking when Yi Chu went out at dawn. "Hey, you two seem to be getting along quite well." Yi Chu was surprised that the three of them had become so close so quickly, and he was deeply gratified. "Let me see how my mining progress is." Yi Chu turned on the monitoring equipment to check the normal mining progress. Just then, he suddenly saw that the blessed land that had been identified as a red resource had actually been found. This delighted him immensely. Unexpectedly, the hard work paid off, and the detector's accuracy is so high. Such a blessed land is a treasure that countless people dream of. Ding! Congratulations to contestant Yi Chu for discovering a blessed land. Blessed land quality. Red resources. Effects. Residing in a blessed land will automatically increase your talent daily, and you will also gain a certain amount of experience. Enjoying the base experience bonus, there is a chance to obtain ancient inheritances and various treasures in the blessed land. Due to contestant Yi Chu's discovery of a blessed land, the system will automatically activate the Battle of the Myriad Races. The 7 Nights of Demon Sealing have come to an end. All races across the entire space will face new challenges and opportunities. Each human nation can summon 100 reinforcements from the real world. Personnel are randomly selected. Teams from each country can establish their own territories within a given area, for a period of 1 month. The team with the strongest overall strength will receive unparalleled glory and special rewards. The 10 teams with the weakest overall strength will be eliminated directly. Since contestant Yi Chu was the first to discover the blessed land, he gained the right to choose to summon it. Yi Chu was taken aback. Interesting, it seems I've discovered something incredible. The other three looked completely bewildered. How did Yi Chu manage to create such a blessed land after just 1 nap, without doing anything? "Captain, where is this blessed land? Should we move?" Du Ruifeng asked eagerly. "Idiot, this base is a permanent structure. How are you going to move it? You'll have to carry it piece by hand." Nangong Shui retorted mercilessly. Yi Chu had anticipated this, and remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Rena was also puzzled. This base looks incredibly sturdy and luxurious. Compared to the base in South Korea, it's like one is ancient and the other is modern, as if they exist in completely different times and spaces. Although the blessed land is wonderful, it still needs to be rebuilt. For now, it seems safer to stay in this level 3 base. Then, we're not moving. Du Ruifeng was still very interested in the blessed lands and grottos. His awakened talent is the spirit of beasts, and with the blessing of a blessed land, his strength will increase rapidly. "Of course we have to move." Yi Chu spoke. "It enhances your talents and provides a stable experience boost. It's practically a buff. Why wouldn't you move it?" Nangong Shui frowned. "Captain, so you mean we don't want this base anymore?" Yi Chu shook his head. "No, I want the base too." This left the three of them completely bewildered. "We need the base, and we need the blessed cave dwelling place too. But we can't just fly over to such a large base, can we?" "Don't worry, I've already started researching integrated base technology. Just give me a little more time, and I can make the base fly, like a spaceship, directly to the blessed land." "What?" The three were terrified. This is such incredible technology, capable of turning the entire base into a mobile spaceship, which can then transform back into a base once it reaches a designated area. Isn't this just a spaceship fortress that can move at any time? However, such technology must require a vast amount of resources, perhaps even very rare ones. Does Yi Chu really have that many resources to support it? The answer is yes. Yi Chu smiled and took out a few items from his storage space. The three of them looked closely. To their astonishment, Yi Chu held in his hand a blueprint for upgrading the integrated spaceship to the base, along with several energy stones that shone with dazzling light. With the base upgrade blueprints, the energy stone I got from the 3-star treasure chest that can store 100 million hertz of energy, and all the various rare minerals I've collected, building a high-tech warship is no problem at all. Yi Chu smiled confidently and looked at the three of them. The other three gasped. Chapter 42. Thieves Coveting the Blessed Land. After Yi Chu finished speaking, he began to study the specific upgrade plan. What he just said sounds simple, but in reality, it's not easy to actually do it. Otherwise, he would have already become the ruler of this space. Now, he needs more resources. The warehouse stock is far from enough. He needs to find a way to get some from elsewhere. Meanwhile, the participants from other countries were dumbfounded. The 7 Knights of Omar are gone, but something even more ruthless has arrived. Participants from all countries must do their utmost to grow their teams within 1 month, or they will be eliminated. This is serious. However, the good news is that everyone can recruit 100 partners from their respective countries. This greatly increases the chances of survival. The only downside is that the recruited teammates are randomly selected by the system, and there's no way to filter them yourself. What if you end up with some useless players? Wouldn't that just make things worse? Apart from Yi Chu, he was the only one who had the special privilege of choosing his own partners. The Great Shah has already driven many people crazy. Many people hoped that they would be chosen by Yi Chu to enter the alternate dimension and show their skills. Moreover, the Great Shah dynasty is currently in a completely advantageous position. If you get selected, you'll definitely become a hero. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I hope I can be chosen. I am an S-class talent awakener, and I will definitely become a world-renowned superhero, helping Great Shah reach the top. TCH, so what if they have S-rank talent? Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng are among the best of the S-rank talents, and they still almost died several times. If it weren't for Yi Chu, Great Shah would have been finished long ago. That's true. What Great Shah lacks now isn't combat power, but professionals. The Chosen One game has clearly shifted from an initial crisis to a focus on development potential. If elites in technology, military affairs, or strategy were to join Great Shah, they would surely create new glories under Yi Chu's leadership. People's initial disdain for Yi Chu gradually transformed into admiration and respect. All of this is inseparable from Yi Chu's performance in the alternate dimension. The top leadership of the Great Shah dynasty even convened an emergency meeting to discuss selecting suitable individuals to enter the alternate dimension in order to secure more benefits. The teams from Great Shah absolutely cannot be eliminated at such a crucial moment. The news has been released and has immediately caused a nationwide sensation. Countless people rushed to sign up, hoping to use this opportunity to achieve great success. After all, as long as you are selected, you will be listed as a hero, your family will enjoy special treatment, and if you return alive, there will be countless riches and honors waiting for you. However, the rules set by the top leadership of Daxia were also very strict. The first screening criterion eliminated the vast majority of people. That is, the selected candidates must have rich combat experience, be calm and composed, remain humble and composed in the face of adversity, and obey Yi Chu's orders. Obeying Yi Chu's orders is fine, but his combat experience and composure alone are qualities that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. The higher-ups of Daxia also learned from the experiences of Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng, and found that the young people lacked the ability and experience to deal with crises, which led to several near-total annihilation. Fortunately, there was Yi Chu, a hidden powerhouse, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Many people were eliminated because of these criteria, and they all looked disappointed. However, many people fully met the first requirement and thus successfully entered the next screening stage. While Great Shah was busy selecting people for Yi Chu, the United States was not idle either. Ever since the last time Beirut suffered a loss, when Yi Chu sent the entire beacon of the nation back to base with Shinra Tensai, seriously injuring 3 and killing 1, Beirut vowed to make Yi Chu pay tenfold or 100-fold. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. That is, Rhodes drones discovered Yi Chu's blessed land. Ha ha ha, that kid has no idea we've already set our sights on his blessed land. It'll be too late when he discovers it while he's relocating his base. Beirut was extremely pleased. The others all wore expressions of joy, as if they had finally gotten their revenge. Boss, do you think that kid might abandon his current level 3 base and move elsewhere? Rhodes had some reservations. Beirut, however, said nonchalantly, I believe he won't easily give up that modern Tier 3 base. Even if he chooses to move to the Blessed Land, then we'll occupy his Tier 3 base. No matter what, we're not at a loss. But Rhodes was still a little uneasy. Boss, what if he gets angry and starts a war with us? Recalling the terrifying scene of Yi Chu instantly killing a 3-star boss, Rhodes felt a chill run down his spine. HMPH, I might have been afraid of him before, but things are different now. Beirut said confidently, we also defeated a 3-star boss and obtained a lot of rewards. I'm now level 30, and my strength has improved even further. Moreover, tonight is the night to randomly recruit warriors from the real world. I believe the warriors summoned by my beacon nation must be extremely powerful. No matter how powerful Yi Chu of Great Sha is, he's just one person. We, on the other hand, have over 100 warriors. We could drown him with a single spit. Why should we be afraid of him? Only then did Rod reveal a pleased smile. The United States has the highest average strength in the world. This is also an important reason why the United States has been able to dominate the world. Even if they are randomly recruited, they will definitely be stronger than the reinforcements recruited by the Great Shah. The time for revenge has come. On my command, pack your gear and march towards this blessed land. Once we capture it, we'll fear no one. With Beirut's roar, the group regained their fighting spirit and headed towards the blessed land that Yi Chu had already unearthed. However, it's not just the United States that's eyeing this blessed land. The participants from Japan were also secretly making preparations. As soon as 100 reinforcements arrived, they would immediately rush to the blessed land of Great Sha. Although the risks are great, the lure of profit can make people lose themselves. The unique experience bonuses and talent enhancement auras offered by blessed lands are simply too attractive. The participants from India, on the other hand, were much more secure. Their strategy was to proceed cautiously and steadily, striving to occupy all the surrounding unclaimed territories first. Afterwards, by taming bizarre creatures, they will strengthen their own power and achieve an unparalleled ultimate force. Daxia Base. After learning about Yi Chu's plan, Nangong Shui, Du Ruifeng, and Ren Na gathered together to discuss it. The conclusion reached was that Yi Chu's ambitions were grand, but too far-fetched and impractical. The three decided to occupy the blessed land first, and then surprise Yi Chu after he realized that the base could not be relocated. Although the three of them appeared small and insignificant under Yi Chu's spotlight, everyone should have dreams. Chapter 43 The Three Parties Gather. While Yi Chu was working on the integration of the research base, Nangong Shui, Du Ruifeng, and the newly joined Ren Na quietly slipped out of the base. Meanwhile, the people of the Lighthouse Kingdom also set off towards the Blessed Land. The participants from Japan worked day and night, not daring to waste a moment, their goal being to capture the Blessed Land. A chaotic battle is inevitable, and it remains to be seen who will emerge victorious. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials from various countries who were watching this struggle also became tense as everyone acted. This is absolutely a game that will determine the fate of all nations, and it is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to surpass the Great Shah. Charge! Warriors of the Lighthouse Nation. After we seize this blessed land, we'll live the high life. It's in the bag. Just finished the oil. Those Japanese samurai, they think only the capable should occupy these blessed lands. Great Shah already has a level 3 base, yet they're still not satisfied. Let's teach them a lesson. What are these three guys from Great Shah up to? Are they out of their minds? They think they can take over a blessed land. Without Yi Chu here, I beg you'd better behave yourselves. People from all countries are freely expressing their emotions and aspirations. However, the contestants couldn't hear any of this. Although the group from the Lighthouse country was quite far from the blessed land, they were the first to arrive there because they set off earliest and had convenient transportation. The sight before them left everyone speechless and in awe. Beneath the enormous mine, a fairy island appears and disappears shrouded in mist. ethereal, filled with spiritual energy. It seemed as if a dragon was roaring in the clouds, or a celestial deer was galloping through the sea of clouds. What's even more astonishing is that this fairy island is rising slowly at a visible rate and will soon emerge from the ground, revealing itself to the world. Oh my God, is this a miracle? It's absolutely amazing. Whether it's a miracle or not, I don't know, but I'm sure this must be heaven. Beirut grinned, revealing 2 rows of large, white teeth. This is truly a paradise for contestants. Possessing abundant spiritual energy, they enjoy the dual benefits of experience and talent growth. What else could this be but paradise? Brothers, this is our base. As long as we hold this strategic location, first place is within our grasp. Everyone's faces turned bright red with excitement. Even the usually rational Rhodes had tears in his eyes when he looked at this fairy island. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Damn it! You're celebrating too soon. This place has already been set in stone by the samurai of Japan. Don't even think about taking it from us. Beirut looked up and saw that the newcomers were the Japanese team, with their captain, Sakata Kuro, staring at them with a cold expression. Woodfa. You think you can compete with us for this blessed land? Beirut was filled with rage. Unexpectedly, the Japanese contestants, who had always followed their lead, betrayed them at the crucial moment. It seems the allure of these blessed lands is simply too great. There's only one blessed land, whoever occupies it first gets to keep it. Why all the nonsense? Beirut raised an eyebrow, looking at Sakata Kuro with a defiant expression. Yo-ho, you want to race? I've never been afraid of anyone. Sakata Kuro retaliated in kind. Both teams set their sights on the blessed land that was slowly rising on the horizon. The instant the blessed land aligns with the ground is the signal to attack. Both teams have reached some kind of consensus. They would do anything for this blessed land. Bang! The moment the blessed land and cave appeared parallel to the ground, 2 groups of people rushed out simultaneously. Brothers, charge! Whoever enters this blessed land first and signs it as their base will be rewarded with 500 jin of food. Beirut roared in anger. Everyone, let's summon the spirit of Bushido and seize this blessed land. Whoever arrives first will be rewarded with 500 points. Sakata Kuro roared menacingly as well. The 2 groups of people rushed towards the blessed land like madmen. The nearest contestant from the United States was less than 10 meters away. In the distance, Nangong Shui and her 2 companions, who were observing all this from the rocks, had grim expressions. Those bastards beat us to it. What do we do now? Du Ruifeng was somewhat unwilling. The strength of the 2 teams was beyond what the 3 of them could contend with. Nangong Shui frowned and remained silent. Rena, however, seemed to have anticipated this, and said with a cold smile. That's fine too. Let us sit back and watch the Tigers fight. Re-signing the base contract will take time. We'll wait for the final opportunity and seize this blessed land. Ever since she was coerced and tricked by Yi Chu into becoming his servant, she harbored deep resentment. She wanted to prove that she could shine brightly without relying on Yi Chu. Perhaps, one day he might even surpass Yi Chu. The 2 nodded. This was the only way. Meanwhile, the contestant from the lighthouse country who was closest to the blessed land almost tripped over a stone and fell flat on his face. The Japanese contestant next to him took the opportunity to overtake him and leapt into the blessed land first. FK. Beirut was so angry he jumped up and down. Sakata Kuro, however, laughed triumphantly. Initiate the base signing process quickly. With a trembling hand and an excited heart, the Japanese contestant shouted, sign the base contract. Once the base contract is signed, this blessed land will belong to the Japanese contestants. Due to the rules of the Chosen One game, players of the same race cannot attack each other's bases. Then the only option left for the United States is to get out. Ding! Base contract signing in progress, please wait. Beirut was seething with hatred, but could only watch helplessly as it all unfolded. Sakata Kuro, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. Hee hee, we won this time. Sorry, Looks like you'll have to go back the way you came. Damn it. Don't expect us to help you from now on, you Japanese. Beirut grew angrier the more he thought about it, and the veins on his face bulged. Haha, thank you for your kindness, but I think we won't need your help anymore in the future. With this blessed land, our Japanese team will absolutely surpass everyone else, while you can only look up to us in awe. With that, Sakata Kuro burst into wild laughter again. Just then, something unexpected happened. The once peaceful and blessed land suddenly began to tremble violently. A dragon suddenly emerged from the misty, spiritually rich clouds, roaring and howling, and instantly tore the Japanese contestant to shreds. My God, is that a legendary dragon? It's absolutely terrifying. Run. This blessed land has been taken over by this dragon. Survival is the most important thing. A group of people scattered and fled like stray dogs. Beirut and Sakata Kuro were both dumbfounded. Chapter 44 Reinforcements arrive. Quality. Legendary. Abilities. Cloud riding, water-based abilities. Description. A mythical beast existing only in ancient legends, its strength unknown. If you encounter it, write down your last wishes as soon as possible, for everyone who has seen it has died. The sudden appearance of the dragon caught everyone off guard. Does this mean we have no choice but to give up, that our efforts will be in vain, and we'll return empty-handed? No. Beirut was unwilling to accept it, Sakata Kuro was unwilling to accept it, and Rina was even more unwilling to accept it. Ding! The nationwide call to arms has begun. All participating teams, please prepare to welcome your comrades. The familiar sound rang out, resonating in everyone's ears. Random recruitment is complete. The 100 team members will be teleported based on the location of their respective team captains. Teleportation countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, beams of white light shone from the sky onto the center of the battlefield. One after another, figures appeared in the white light. Pairs of eyes, brimming with fierce fighting spirit, shone with dazzling light. 100 recruits from the United States and 100 recruits from Japan appeared before the crowd. Everyone present was stunned. Unexpectedly, the way the players were recruited was so high profile. As the white light faded, the faces of the 200 new teammates who had joined the Chosen One game gradually became clear. Reporting, Captain. Navy SEAL Team 2, assembled and awaiting instructions. A dark-skinned but tall and sharp-eyed team member looked at Beirut and gave a standard military salute. Wardfa, it's the Navy SEALs. Am I dreaming? The people of Beirut are numb. Rumor has it that the strongest special forces team in the Lighthouse Nation, composed of the most talented awakened individuals, was summoned into the Chosen One game to become one of their own. Beirut took a deep breath, and his eyes regained their confident gleam. He turned to look at the dragon, a slight smile playing on his lips. With such strong teammates, why would he be afraid of a mudfish? The Japanese team also benefited from the support of their teammates. After the white light dissipated, the 100 indifferent Japanese recruits all turned their gazes toward Sakata Kuro. The entire Shadow Assassin squad of 100 members is present. Please give your orders, Captain. Sakata Kuro was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. Is he a skilled member of the Anbu Ninja? In Japan, the most talented awakened individuals consider it an honor to join the Anbu and become ninjas. The Shadow Assassins are the elite of the elite, completely overwhelming other awakened individuals of the same level, making them the undisputed strongest fighting force. Who would have thought that such a group would all appear in the Chosen One game, becoming a powerful new force for the Japanese team? Sakata Kuro instantly felt confident, straightened his back, and was no longer flustered when he saw the dragon. Ha ha ha, Yoshi, Yoshi. This blessed land is surely ours for the taking. Kill this dragon, for glory. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield reversed dramatically. At this moment, countless people who were watching this important battle became excited and thrilled, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting and cheering to support their teams. Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng were completely stunned by what they saw. What's the point of playing this game? Rena was even more unwilling. Wouldn't this ruin her plan to occupy the blessed land before Yichu arrived? Hooray! Now, it's time to prove ourselves. Everyone, follow me in charge. Slay the dragon and seize this blessed land. Beirut yelled and charged out first. The newly joined seals unleashed their individual talents, following closely behind like a pack of explosive beasts. On the other side, Sakata Kuro also led the Shadow Assassin squad, rapidly approaching the Flood Dragon. A major battle is about to break out. In an instant, mountains collapsed and the sea tsunami raged, and the earth shook violently. Countless supernatural powers intertwined, collided, and exploded. The dragon twisted and turned, and countless waterspouts swept towards the crowd, engulfing them. Fireballs and bolts of lightning illuminated the sky, enveloping the dragon. With a mournful howl, the dragon finally succumbed to the onslaught of over 200 contestants, collapsing to the ground, barely alive. Beirut seized the opportunity to rush towards the blessed land, wanting to sign the base contract as soon as possible. Seeing this, Sakata Kuro cursed under his breath and rushed towards the blessed land at top speed. Just then, a deafening clap of thunder echoed through the sky. Suddenly, thunder rumbled and lightning roared incessantly. Everyone was stunned by this strange sight. From within the dark clouds, something enormous seemed to be slowly descending. The intense pressure made it hard to breathe. I can't even imagine the astonishing power that will be when this terrifying behemoth truly descends. Holy crap, what is that? It's huge. Could it be the dragon we killed, Father Zhao? Rod was terrified. If it weren't for the presence of so many newcomers, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. The oppressive atmosphere is so strong, it's like an ancient god descending, sending chills down my spine. Sakata Kuro was equally terrified and dared not move an inch. Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng felt something was off. This huge, dark thing, it looks kind of familiar. Where have I seen this before? I really can't remember it right now. The arrival of reinforcements from both countries, who had defeated the dragon, had initially brought joy to the people, but now they were both shocked and apprehensive. Such a colossal object suddenly appeared in the sky, and the sense of oppression was so intense. It's probably some powerful boss that has appeared again. In the game, Chosen One, there are always inexplicably powerful creatures that suddenly catch the contestants off guard. Judging from its appearance, this guy is definitely more powerful than any boss that has appeared before, and its enormous size alone is enough to make people tremble. As the colossal object slowly descended and emerged from the clouds, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Under this overwhelming sense of oppression, no one dared to move an inch, and no one dared to utter a single word. In a battlefield with hundreds of people, you could hear a pin drop. Even the injured dragon stared in terror at the enormous creature, prostrate on the ground. Finally, the colossal creature was clearly revealed to the world. Everyone's pupils constricted in disbelief. Everyone seemed to have witnessed the most terrifying sight of their lives. Screams were stuck in their throats, and they wanted to yell loudly but couldn't make a sound. Even the millions of people in the real world stared wide-eyed, their nerves seemingly paralyzed, their expressions frozen, their bodies trembling. Chapter 45. The Spaceship's Secret. What appeared before the world was, to everyone's astonishment, a spaceship. With its futuristic design, powerful engines, and manufacturing processes that surpass modern technology, this spaceship gives off an impression of being unshakable and indestructible. Damn, is this an alien invasion? But this is the Chosen One game's alternate dimension. If they invade here, won't the Chosen One game do anything about it? Holy crap, this is the end of the world. Spaceships have even appeared. What's the point of playing anymore? When the aliens show up, are they just going to fire a laser cannon and wipe everyone out? You have paranoia, don't you? Maybe the aliens are friendly. They've come to stop this horrible game, help humanity rebuild their homes and defend against the monsters, who knows? People made bold guesses, and all sorts of bizarre and imaginative ideas emerged. But the people at the scene weren't in the mood to discuss what exactly this spaceship was. They only cared about one thing. What was the purpose of such a high-tech spaceship, exuding an aura of oppression and representing the pinnacle of technological advancement, suddenly appearing at this time. This concerns the safety of everyone present. If the other side shows even the slightest hostility, even though there are hundreds of powerful individuals present, they will only have one option: to flee for their lives. Adhering to the principle of, if the enemy doesn't move, I don't move, if the enemy moves, I don't act rashly, everyone chose to wait and see. Silence. The oppressive atmosphere made everyone extremely tense. Beirut has even figured out what his first words should be when he meets the aliens. Hello. Welcome. If it's convenient, how about we team up? Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what the spaceship hovering in midair would do. Time passed second by second. There was not a sound whatsoever. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Just as everyone was getting impatient, with a click, a door on top of the spaceship opened a crack. Everyone stared wide-eyed, not daring to blink, afraid of missing any exciting scenes. Then, the door was pushed open completely. Not only those at the scene, but also hundreds of millions of people watching the live broadcast held their breath, eagerly awaiting the outcome. It's here. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a figure appeared on the top of the spaceship. The legendary alien has finally revealed his face. The expressions on everyone's faces gradually shifted from tension to fear, then to surprise, and finally, feeling lost. Everyone's mind went blank, as if they'd been caught in a door. They were completely in a state of utter shutdown. How come this alien looks almost exactly like a human? How come he's even a little handsome? Could it be that the aliens had plastic surgery? Rena was the first to recover from the system crash. She felt like she had been played. No, to be precise, we were tricked again. Because the person standing on top of the spaceship at this moment is not an alien. Instead, it was Yi Chu with a mischievous grin on his face. That's right, it was this guy who made a fool of everyone. But no one expected Yi Chu to make his appearance in this way. Holy crap, isn't that Yi Chu from Great Shaw? He's been abducted by aliens. Beirut's mind went blank for a moment, and he was unable to regain his composure. Rhodes, somewhat speechless, said, "Captain, is it possible that he's the one who brought this spaceship here?" Him. How could that be? Rod sighed and said nothing more. At this moment, Nangong Shui and Du Ruifeng were so happy they didn't know what to say. Although I didn't expect Yi Chu to make his appearance this way, as long as he looks cool, that's all that matters. It really stunned everyone present. This high-tech spaceship, this damn oppressive feeling, this powerful aura, it completely overwhelms the contestants from the United States and Japan. Wait a minute, why does this spaceship look so familiar? Nangong Shui's words were like a wake-up call. Everyone gasped. Isn't this the Great Shaw's Level 3 base? Rhodes, who had once secretly observed the Great Shaw base via drone, gaped in shock. If Yi Chu's spaceship was purchased from the Points Mall, everyone would find it acceptable. After all, Yi Chu's points are a mystery, but they are definitely not few. In a fit of anger, it's understandable that he would send a spaceship to seize the Blessed Land. But to say that Yi Chu directly transformed the base into a spaceship, flew directly to the Blessed Land, and even deployed it on the spot without needing to upgrade it again would be too outrageous. Everyone finds this completely unacceptable. This guy's cheating. Is nobody going to do anything about this? When everyone realized that the person who had come was Yi Chu, and discovered that he had actually brought the base here, they were completely unable to accept reality. Even the people of Great Shaw felt somewhat embarrassed. This guy has absolutely none of the fine tradition of keeping a low profile that is characteristic of the Great Shaw dynasty. But it's really awesome. Beirut was the first to lose his composure and jumped out. Now that he knew the other person was Yi Chu, he was no longer afraid. Behind him stood 100 newly recruited members, each one a formidable warrior. With everyone attacking together, even the legendary dragon was crippled. Why would we be afraid of Yi Chu? Ultimately, Yi Chu is just a person. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he really be? If 100 people attacked together, even an SSS level awakened would be overwhelmed. Moreover, there are also more than 100 people from the Japanese team participating. We can't just stand by and watch Yi Chu establish his base in this blessed land, can we? Yi Chu, it's truly beyond our expectations that you were able to bring the base here, but you're too late. This blessed land has already been occupied by our beacon nation. You should go back to where you came from. Sakata Kuro was immediately displeased upon hearing this. He was about to yell at someone when Beirut gave him a wink. That means their common enemy now should be Yi Chu. Let's deal with this guy first, and then we can discuss who occupies this blessed land later. Sakata Kuro's eyes darted around, thinking, Yi Chu's strength is unfathomable. If we don't unite to deal with him first, ultimately no one will gain the upper hand. On the contrary, Great Sha will rise stronger and stronger. Hey Yi, you already have a level 3 base, why are you still thinking about occupying this blessed land? Don't be too greedy, or you'll get a stomachache. Yi Chu stood at the top of the spaceship, hands behind his back, looking relaxed and at ease. A look of disdain appeared on a handsome face that could charm countless young girls. Such shamelessness is enough to frighten even ghosts. This blessed land was clearly developed by me, how did it become your preordained property? What's even more outrageous is that so many of you haven't even occupied the blessed land or signed a base contract. That's incredibly weak. Yi Chu's words immediately angered the participants from the United States and Japan. Especially those newcomers who had just been recruited into the other dimension had already heard of Yi Chu. But their impression of Yi Chu was mostly that of a good-for-nothing, timid and submissive. Even though Yi Chu later demonstrated great strength and changed many people's opinions of him, his image as a good-for-nothing remained deeply ingrained in many people's minds. The people of the United States, especially Japan, held Yi Chu in disdain and contempt.